before the House. Can I also ask him for more details about how this will apply? Will it apply to the 350,000 people who hold valid passports, or to the 2.9 million who are eligible? For this to be meaningful, surely it has to apply to people's families. Can he confirm whether this is the government's intention and what assessment he has done of the numbers? The first rule of any sanction against China must surely be that it doesn't harm the people of Hong Kong. So can he tell us what assessment he's made of the potential loss of millions of highly skilled people from Hong Kong? What assessment he's done of the USA's recent announcement, which I understand he supports, that Hong Kong is no longer autonomous? Will he therefore support the withdrawal of trade preferences and economic sanctions? There are implications for China and, of course, implications for the UK, but there are also serious implications for the people of Hong Kong, many of which he does not appear to be offering safe haven. What impact does he believe this will have on them? Mr Speaker, we've been asking for concrete steps, and can I welcome the fact that the government is now signalling it's prepared to take these. But the joint declaration has been repeatedly undermined since 2012, and as the former governor of Hong Kong put it, has been met with only tut-tutting and embarrassed clearing of the throat from UK ministers. Why hasn't he pressed for an independent inquiry into police brutality? Given the serious implications for human rights, does he welcome, as we do, the suggestion by former foreign secretaries that an international contract group should be established? He knows that the only long-term solution to this is universal suffrage. We must see pressure from Britain on the Hong Kong authorities to begin the process of democratic reform. Mr Speaker, I was astonished that in his statement he didn't address how the UK intends to respond to the threat of countermeasures by China. It is increasingly clear that we need an alliance of democracies to ensure that we can maintain, as he says, a constructive dialogue with China on shared challenges, not least climate change, while standing up to aggressive behaviour and clear breaches of international law. He referenced the statements by the UK, Australia, Canada and the US, which was welcome, and the additional statements from New Zealand, Japan and the European Union. It is time for an international democratic alliance to come together and speak with one voice. The G7 is now off. The G20 isn't meeting. The discussion at the UN Security Council has been blocked by China. It's time for Britain to be far more proactive. In recent weeks, Australia has shown real leadership on the search for a vaccine for COVID-19. France has led the charge for a global ceasefire. On this, of all issues, why isn't Britain stepping up and showing the leadership that the world needs? Finally, Mr Speaker, I am concerned that this exposes some serious, deep contradictions in the government's approach to China. For a decade, we've been told that we're in a golden era of Sino-British relations. Now, he has said that we can't go back to business as usual with China. What does any of this really mean in practice? The government has finally accepted that there are concerns about the threat the Huawei contract poses to national security and is reportedly working with other countries to explore an alternative. But will he rule out Chinese involvement in any new nuclear projects beyond Hinkley? With a long and deep recession likely, the need for a coherent approach is only becoming more urgent. Mr Speaker, we do not have a strategy abroad. We do not have a strategy at home. This needs a calm and sensible approach to maintain a constructive dialogue and build far greater strategic independence. The two are not contradictory, they go hand in hand. And now is the moment that Britain must step up, show global leadership and begin to take this seriously.
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Honourable Lady for her solidarity and support as she expressed at the commencement of her remarks. As she asked about the trigger point for changes, I think it's only right in order to do this in a very careful way and an accurate way, to wait for the legislation to be published so we can see the full text, because of course it's only at that point, or indeed its application, that we would be able, I think, credibly and reliably to be able to say it was in violation with the joint declaration the way I described. I think that's a common sense approach, and I think that avoids China or other countries around the world who are watching and who we want to stand up in support of international law to see that we are proceeding on the basis of principle and on the facts. She's asked about the detailed arrangements. I've been working with ministers, but in particular the Home Secretary and the Home Office on this since last September. And of course, as I said, we will wait to see precisely what the legislation says before making any further announcements. But the Home Secretary will set out the details at the appropriate time. And of course, dependents would be considered, of course. She talked about, and I think rightly pointed out, that the threat to Hong Kong is not just to the autonomy and to the freedoms, but also to the economy and investment in Hong Kong, which the UK and many others have got serious interest in. She's right to say that, and it is the actions of China which inexplicably is putting at risk what has long been regarded as one of the jewels in the economic crown for China. So she makes, I think, some important points in relation to that. She asked about the independent investigation into police and why we hadn't called for that. In fact, I called for it in August of 2019 and made that clear, having spoken to Chief Executive Carrie Lam. She also asked, I think, about universal suffrage, which of course is envisaged in the Basic Law for Hong Kong. I set that out as our position in the House of Commons last September, and on both points I welcome the Labour Party and indeed her support. She then asked about international action. I think the United Kingdom has been at the vanguard. We've been coordinating with our Five Eyes partners. I had a virtual meeting with them yesterday evening where we reaffirmed our solidarity on this point. I've had calls and been engaged with the European Union, who put out a statement not as strong as the statement that I think we put out, but nonetheless shows that they're engaged actively on it. And I've been speaking to my German, my French and other European partners about this. I also spoke to my Japanese opposite number today, and just on the point about the UN Security Council, in fact, the issue was discussed in the UN Security Council, although of course China and indeed Russia will veto any more substantive debate. She asked about the specific measures that we're proposing. I've been very clear on B&Os. Equally, we will work very closely with our international partners on what the right next steps are. I think the focus right now, and in order to proceed in a productive way, which is likely to give ourselves the best chance of the outcome we want, we are setting out our position clearly and working with our international partners, and the ball is in the court of the government in China. It has a choice to make here. It can cross the Rubicon and violate the autonomy and the rights of the people of Hong Kong, or it can step back, understand the widespread concern of the international community, and live up to its responsibilities as a leading member of the international community.
We now come to the Chair Select Committee, Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you very much. I hugely welcome the statement from my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary. May I also say I welcome a noticeably different attitude from the opposition front bench as well, standing up to communist tyranny for the first time in a political generation. What we're also seeing, however, in Hong Kong is a very, very different form of government attempting to be imposed on the people there, who have rights, as agreed, as my right honourable friend said, in the Sino-British Joint Declaration. He's already spoken about working with countries in the Five Eyes community in Japan. May I ask my right honourable friend, what work has he done with African countries, South American countries, and Middle Eastern countries? And what work is he looking to do to perhaps ask for a UN special envoy to help protect the rule of law that our nation, and indeed his former career, was so important in guaranteeing, not just in Hong Kong, but around the world?
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend, Chairman of the Select Committee. He makes a range of really important points. He's absolutely right to focus on what is the most effective way to build a groundswell of support for the principled stance that we're taking and opposition to the actions of China where they flout international law. He will also know from his position and his widespread experience, which I pay tribute to, that beyond the Five Eyes, the European Union and others, there are a whole range of different opinions on how to engage and deal with China, and a range of approaches China takes, from inducements to intimidation, in order to cajole, sway and frankly coerce countries to bend to its will. The approach that we're taking is trying to maximise the largest number of countries around the world, not the usual suspects that China will dismiss as trying to weaken it or try and keep it down, to make the most powerful statement and ultimately to moderate the actions of China. And unless we can build up that bigger caucus of opinion, he mentioned Africa, South America, we're working with all of those partners, we will be less effective when it comes to facing down what is clearly egregious behaviour in relation to Hong Kong and some of the other matters that he referred to.
We now come to Stuart Malcolm MacDonald with 2 minutes, and just to inform the House, I'm expecting to run this till about 12:45. Stuart MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary for advance sight of his statement and, like others, welcome much of what was in it. These benches, of course, stand in full solidarity with those in Hong Kong and indeed those in Taiwan who see this as a glimpse of what Beijing might have up their sleeve for them in the future. In fact, anyone who has the heel of state oppression on them right now, which, let's be honest, is increasing by the day, deserves our support. Mr. Speaker, I can accept that this is tricky. It's not a black and white situation given the nature of the actors involved. I think that what the government is doing on BNOs is right, but isn't there a danger that allowing so many people to leave actually is exactly what Beijing wants? And whilst I think that is the right thing to do in allowing people to come here and, as he mentions in his statement, provide them with a path to citizenship, when West Berliners were threatened with oppression, we didn't just offer them all visas to leave, we actually stood up for them and offered to defend them. So beyond the statement on BNOs, which is, I think, right, what else is the government planning to do in future to support those who are not BNOs, who will be left behind in Hong Kong to deal with the effects of this new law? And can I ask him to expand? The chair of the Select Committee took the question out of my mouth. Can I ask him to expand on how he is teasing a greater international coalition? Because that will be tricky if he's going to bring in the Middle East and Africa and others, given China's enormous global economic footprint through things like the Belt and Road Initiative and the China strategy. Can I ask him when he expects to see the text of the law? Is there anything in the joint agreement that allows the UK government to see that sooner rather than later? At what point does he envisage having to take further steps? No one is calling for sanctions just yet, but surely work must be going on to put together something that constitutes a price for Beijing's heavy hand here. And can he confirm if the law that the authorities in Beijing wants to impose has directly led to a reversal on the Huawei decision?
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the honourable gentleman for the substance of his position, but also the tone, and we fully welcome his support, as indeed we welcome the support on all sides of this chamber. And it is a powerful opportunity for us to show a united position on this, and is something which I think successive governments have agreed on. He asked about BNOs and whether, in fact, if we offered to change BNO status, that would be a gift to Beijing. I don't think that's true. I don't think from the response of the Chinese government that is correct. They're very sensitive about this. And in any event, it's a point of principle. We have on our part to live up to our international responsibilities and our commitments. And as I explained in my statement, we regard this as part of the package that went with the joint declaration. If that is upended because of action on the national security legislation, it is only right that we rethink the position of BNO passport holders. And that also explains, in relation to the Honourable Lady, why we've been quite careful about timing. We've been prepared for this. We've hoped it wouldn't come, but as often been said in this House, you hope for the best and you prepare for the worst. The Honourable Gentleman asked me about how you build up international support. You do so, in my view, based on principle and the rules of international law. The obvious rejoinder and riposte will be that we're intervening in internal affairs. We are not. We are seeking to uphold China's own freely assumed international obligations. And no, I'm not expecting advanced sight of the legislation from Beijing.
We now come to Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend for his statement? But does he not now think that the position of China is altogether too obvious, that since President Xi has arrived, their ambitions globally, both militarily and economically, are now fully on track, and that Hong Kong is just but one manifestation of their global reach through the South China Seas, through their abuse of human rights, and their ambitions over Taiwan? So is it not a case, as a previous Prime Minister of this government once said, that this is the first sip of a bitter cup? And the truth is, it's going to be offered to us again and again and again, and appeasement, which has been the case for the free world, is now no longer an option. So will he now explain how he intends to organise the free world so that we stand up against this? And could he also say, when it comes to Hong Kong passport holders, would he now not work with all our allies around the world to get them to give all those people, if necessary, right of abode?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank my right honourable friend? I think he asked two excellent questions. I do think Hong Kong is part of a pattern, although it's not a uniform one. And he refers to the violation of the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas. I think he was referring to in relation to the South China Sea. You could add cyber attacks, you could add the treatment of the Uyghur Muslims, and I think at every step the right approach for the United Kingdom, both as a matter of principle but also effectiveness, is to call out behaviour which is contrary to international law on its own terms. That is the way, in answer to the Chairman of the Select Committee and others, how we will build a coalition of like-minded countries to stand firm in the face of such behaviour. He asked about B&O passport holders. We have made a commitment that he's heard today. I think it's important we did that, not waiting for others to agree in concert, but just as a matter of principle. But he's absolutely right to say, and we are already discussing with our partners, and indeed I raised it on the Five Eyes call yesterday, the possibility of if I can say, burden sharing if we see a mass exodus from Hong Kong. I don't actually think that that is likely in the last analysis, but he's right to raise it and we're on the case diplomatically.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I in particular welcome the commitment in relation to B&O passport holders? The Foreign Secretary has heard me make that plea on many occasions in the past. He will be aware, though, that, of course, the B&O offer was closed in 1997, so the announcement today does not offer any protection to those born after that date, who are, of course, by definition, the young people, the brave young Hong Kongers who are out there demonstrating on the streets and who are most vulnerable and in most need of protection. So will he look at what we can do to assist these people?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman, and I also pay tribute to his long-standing position on this and the principled one he takes. He's absolutely right, and we appreciate all of the cross-party support on this. He asked about what about those that don't qualify for B&O passport status. I would just point out that we're talking about, in relation to those that do, over 300,000. And of course he does make a reasonable point about the cut-off date, but that wouldn't apply to dependents. So we have set out, I think based on principle in the right way, the commitment we're making, but as others have already asked, I think what will be important is the international community comes together to make sure that there are options for the wider group that he refers to.
John Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's clear statement, and I'm glad that he agrees that China's national security law for Hong Kong totally conflicts with its obligations under the Joint Declaration. Would he say a little more about what we plan to do with Australia, because they have most to fear from out of the countries around the world? They have most to fear from this law coming into effect in Hong Kong.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman and welcome his remarks and his comments. He's absolutely right about the violation of the Joint Declaration, whether it would be the infringements on peaceful protest or indeed the legislation that we're also seeing in relation to the national anthem. He specifically asked about Australia. He will have seen from the statement the UK put out that we work very closely with the Australians on this, as we do all of our Five Eyes partners, the Canadians, the Americans and the Kiwis as well. I spoke to Maurice Payne yesterday evening on this subject, and we will be working even more intensively in the future. But of course, even to get to this point, with the work that we've done and the commitment we've made. This has been going back months. We've been talking to the Australians and our other international partners for months, and that will continue in a constructive way going forward. And I know that the Australians feel very much that this is in their neighbourhood, in their backyard, and are taking a very principled point of view, but it also is in, they are right up against it. They see all of the impacts of what China is doing, even closer than we do. So we'll be working hand in glove with them.
Claudia Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amnesty International found that Hong Kong police force have indiscriminately arrested over 1,300 people in the past year at peaceful protests and tortured those in detention. Indeed, the Hong Kong police force have used extreme force against pro-democracy protesters, including use of tear gas, pepper spray and rubber bullets. In America, we see a brutal state crackdown against those protesting the latest police killing of an unarmed black man. And in England and Wales, there have been over 1,700 deaths following contact with the police since 1990. What is the government doing to oppose state-sanctioned violence and indeed racism in Hong Kong and across the world?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady? We stand up in the United Nations, we stand in the Council of Europe and in all of the other international fora, as we are doing on Hong Kong, and call out those flagrant violations of international law. In relation to specifically Hong Kong, I've set out the approach that we're taking. We've raised it in the UN Security Council. Obviously, China is a permanent member of the Security Council. China is extremely influential. It deploys all of its economic, political leverage and indeed intimidation to get others to stay quiet. And what the United Kingdom has shown, and indeed I'm grateful for her support, we are standing up as a matter of principle and saying this is unacceptable, and indeed we're taking the actions that I described.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lord Patten in 1997 at the Hong Kong handover ceremony said that Hong Kong people are to run Hong Kong. That is the promise and their unshakable destiny. So will the Foreign Secretary take this moment to reaffirm this government's commitment that we made at the joint declaration and reassure people that Hong Kongers must continue to run Hong Kong and that resolutely remains British foreign policy?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman? I think it's precisely because that is at stake, not just with this national security legislation, but the previous elections that we've seen and the forthcoming elections we see later on this year, that we are taking the approach that we're taking. We're calling out what is a clear and manifest breach of the joint declaration, and I can reassure him that we'll continue to do so with our international partners.
Now withdrawn, we go to Gareth Davies.
Mr. Speaker, there are currently a number of British businesses with headquarters in Hong Kong who are likely to be quite concerned right now. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary for his assessment of the likely risks to the Hong Kong dollar peg, as well as potential for control creep in Hong Kong's regulatory bodies and fiscal structures?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman? He's quite right, as I think others have done already, to reflect on the fact that if China is willing to interfere on political and autonomy grounds, it is also likely to pose a longer-term threat to the economic prosperity and economic model that Hong Kong reflects and embodies. I think from the point of view of the UK, we're very mindful of that, both from an investment point of view, but also, frankly, from a point of view of those individuals who are trying to run livelihoods or invest in Hong Kong. The sad reality is that if China continues down this track, it will be strangling what has long been the jewel in the economic crown. It's clear to me, Mr. Speaker, that China is putting politics, as it views, ahead of economics, and I'm afraid that is a natural consequence of what we're seeing, which is the creeping violation of Hong Kong's autonomy.
Joanna Chow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Freedom of expression and peaceful assembly are precious human rights the world over, and I'm sure we've all been reminded of that as we've watched the situation in the United States of America develop over the last 48 hours. I heard what the Honourable Member for Leicester East had to say about this, but what I'd like to ask the Secretary of State is what specific representations, what specific pressure is he bringing to bear on the Government of Hong Kong to ensure that police handling of protests is necessary and proportionate?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady, and I totally agree with her about the point she made, and the many things we disagree about. One thing we've always firmly agreed about is upholding those elementary human rights, including essential freedoms of peaceful protest, and which are the aspiration of the people of Hong Kong. As I mentioned to the Honourable Lady, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, I've raised this issue about the need for a fully independent and robust investigation into the recent offence, including, of course, police treatment of protesters. In my first conversation with Carrie Lam back in August, on August the 9th, I made that clear, and we've done so consistently since then. We recognise the concerns about the Independent Police Complaints Council. We have been working to try and see what we can do to reinforce it, to make it stronger, and we recognise also the inherent weaknesses in it, which is why we will continue, in line with the Shadow Foreign Secretary, to call for a fully independent inquiry into those actions, and I hope she'll support that.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
As my honourable friend for Romford has often pointed out, in 1997, only 500 veterans of the former Hong Kong Military Service Corps and Royal Naval Service were offered UK passports, and the rest were disregarded. Hasn't the time now come to pay this debt of honour to about 250 additional former servants of the British Crown by allowing them and their families the right to relocate to the United Kingdom if they wish or need to do so in the future?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend, and he makes an extremely important and forensic point as ever. And we as a government, and I think as a country, are extremely grateful to those who served in the Hong Kong Military Service Corps. He's right, under the scheme that was introduced in 1990, it ran till July 97. There was only a limited number of Hong Kong Military Service Corps personnel who were settled in Hong Kong who could apply to register as a British citizen. And I can tell the honourable gentleman that the Home Office are listening to representations made on behalf of those former service Corps personnel who were unable to obtain citizenship at that time, and to see what, if anything, further may be done.
Lloyd Russell.
Rubber bullets, and tear gas, central governments clamping down on local authorities, not just, of course, what we're seeing in America, but it's a long-term trend in Hong Kong. And the Secretary of State, I welcome what he said, but I would implore him to see this not just as an act of a particular bill currently in Beijing, but a long-term trend of undermining the rights of people in Hong Kong. And so in that regard, will he ensure that his extension of the right to be here for 6 months on a rolling basis for BNO citizens is not just granted on condition of Beijing withdrawing temporarily or not the particular bill, but actually whatever they do, us ensuring that those rights are given, and not just to passport holders, but all people who are entitled to BNO status?
Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I think he's right on this point of principle. We do want to make sure we live up to our responsibilities, but I think it's also important, as we try and change the long-term trend that he rightly refers to, that we're very clear on the basis on which we would do it. And the basis on which we would do it is the ripping up of the essence of the joint declaration. I think we do need to wait and see what the national security legislation looks like to see affirmed the terms in the way that has already been described by the government in Beijing. And I think we're right to say that that particular trigger point would be what changes our minds, because then we would, I think, be able to stand on the firm point of principle and international law as the basis for which we're doing it. The stronger the position that we're able to be in that regard, the more likely we are to carry much wider international support for the actions we're taking.
Jason McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Article 45 of the Hong Kong Basic Law, the Hong Kong people were promised universal suffrage. It's clear that that's being ignored. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the UK now has a legal and moral responsibility to protect the freedoms of the people of Hong Kong?
Foreign Secretary.
I thank the honourable gentleman. I totally agree with him about the moral responsibility. I agree with him about the responsibility as a matter of our commitments that we've made to the people of Hong Kong, and we absolutely fully intend to live up to that. I think that there is still an opportunity for China to step back. We think it's unlikely that that will happen. but we will be absolutely steadfast in sticking to the word that we have given to stand by the people of Hong Kong and not just look the other way.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary has said there can be no return to business as usual in Sino-British relations. What exactly did he mean? And can you give examples of what this would mean in practice?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady? That's been much bandied around, that particular quote, and it's absolutely right. The context for it was when asked about what we would do in order to have a clear review of how the outbreak of coronavirus started and came about. And I wanted to be clear, and the United Kingdom is clear, working with our international partners, but as a matter of principle, that we do need to have a very clear and sober and clear-sighted independent review and analysis of how the outbreak happened, how it was allowed to spread, and what we can do to prevent it ever happening again.
16 not here. Patrick Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'll be aware of the concern of charities like Amnesty International and Hong Kong Watch about how these laws could impact on the work that they carry out in the territory, and that the political opposition more generally could be accused of subversion and imprisoned simply for speaking to foreigners with ties to foreign governments. So can he commit to the hilt to support the work of charities and NGOs operating in Hong Kong for the protection of the freedom of its citizens?
Foreign Secretary.
Thank the Honourable Gentleman. I can give him that reassurance. And of course, the climate for NGOs and for anyone speaking out in an independent form, whether it's in the media or otherwise, has massively closed down. That is not just wrong as a matter of principle, the values that we share in this House. It's wrong, as I've said, as a matter of the joint declaration, but also as a matter of China's view of Hong Kong's future reflected in Chinese law, and in particular the Basic Law.
Gagan Mahindra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement? Does he agree that the national security law proposed by Beijing undermines the one country, two systems framework? And can he assure me that the UK will continue to be robust to stop the creeping violations of Hong Kong rights and continue to work with our international friends and colleagues?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman? Absolutely, I can give him that reassurance. Of course, we're dealing with a major economic power that relies on all of its economic and political leverage, and indeed other means, to bring people, to bring different countries and governments to its way of thinking, or indeed just to quieten them down. And so the approach that we've taken, as I've described, based on principle, based on international law, is the most likely to be the most effective in building up that groundswell of support that is got the best chance of changing China's behaviour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As far back as 1989, the late great Paddy Ashdown was calling on the government to institute safeguards just in case one day China did in fact not just overreach but breach the joint declaration. We now find ourselves potentially in that position, and Hong Kongers are finding the world is shifting beneath their feet with nowhere to go. I understand that former foreign secretaries have written to the current Foreign Secretary asking him to set up an international contact group that would look at international human rights, but also a lifeboat policy for Hong Kongers. Has he considered their call, and will he be setting up such a group?
Secretary.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady and pay tribute to the late Lord Paddy Ashdown for all the work that he did. The UK is, I think, at the vanguard of the international response on Hong Kong. I'm not sure that we're quite in the same situation with China and Hong Kong as we were with the former Yugoslavia, which I worked as a war crimes lawyer in the early 2000s. But nonetheless, the spirit of what she's referring to is absolutely right. And as I've described, we want to build up a groundswell of those who share our commitment to the basic tenets of international law as the most likely to be effective in getting China to think again on Hong Kong and all those other areas. We've raised China's conduct on human rights issues in the Human Rights Council, we've raised it in the UN Security Council, and we will raise Hong Kong in every appropriate forum that we conceivably can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and his commitment on BNO passport holders. Back in the 1990s, this country, with a degree of regret, fulfilled its international legal obligations to China. We must now be absolutely clear to the Chinese that we expect them to do the same now to the people of Hong Kong and to this country. Will you make it absolutely clear to the Chinese government that whilst we want constructive relations for the future, those relations will be incredibly difficult if they go ahead with a measure that completely breaches the agreements they have with us and sends entirely the wrong message to the international community about what China wishes to become.
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank my right honourable friend and pay tribute to his position, which has been long-standing on this issue. He's absolutely right. We're not looking for inevitable confrontation with China. This is a question of specific undertakings that were made at the time of the handover to the United Kingdom, but more importantly to the people of Hong Kong and indeed to the world. And we will be pressing with our international partners as rigorously and as robustly to seek to require China to live up to its obligations, but also, frankly, the responsibilities that come with a country that wants to be treated as a leading member of the international community.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a clear undermining of the human rights of the people of Hong Kong and also a blatant breach of the Sino-British Joint Declaration. The Foreign Secretary says that he's been calling for an independent inquiry for 10 months. So why has nothing happened? And what support is his government giving to human rights defenders in Hong Kong?
Foreign Secretary.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I appreciate her spirit. There's nothing that happened because we don't control China or the government in Hong Kong. And it's not entirely clear to me what specifically she's proposing, and I'm open to all suggestions. I welcome them. But the reality is we've called for a fully independent investigation in relation to police treatment of the protesters. We will be bringing forward our mechanism for so-called Magnitsky legislation shortly, which I've had well, we've been slightly disrupted because of coronavirus, but we will be bringing it forward shortly. And I pay tribute to the work of the honourable gentleman, speaking from a sedentary position, who's been long-standing on this issue.
Tom Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If this national security law is imposed on Hong Kong, can my right honourable friend confirm that he will work with the Home Secretary to explore all options to support BNO passport holders?
Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? Yes, I entirely agree with the spirit of what he said. I think the ideal thing would be for China to step back. If China does not step back, we will consider all of the possible actions and measures that we might wish to take. But fundamentally, rather than just wait for international cooperation on the specific issue of what will happen to those that are not willing to stay in Hong Kong, we feel that we have got a duty, and I feel that as a matter of international law, moral responsibility, historic responsibility, to come out and lead, which is why we set out that we will allow the 300,000+ BNO passport holders to come to the UK, along with their dependents, in the way I've described.
Alex Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is right that we take our special historic responsibility seriously and take a significant interest in this issue. But we know that when we do take an interest in issues such as this, then diaspora communities at home suffer more. Nottingham's Chinese community and the people of Chinese heritage in Nottingham and frankly across the country have had a horrendous first 5 months to this year, with abuse increased in staggering amounts. Can I seek assurances, therefore, from the Foreign Secretary, as well as his admirably assertive role he's going to play on the international stage, that he's working with his colleagues across government to formulate a sympathetic package, a thoughtful way of supporting Chinese people in this country, or those of a Chinese background, because they really need us now?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? He's absolutely right. I have a councillor in my own constituency, Xinyang Wang, who is one of the most hard-working, not just businessmen, but councillors, and I'm sure we've all got examples of that across the country and across the political divides. And it is absolutely crucial that we say to the Chinese community here that we value their contribution, that our stances in relation to the government of China and its violation of the rights and the autonomy of the people of Hong Kong, who we also will extend warm engagement to and embrace them in the way I've described, with a change of status, so that they can come here. And I fully support what he said.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome very much my right honourable friend's statement. Does he agree that China itself is now at a crossroads? It can either be a partner in the international community, which is what we want to see, or take the path to becoming a pariah state, with disputes in the South China Sea, at the World Trade Organization, and a lack of cooperation with the World Health Organization over COVID. Does he agree that if the Chinese Communist Party applies these laws to Hong Kong in clear breach of previous commitments, the world will start to wonder what is the value of a Chinese signature on an international treaty, and that would have profound international consequences?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank my right honourable friend? I think he's absolutely right that at the core of this, beyond all of the specific issues that he's raised, the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea, the issue of transparency and getting to the truth in relation to the initial outbreak of coronavirus, the wider issues around cyber attacks that China engages in, and of course the issue of the people of Hong Kong. This is not just a question of international law and rights and the violations of those rights, but trust and confidence in the kind of partner that China wishes to become. We, as I've said, unapologetically, we wish to engage with China. We do not wish to see prevent its rise. We wish to welcome China's rise. But I think in the way that the right honourable gentleman described is absolutely right. China must live up to the obligations and responsibilities that come with that status.
Florence Sessions-Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Foreign Secretary, in your statement you mentioned that the UK will not look away when it comes to the people of Hong Kong. The Hong Kong protest movement has been driven by disenfranchised young people who just want representation, and that can only happen if there's democratic reform. As a co-signatory to the joint declaration, the UK government has a duty to hold China accountable to the promise they made on this issue. So will you call on the Hong Kong government to enact political reform and give the Hong Kong's people universal suffrage?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady? I agree with her. I made it clear in the House of Commons on the 26th of September 2019, my first debate on Hong Kong. So I welcome her support for the position of the government. Of course, the bottom line is we can't force China. No one is seriously suggesting, I think, that we can, through coercive measures, do so. What we must do is build up a groundswell of international support based on standing up for principle and rights and the rules of the international system to persuade China that it will be bad for China, bad for Hong Kong, and bad for its own aspirations for it to continue down this path.
26 not here, 27 withdrawn, 28 withdrawn, 29 Weir Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the spirit of solidarity across the benches in this House on this issue, can I pay tribute to a previous MP for Bath and the last Governor of Hong Kong, Lord Patten, for all he has done for the people of Hong Kong and continues to do. One of my constituents was born in Hong Kong before 1997, but for one reason or another, his parents never applied for a BNO passport. Can he ensure that those who are eligible but have so far not been a BNO passport holder can now apply for one?
Yeah, here.
Foreign Secretary.
Honourable Lady, of course that's something that we'll look at, and I agree with her in paying tribute to the Noble Lord and the other place Lord Patten for all the work he did in relation to the handover and as the last Governor, and of course what we want to do, and I think it's true across the House from all the different parties, live up to the responsibilities we made at the time.
Speaker, isn't it most unlikely that China will step back from its actions at this stage, because what they're doing is a projection of political power struggles at the top of the Communist Party? And if he believes, as I do, that that is possible, will he agree with me that it's therefore necessary for the government to prepare to permanently welcome a broader scope of people to the UK, and with them their capital, so they can be permanently established here where we're still free?
Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend, and I pay tribute because I know he stands for the cause of liberty wherever it may be, and I've always been shoulder to shoulder with him, and I'm glad to be so again. I think in relation to people of Hong Kong, we've set out, I think, a very principled and generous approach. If you look at the numbers potentially involved, you're talking about over 300,000 holders of BNO passports, in terms of those eligible, close to 3 million. And so I think the UK, in the terms that I've described, is doing its bit. But we also need to work with our wider international partners who have significant Hong Kong communities, significant stake and interest in Hong Kong, to make sure that that is a broader international response. He's right to exude some scepticism about whether China will row back, but I think we've got to give it every opportunity, even if it's only a marginal one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Foreign Secretary in standing full square behind the people of Hong Kong. I believe our economic standing is enhanced rather than diminished when Britain stands up for human rights across the world. But does he accept that we would be less susceptible to accusations of hypocrisy if the Foreign Secretary would condemn the words and actions of President Trump in saying, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, and last night using tear gas to clear peaceable Black Lives Matters demonstrators?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I understand the concern. Anyone that's watched those distressing pictures in relation to George Floyd, or indeed the wider protests and violence across America, we all want to see America come together, not tear itself apart. I just gently say to the Honourable Lady, there is a federal review of what has often been state action underway, and there is charges already being brought in relation to the lead perpetrator, and therefore I think, and I'm not sure she was trying to do this, I'd be a bit careful about the moral equivalence between what's happening in the United States, however sobering and troubling it is, and what's happening in China.
Stephen Crowd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his statement today. I'd like to ask him where he thinks the United Nations are with this issue. The democratic freedoms of the people of Hong Kong are enshrined in international law and an international treaty lodged at the UN. But given what my right honourable friend said a few moments ago about the way China uses its negative influence to try to silence other countries, does he regard the UN as a lost cause when it comes to defending the people of Hong Kong? Because what we should be seeing right now is a UN special envoy being put in place to help lead the international effort.
Foreign Secretary.
Thank my right honourable friend, and I pay tribute to the work that he's been doing, I know, with other parliamentarians on this subject. I think he's right to press for what we're doing in the UN. There are, of course, some inherent limitations on what we can do in relation to a permanent member with the veto that comes with it in the Security Council. We have raised it in the UN Security Council, although there are all sorts of challenges, as the Honourable Lady has described. We've raised China's behaviour in the past in relation to human rights in the Human Rights Council, and fundamentally I do think it's important, and this is why we've framed our response in the way that we have, in order to garner as much support in the United Nations and equivalent bodies as possible, to base this on principle, to base it on international law, and to base it on the UN's own international covenant on civil and political rights. That is, it seems to me, the surest way to build up the groundswell of support within the UN that he's described.
Tamanjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Hong Kong people are rightly relying on us to show solidarity at this point, especially when Hong Kong police have used extreme force against pro-democracy protesters, including the use of rubber bullets, pepper spray and tear gas. Is the Foreign Secretary concerned about this, and what precise steps has he taken to help avert this in the future?
Secretary.
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman? He picks up on a point that has been raised by a number of colleagues. I am absolutely concerned about it. I raised the issue with Carrie Lam, the Chief Executive of Hong Kong. First time I spoke to her back in August. We've consistently raised it since. There is the independent, so-called independent police complaints council that is in place. We've got serious concerns about its independence. I think that is what has fueled the remarks by the Honourable Lady, the Shadow Foreign Secretary. Of course, though, as the Honourable Gentleman I think will recognise, there are limits to what we can in practice do to force or to require either China or the authorities in Hong Kong to see sense on some of this. The way we will do it is to exercise our soft power, our influence, and building up a groundswell of support, and the best way to achieve that is based on principle, including human rights and international law.
Tim Lawton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 million Tibetans killed by Chinese oppression, 2 million Uyghurs now incarcerated in re-education concentration camps, and now 7.5 million Hong Kong citizens about to see their civil liberties and freedom of expression snuffed out. I acknowledge and applaud his strong statement, but closer to home, does he not share my concern that a country with such a flagrant disregard of human rights is buying and bullying influence on British campuses, British schools and British boardrooms?
Secretary.
He's absolutely right to raise the point of principle that we must be very mindful, I think across campuses and universities and generally in relation to China and otherwise, to protect the freedom of expression and the freedom of speech that we are now jealously guarding for the people of Hong Kong. And he's right to raise the point about concerns around undue influence by that effectively trails back to the Chinese government. That is something we were actively looking at.
35 not here. Andrew Bullock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the very fact that we're debating here today and the House seems to be speaking as one voice will send a very strong message to the people of Hong Kong of our support for them at this time. Can I ask my right honourable friend, with the postponement of the G7, when the Prime Minister plans to raise this issue with President Xi?
Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? He's absolutely right. I mean, we'll raise this as we have raised it consistently with the Chinese government at every level. Of course, to the extent that they're willing to engage. I think the important point is to engage with China to the extent that we can on these very specific points and the specific basis that I've set out. Of course, China just looks the other way and wants to ignore and flout not just international law, but international opinion. Of course, there are going to be consequences for its own ambitions in the world.
Listen to us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary has talked about the potential to extend to BNO passport holders the right to stay in the UK for an extendable period for 12 months. Can I ask him what would happen after this 12 months and what specific discussions he's had with his colleagues at the Home Office and what rights will be extended to their dependents?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable lady? Well, the purpose of offering extendable periods of 12 months is that there'll be no guillotine that comes down. It allows BNO passport holders to come here. We're removing the 6-month limitation. They can apply to work and study, and that will itself create a path to citizenship. I've been engaged with the Home Secretary and indeed other ministers since last September, looking at the detail. There's further consideration that we're doing to it, and of course it's about giving effect as effectively as possible to those rights, but also doing it in the most straightforward way and swift way that we possibly can.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
The Foreign Secretary is right to suggest that the national security legislation has a sense of inevitability about it. Will he therefore go further and make it clear to Hong Kongers that they will always be welcome here, that the government regards them as a potential boon and not a burden, and in so doing make it very clear that post-Brexit we are global Britain and not little England?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I entirely share that spirit. As someone whose father and their family, to the extent that they were able to, came here as refugees, I think this country has a proud tradition of standing up as a haven for those that flee persecution. I know the Home Secretary feels the same way, and we absolutely intend to live up to our responsibilities, not just as a matter of obligation, but because that is what the British people do at their very best.
Catherine McKim.
Thank you. The Foreign Secretary has rightly made the government and our collective concerns known about the erosion of autonomy and democratic rights in Hong Kong. I've listened very carefully to his responses today, but could he say more specifically what consideration he's given to our future trading relationship with China in the event that it continues down this very troubling path?
Secretary.
The honourable lady, she raises a perfectly good point. We'll talk with all of our international partners about this. Of course, China's size and its scale and its potential growth means it has asymmetric economic power in this regard. But of course, what we're not going to do is just turn a blind eye. I've set out the measures, and we will look very carefully with our wider partners about what further action that we could take. What we want to try and do is engage with China and moderate its conduct. And so I think that will be the lodestar, if you like, for the action that we take and that we try and galvanise the international community to take.
Rob Butler.
The Foreign Secretary's statement standing up for the people of Hong Kong is very welcome, not least given our historic ties and responsibilities. Will my right honourable friend outline to the House what action he's taking with other members of the Commonwealth to combat the proposed actions of the Chinese government?
Secretary.
Thank my honourable friend. Well, we've spoken, I spoke last night to my opposite number from New Zealand and Australia and Canada, along with the Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. But that is, I think, the starting point, not the point of arrival. We've got to make sure we build this up into a broader groundswell. I think that working with Five Eyes European partners is important, but I spoke to both within the Commonwealth and outside. I spoke to my Japanese opposite number this morning, and we've got to try and make this as broader group as possible, based on a like-minded attachment to the principles and adherence to international law.
41 withdrawn. Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I very much thank my right honourable friend and indeed the Home Secretary for the steps they're taking to support BNO passport holders. China has an appalling track record when it comes to the rights of Christians and other faith groups. And there is growing concern amongst church leaders in Hong Kong in light of the recent developments. So what assessment has he made of the particular threat to Christians there, and will he ensure everything possible is done to defend the right of belief, worship and freedom of speech in Hong Kong?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? By the way, he's absolutely right to pay tribute to the work of the Home Office and indeed the Home Secretary, who has assiduously been working on this with my department and others for months. We will stand up for freedom of religion and freedom of expression wherever it stands and whichever minority or group is seeking to avail themselves of it. That is a point of principle, that's what we're about, and that applies to Christian minorities, it applies to the Uyghur Muslims as well, and we do have, of course, the Honourable Member for Gillingham, the Prime Minister's Special Envoy, specifically dedicated to working around the world on this issue.
McCarthy.
Okay. As the Foreign Secretary has acknowledged, it isn't just concern about what's happening in Hong Kong, it's the treatment of the Uyghur Muslims, it's Falun Gong practitioners, it's what's happening not just in terms of human rights abuses in Tibet, but the terrible environmental destruction that is going on there too. But the Foreign Secretary mentioned the asymmetric economic power of China, and he also implied that basically China's refusal to engage on human rights dialogue means that they can get away with doing whatever they want. Is that really the case?
Secretary.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady? And I understand the spirit with which she's asked her question, and I think she makes some important points, that the asymmetric economic size and growth of China is a fact, unless someone wishes to dispute it. I think the important thing that we can do is engage with China as it rises and as it wishes to take up the mantle of being a leading member of the international community, trying to shape the rules of the international system, which is undoubtedly trying to do. You look at the number of elections it runs in international organisations, working with our partners to say, I'm sorry, unless you're willing to live up to the very obligations and responsibilities that come with that role, you won't get the kind of support that will allow you to realise those aspirations. I have had previous conversations with State Councillor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi on this subject. I will continue to engage with him as constructively as possible at any moment in time. But of course, it requires the Chinese government to be willing to engage on their side as well.
David Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my right honourable friend on his exemplary approach to this crisis so far. Will he recognise, not least from our exchanges this morning, that he has the chance to unite the House and the country behind a complete reset of our approach, recognising that the Chinese government is implacably hostile to our democracy, to our values and to our global interests, and that government policy should in future reflect that sobering but I think realistic analysis?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank my right honourable friend? He's right to say that the action in relation to Hong Kong and in other areas is opposed to our values as well as our interests, and I certainly welcome the fact that we have a cross-party, it feels to me, groundswell of consensus on this issue, because we are stronger when we are bigger than the sum of our parts, and we're more effective in getting our message across. We've now got to translate that into the wider international community.
I applaud the Foreign Secretary for what he said today. He's been very, very reasonable. And as the right honourable gentleman just said, I think he's got the whole House behind him. I just want more oomph from him, a bit more sort of vim, a bit more determination, because these are really important principles that the rule of law around the world must hold. And so I want to say to him, please, 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 bring forward the blasted Magnitsky regulations, which he proposed when he was sitting in that seat back there. I want him to bring them back to the dispatch box, not in weeks and months and years, but in days and hours.
Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I am going to do my level best to get this before the House, before the summer recess. He, I hope, is most understanding, would recognise that we've had one or two other things which have displaced focus. Well, the government hasn't been enforced. I haven't been Foreign Secretary for 2 years, the honourable lady saying, from a sedentary position. So we will get on with it. I share his restlessness to deliver it, and I look forward to his support when we do.
A bit more.
Thank you. I really do welcome my right honourable friend's statement. This country has long and historic ties with Hong Kong, and we must take this relationship extremely seriously. Can my right honourable friend assure me that we continue to stand up for British nationals overseas in Hong Kong, who will see their freedoms curtailed by Beijing if this law is passed?
I thank the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend, and I totally agree with him. And what we've tried to do is proceed at the right moment, in the right way, with the generosity of spirit that I think defines this country at its very finest, and which will practically reach out and show those people in Hong Kong that if China follows through on this, they can come to the warm embrace of this country, and we will make the practical arrangements, and of course they're not straightforward, to make sure we give effect to those aspirations.
David Lynn. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. People in this House have rightly made note of the fact that we must protect freedom of expression and assembly. And June the 4th would normally see people marking the Tiananmen anniversary, but the authorities in Hong Kong don't seem to be allowing that to go ahead. What representations is the British government making that would allow people to mark the Tiananmen anniversary and do so in a socially distant way to allow that freedom of expression and assembly?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I think the authorities in Hong Kong have today confirmed that they will not allow the Tiananmen commemoration, which has typically taken place for many years. I think, in fairness, they are explaining that on grounds of coronavirus, but I do share the concerns that he's expressed within the wider context that we see. So it is worrying, it is disturbing, and we will continue to raise all of those points, whether it's on the issue he's raised, BNO passports, the national security law, the new legislation on national anthem, and frankly the wider panoply of measures that China is taking.
Jerome May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome my right honourable friend's explanation of the government's position and his recognition of the growing list of acts of intimidation, authoritarianism and expansionism by the Communist Party of China. But is this announcement an individual response to an isolated incident or part of a wider reappraisal of our foreign policy towards China? Does my right honourable friend think that the long-applied and hopeful policy of positive engagement with China is not having the desired outcome? And if so, how should this approach change?
Foreign Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. Look, I certainly agree that there are huge challenges in engagement with China across a whole suite of issues, from cyber through to intellectual property theft, and of course the people of Hong Kong. We've said throughout that we're not seeking to contain China as a matter of dogmatic strategy. We are seeking to engage with them. There are also opportunities in the relationship on trade, on climate change, with some of the green technology that they're capable of innovating, but also given their role as a major emitter. And what we want to try and do is engage to accentuate those opportunities and mitigate the risks involved. I think the issue with Hong Kong is different. It's a point of principle, relates to the historic ties that on all sides of the House we've all referred to, and that is why we set out the full detail. But we are going to stand by in this relationship that we have and continue to seek to engage, as difficult as it may be, but we're also going to be absolutely clear. If China flouts international law or those wider values or principles that we hold dear, we will stand up and act on that. And equally, we will defend the key equities we have in this country, whether it's intellectual property theft or in relation to telecoms.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I was contacted by a constituent who's an overseas student at St Andrews University. He did not apply for a BNO passport at the time of the original offer because he was a toddler and his parents did not apply on his behalf. So I welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement, but there are many Hong Kong citizens who, like my constituent, did not receive a BNO passport in the first place and miss out. Will he consider the proposal put forward by my right honourable friend for Orkney and Shetland in his Hong Kong bill, which I co-sponsored, which would offer a pathway to citizenship for all Hong Kong citizens?
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, lady. I think we need to be realistic about quite the entire volume that we would be able in this country to credibly and responsibly absorb. So I don't think we can have this debate without acknowledging that at all. The fact is, though, we've got a historic set of responsibilities set out, as I set out earlier, and we will live up to them. I think in relation to the particular case that she referred to, she should perhaps get in contact with my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, and see what further can be done around the eligibility point that she raised.
Gary Shambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had little hope, but all the faith in you to get me in at 50. Mr. Speaker, Hong Kong its autonomy and freedoms has allowed it to become so successful and prosperous. And so does he share my concern that the new national security law will create grave danger to that prosperity and Hong Kong's international standing?
Secretary.
Thank you, my honourable friend. I think that on all sorts of grounds, standing, economic, that China's actions in this regard are entirely self-defeating, as well as flouting the responsibilities it's got for the people of Hong Kong and indeed the international commitments it's made. I entirely agree with the Honourable Gentleman.
We now have a 5-minute suspension and we'll be coming back at 12:56.
That's 10 minutes. Sorry.
5 minutes.
Sorry. Yeah.
Order, order. We now come to the ministerial statement. Secretary of State for Health, Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with permission, I'd like to make a statement on coronavirus. Thanks to the collective determination and resolve of the nation, we are winning this battle. We've flattened the curve, we've protected the NHS, and together we've come through the peak. Yesterday, I was able to announce that the level of daily deaths is lower than at any time since lockdown began on the 23rd of March. And today's ONS data show that the level of excess mortality is also lower than at any time since the start of the lockdown, falling on a downward trend. ONS reports 12,288 all-cause deaths in England and Wales in the week ending the 22nd of May, and this is down from 14,573 in the previous week. This latest figure is still above the average for this time of year, and we must not relent in our work to drive it down, but it is now broadly in line with what we might typically see during the winter. We never forget that each of these deaths represents a family that will never be the same again, and Mr. Speaker, this House mourns each one. Mr. Speaker, we are moving, though, in the right direction, but this crisis is very far from being over, and we're now at a particularly sensitive moment in the course of the pandemic. We must proceed carefully and cautiously as we work to restore freedom in this country, taking small steps forward and monitoring the result, being prepared to pause in our progress if that is what public safety requires. So today I'd like to update the House on two important aspects of the action we're taking. First, NHS Test and Trace is now operational, and this means that we've updated our public health advice. Since the start of the crisis, we've said to people that you must wash your hands and self-isolate if you have symptoms and follow the social distancing rules. All of these remain incredibly important, but there's a new duty, and it is a duty, that we now ask and expect of people. If you have symptoms, that's a fever, a new continuous cough, a change in your sense of taste or smell, if you have one of these symptoms, you must get a test. We have more than enough capacity to provide a test for anyone who needs one. And we have more than enough capacity to trace all your contacts. So to repeat, if you've got symptoms, get a test. That is how we locate, isolate, and control the virus. And by the way, I make no apology for this overcapacity. The fact that we have thousands of NHS contact tracers on standby reflects that transmission of the virus is currently low. If we were in a position where we needed to use all that capacity, it would mean that the virus was running at a higher rate, something that no one wants to see. Second, Mr. Speaker, I want to update the House on the work we're doing to understand the unequal and disproportionate way that this disease targets people, including those who are from black or minority ethnic backgrounds. This is very timely work. People are understandably angry about injustices. And as Health Secretary, I feel a deep responsibility because this pandemic has exposed huge disparities in the health of our nation. It is very clear that some people are significantly more vulnerable to COVID-19, and this is something I'm determined to understand in full and take action to address. Today I can announce that Public Health England have completed work into disparities in the risks and outcomes of COVID-19, and we have published their findings. PHE have found the following. First, as we're all aware, age is the biggest risk factor. Among those diagnosed with COVID-19, people who are 80 or older are 70 times more likely to die than those under 40. Being male is also a significant risk factor. Working-age men are twice as likely to die as working-age women. Occupation is a risk factor, with professions that involve dealing with the public in an enclosed space, such as taxi driving, at higher risk. Importantly, the data show that people working in hospitals are not more likely to catch or die from COVID-19. Diagnosis rates are higher in deprived or densely populated urban areas, and we know that our great cities have been hardest hit by this virus. And this work underlines that being black or from a minority ethnic background is a major risk factor. This racial disparity holds even after accounting for the effect of age, deprivation, region, and sex. The PHE ethnicity analysis did not adjust for factors such as comorbidities and obesity, so there is much more work to do to understand the key drivers of these disparities, the relationships between the different risk factors, and what we can do to close the gap. I want to thank Public Health England for this work. I'm determined that we continue to develop our understanding and shape our response. And I'm pleased to announce that my honourable friend, the Equalities Minister, will be leading on this work and taking it forward, working with PHE and others to further understand the impacts. We need everyone to play their part by staying alert, following the social distancing rules, isolating and getting a test if you have symptoms. We must not relax our guard, but continue to fight this virus together. That is how we'll get through this and keep driving the infection down. And I commend this statement to the House.
We now come to the Shadow Secretary of State with up to 5 minutes. Jonathan Ashworth.
I'm grateful, Mr Speaker. There have now been 56,308 excess deaths since the beginning of March, 12,500 of which are not related to COVID. But we do have one of the worst excess death rates in the world. Why does the Secretary of State think that is? And what does he believe is the cause of the non-COVID excess death rates as well? With respect to the PHE findings, which I'm pleased that are being published today, we've always known that there is a social gradient in health. The poorest and most deprived have inequality in access to healthcare and an inequality in health outcomes. What the Secretary of State has confirmed today is that COVID thrives on inequalities. Yes, indeed, Black Lives Matter, Mr Speaker, but it is surely a call to action that Black, Asian and minority ethnic people are more likely to die from COVID and more likely to be admitted to intensive care from COVID. He's seen the findings. I note that the Equalities Minister is taking work forward. But what action will be taken to minimise risk for Black, Asian and minority ethnic people? On the point about risk, there are other vulnerable groups highly at risk. He will have seen today, I'm sure, the CQC report that shows a 134% increase in deaths of people with learning disabilities. Surely it is now time to expand testing to those under 65 in receipt of adult social care. On the easing of restrictions, he said this is a sensitive moment. Well, quite, Mr Speaker. Our constituents have concerns and are looking for reassurance, particularly those in the shielding group. They really shouldn't have had to wake up on Sunday morning to find out that they could now leave the house once a day. They need clarity in details. And why weren't GPs informed in advance? We're still at around 50,000 infections a week. So can I ask him, or press him a bit further on the easing of restrictions? The biosecurity level remains at 4, but his own command paper from May 11th said that changes to lockdown must be warranted by the current alert level. And at the Sunday news conference, the Community Secretary said all the proposed easings of restrictions had been modelled and showed the R value remained below 1. That is, of course, reassuring. But will he now publish that modelling so it can be peer-reviewed? The easing of restrictions was based on tests, so I can ask him a couple of questions. First, on NHS capacity. We know the NHS has not been overwhelmed, but that has been on the back of cancelled planned surgery, delays to vital treatment, postponing of cancer screening, arguably the biggest rationing exercise in the history of the NHS. Will he now publish the total number of planned operations that have been cancelled and detail them by procedure? And as the lockdown is eased, is it his intention to step down some of that surge capacity so this backlog in clinical need can start to be tackled? On managing the virus, his tests, one of his tests is on whether we can manage the virus, but this depends on testing and tracing, as he has said. There's now capacity for over 200,000 tests, but there's still a lack of clarity about how that figure is arrived at. The UK Statistics Authority have written to him today saying that his figures are still, quote, far from complete and comprehensive, that the testing statistics still fall well short of standards in the code, and that it is not surprising that testing data is trusted. I mean, this is quite damning, I have to say, to the Secretary of State. So will he start publishing again the actual numbers of people tested? Will he stop counting tests mailed to homes as completed? Can he detail what proportion of the 200,000 tests are diagnostic PCR tests, what proportion are antibody, what proportion are surveillance? Can he tell us how many care home staff and residents have been tested? And when will he start weekly testing of all NHS staff? That is crucial for getting on top of infections in hospitals. And can he tell us what percentage of the Deloitte's run testing facilities have been sent to GPs? Now, on test and trace, this is absolutely vital to safe easing out of the lockdown. Last week, the Prime Minister told the House, or before the recess, the Prime Minister told the House that it would be world-beating and operational by yesterday. But it's not actually fully operational at a local level, is it? Can he confirm that local directors of public health have been told to prepare strategies for tracing with a deadline of the end of June? That they won't actually start receiving local individual data until next week? And many still haven't been told their allocations of the extra 300 million, nor what they can spend it on yet. When will they get those allocations? Despite this yesterday, he said test and trace is up and running. I'm not sure how we can say it is up and running when local directors of public health are still asking for this information. And will he publish the data on what percentage of infections have been contacted and how many contacts have been followed up? Will that data be published on a daily basis? Mr. Speaker, this is a crucial week given the easing of restrictions, and our constituents want reassurance and clarity. But trust has been undermined by the Dominic Cummings scandal, I'm afraid. Our constituents want to do the right thing for their loved ones and their neighbours. Can he give them those reassurances today?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I entirely agree with him that it is critical that people play their part in making sure that we continue the work of controlling this virus and driving down the number of new transmissions. I'm glad that he recognises the work that's been done, which is not really just the work of government, it's the work of all of us to get this virus under control. To answer his question specifically, he asks about the inequalities in health outcomes. He's quite right to address this subject. It's a subject that was important before we went into the coronavirus crisis, and it is even more important now. Black lives matter, and as do those of the poorest areas of our country, which have worse health outcomes, and we need to make sure that all of these considerations are taken into account and action is taken to level up the health outcomes of people across this country, because there is no more important levelling up than the levelling up of your life expectancy and the quality of health with which you live that life. He asked specifically about those with learning disabilities and autism. That testing in care homes for those of working age has continued all the way through this crisis, and we're rolling it out further. He mentions the changes to those who are in the shielding category. I was very pleased we were able to make these changes. We announced them at the weekend, and they've been very well received, especially by those who are shielding, because they're now able safely to go outside, which it's hard to underestimate, Mr. Speaker, the impact of saying to people that for 10 weeks the recommendation, medical advice, was that they shouldn't go outside. And I'm very glad we've been able to lift just slightly the restrictions on those in the shielding category. He asks also about the restart of the NHS. It is vital that we get the rest of the NHS going again. That work is underway. The expansion of cancer facilities is underway. The demand for A&E and urgent care is not as high as it was, but I look forward to the full restoration, Mr. Speaker, of our A&E facilities across the country and also in central Lancashire. He asks rightly about the NHS test and trace capability. That is up and running and working well. He asked how I can say it's working well. It's working well because thousands of people have been contacted and are being traced. Their contacts are being traced, and so the system is working. We absolutely will publish data on that. But as the letter from the chief statistician from UKSA shows this morning, it is very important that we get that data publication right. And so we will work with the UK Statistics Authority to make sure that they are happy with how we're publishing that data, to make sure that we get the data published in a reasonable and sensible way, in a way that also supports the operation of NHS Test and Trace, which we agree is an absolutely critical part of the next stage. So I commit to publishing that data and to working with the UKSA on how that data is put together. The final point in response that I'd say, Mr. Speaker, is that the goal here is to have a more targeted approach to the lockdown, so that we can carefully and cautiously lift the broader lockdown. That is what we're working to achieve, and I am very grateful for the support right across the House of our efforts to accomplish that.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by thanking the NHS and care workers in my own constituency in the Scottish Borders for working so hard to keep us healthy. The Health Secretary will be aware of the very low levels of testing taking place in Scotland, which is clearly a concern as we move into the test and isolate phase. So I wonder, given the role of the UK Government in providing test facilities in Scotland, what further assistance can the UK Government provide to the Scottish Government to help push up the testing numbers?
Well, we have supported and helped the Scottish Government throughout this, because whilst they've missed their targets in terms of test rollout of those delivered within Scotland, the UK programme out of the drive-through centres and the home test kits has also been operational in Scotland. So I work very closely with my Scottish counterparts to try to make sure that testing is as available in Scotland as it is in England, and that work is ongoing.
Sure. Ian Blackford, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today standing in for my honourable friend, the member for Central Ayrshire, who is excluded from taking part, given the removal of the hybrid parliament for now. Mr. Speaker, there are growing concerns that this Tory government is taking a cavalier approach on coronavirus by rushing to ease lockdown measures despite warnings from public health experts. There are serious questions to answer over the political decisions the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary have taken, which could increase the rate of infection and put lives at risk, or even cause a second wave of COVID-19. The Government claims to follow the science. So why have they ignored the experts who have advised against opening schools or easing lockdown further, without pausing to evaluate each step? On what basis were the decisions made to allow groups of people from 6 different houses to meet in England, to tell 2.2 million in the shielded group that they can go outside, to send people back to work in England on the 11th of May without a functioning test, trace and isolate system in place? The results from the Deloitte regional test centres are still not being reported to local public health teams. How does the Secretary of State plan to fix this, and by when? What financial support will be put in place for those so-called on to isolate as asymptomatic contacts, especially as this could happen on more than one occasion? With test and trace depending on people being willing to isolate, if told by a contract tracer, does the Secretary of State not regret that he and his Cabinet colleagues have completely shredded their own lockdown rules to protect a man who thought he was above the rules? In refusing to sack Dominic Cummings for travelling 260 miles with his wife, who was symptomatic, the Prime Minister has destroyed his own stay home and save lives message. We know that the Dominic Cummings scandal has undermined efforts to tackle the virus by eroding trust in the UK Government and its public health guidelines. And we have seen that people are breaking the rules as a result. Does the Secretary of State not recognise that the scandal has already undermined lockdown and could lead to more infections and even more deaths in the future? This is about leadership and it's about responsibility. Dominic Cummings should go, and he should go now.
Stay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to my SNP opposite number returning to be able to have a constructive discussion about how we might together tackle the virus, how we might together protect those who are shielding, who now thankfully it is safe for them to go outside based on the clinical advice, how we can ensure that the test and trace system is rolled out across the whole of the UK and how the systems can interact together and work together to protect people, especially in border areas where people may need to make journeys over the border. How we can work together as a whole country to keep this virus going down, the number of new infections going down. How we can work together to protect people and to protect our NHS. Those are the conversations that I have with the Scottish Government, indeed with my SNP opposite number here in Westminster, and those are the things that really matter.
I'm expecting to run this till 2 o'clock. Hurry up, Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will the Secretary of State join me in thanking the teachers in Worcestershire who managed to get 77% of reception classes open yesterday. But I'm told by these teachers that their schools are not large enough for them to welcome all pupils back and observe the 2-metre rule. So could he update the House on why the UK is continuing to maintain a rule that is double that recommended by the World Health Organization?
Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, we have reviewed the science on the 2-metre rule, and the challenge is that the further apart you are, the less likely the transmission of the virus. And so the 2-metre rule has guided the rules that we have in place to slow the transmission of this virus. So it isn't really the rule that presents the challenge in schools, it's trying to make sure that we ensure that all places are as safe as possible. We keep this under review, as the Prime Minister has said, and I would just congratulate schools across Worcestershire for reopening with 77% of reception classes. It's a very important step forward, and making sure that we have those the guidelines in place to be able to live with this virus whilst we bring the rate of transmission right down is so important.
Munira Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In view of the Secretary of State's statement confirming PHE's findings that being black or minority ethnic is a high-risk factor, what guidance is he providing to the NHS and social care sectors on rostering of BAME staff in high-risk COVID areas? And will his department be investigating whistleblower claims that BAME locums were disproportionately placed on the rota at Western Hospital, which has recently experienced a major outbreak?
Secretary of State.
Yes, she's right to raise Western Hospital. We've been working very hard to ensure that the local outbreak at Western has been brought under control, and that is making progress. She's also right, of course, to raise the PHE report that we published today. The critical next step is to make sure that we understand the drivers of the disparities that are seen in the data, and in particular address the question of the impact, taking into account comorbidities such as obesity and the impact of occupation, which are not taken into account in the PHE work thus far, and that's the work that my honourable friend, the Equalities Minister, will be taking forward.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. I know the worry that's been felt by the BME community during this period. I've personally felt it as many of my family members work on the front line in the NHS. So can I sincerely thank the Secretary of State for commissioning the review and continuing its work? And can he confirm that its publication was not delayed due to the sensitivity of its findings?
Secretary of State.
I can absolutely confirm that. I know my honourable friend understands this, not least because I think both of her parents are doctors, and so absolutely in the heat of this. In terms of the data publication, when I asked PHE to undertake this piece of work, I asked them to produce it by the end of May, which they did. They delivered it to me on Sunday, and we've published it and brought it to the House at the earliest opportunity.
John Crack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to the previous question, is he saying that the report by Public Health England into the wildly disproportionate level of deaths amongst ethnic minority communities was delayed, the publication was delayed purely because further work is needed on elements of it? In that case, at what point will it be published?
No, I'm not saying that. I asked Public Health England to produce this work because I was very worried by the evidence of the increased morbidity and mortality amongst black and minority ethnic communities. This work, I gave the deadline of the end of May. The work was delivered to me on Sunday at the end of May, and I considered it on yesterday and brought it to the House at the first chance.
Joe Giddey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my right honourable friend join me in thanking the British Ceramic Confederation for their work advising government on safety in the hospitality industry? A chipped plate is not COVID safe. So would he encourage the hospitality industry to buy high-quality, chip-resistant tableware from our world-class manufacturers in Stoke-on-Trent?
Yes, I would. I think that the manufacturing of pottery and chinaware in Stoke-on-Trent has long been one of the finest things of in this country, and my honourable friend is an inestimable representative, along with her two colleagues, for Stoke-on-Trent. And inestimable, exactly. I think that's what I said. And she rightly makes a case, but there's actually a broader point to it, which is that coming out of this, we are going to need many industries that work differently. The economy will not be the same on the way out as on the way in, and in many cases, that we can make changes for the better. And she absolutely is sticking up for the pottery.
McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome what the Secretary of State has said about the PHE report and the need to get to the bottom of why these racial disparities seem to be a thing. But it's not just enough to work out after the event why this has happened, why there have been so many more deaths amongst the BAME community. What is he doing to support the public health function in local authorities so that they can work with local community groups, try to identify people that be more likely to be at risk, and try to stop the illnesses and the deaths occurring in the first place?
Well, we have put extra funding into those functions, obviously, because this is a very significant crisis that demands massively more of our local public health capabilities in councils, also in the devolved administrations as they deliver local public health services on the ground. It is absolutely critical to look at these risks, but we've got to look at them in the round. We've got to look at all of the different risks. For instance, there is growing evidence of the impact of obesity on both the morbidity, i.e. the impact of COVID, and your chances of dying, and that has to be taken into account as well.
Malcolm Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know my right honourable friend feels a deep sense of responsibility for health outcomes across the United Kingdom, and not just health outcomes, but how healthcare services are delivered. Will he provide an update as to what the government is doing to support social care in Dudley, the Black Country, and the rest of the country?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to say that the ONS statistics published this morning showed that the proportion of deaths in social care is falling, the proportion of COVID deaths. And that is very good news, and I'm very grateful to all those working in social care and working in local authorities supporting those in social care in Dudley and across the country. We put in billions of pounds of extra funding, including £600 million just 10 days ago, and we've got to make sure we support social care who look after some of the most vulnerable.
Alison Thewles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've had a growing number of constituents getting in touch concerned about this PHE report and the impact on ethnic minorities of coronavirus. And the death rates of black and minority ethnic people are also connected in many ways to people who have no recourse to public funds, people who are forced out to work when it is less safe for them to do so because they're not entitled to statutory sick pay, they're in lower paid jobs, and as in the case of Belly Bajinga, less able to complain to their employers about their circumstances. So would he agree that it is one thing to say that Black Lives Matter, but quite another when he forces them out to work with no alternative?
Yeah.
Well, I think it is very important that we look at the risk factors, all risk factors, including ethnicity, but also all the risk factors that have an impact. And indeed, that is what our broad approach has been, led by our shielding programme, where those who are most vulnerable, we've said, shouldn't leave the house at all until we were able, I'm very pleased to say, this weekend to say that it is safe for them to go out as long as they stay 2 metres apart from others.
Suzanne Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Russell's Hall Hospital in Dudley serves my constituency of Stourbridge well. But as we start to admit and treat those for surgery and cancer therapy, it urgently requires capital investment to create additional wards and a freestanding facility to maintain social distancing. Would my right honourable friend join me in visiting Russell's Hall Hospital to discuss this much-needed investment, of course, to thank its staff personally for their continued compassionate and heroic efforts to protect its patients and staff from COVID-19?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Dudley Stourbridge Massive are out in force today, and I'm delighted to thank everybody at Russell's Hall for the work that they're doing. And I'm pleased to be able to confirm to my honourable friend that we are working hard to restore cancer services. Many cancer treatment services have continued, but many were not able to continue because the nature of taking somebody's defences down to close to zero, which is needed in much modern cancer therapy, is not the right thing to do when there's a killer virus about. But we are able to restore those, and I would love to come and visit, whether virtually or physically.
Let's have a Roberts.
Wales has 130,000 people considered most at risk from COVID-19, and they deserve to be better treated than being caught up in a game of cross-border political brinkmanship. His government's changes to the status of shielded people in England were announced over the English media on Sunday. What procedure is in place to co-agree such announcements in good time with the government responsible for health in Wales?
Well, I work with my Welsh opposite number, Vaughan Gething, very closely. I think he's, he and I have worked very closely indeed. I think that the approach that the Welsh Government have taken has been to work through the 4 CMOs to try to do this on the best possible way.
Douglas Ross.
Here. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Scotland has a daily testing capacity of 15,500 tests, but the Scottish Government's own figures suggest that the most recent daily testing was just 2,729. Does the Secretary of State agree that that is a woeful and alarming figure for many people in Scotland? And what further support can the UK Government give to the SNP administration at Holyrood to ensure we are not left behind as the rest of the country moves to the recovery phase?
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend is quite right to raise this, and all I can say is that we give all the support we possibly can to the Scottish Government to help them get their testing numbers up.
Tulip City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the London Borough of Brent, which forms part of my constituency, 2/3 of the communities are from a BME background. So it would come as no surprise that some areas in Brent have the 3rd highest COVID-related death in the whole of London. The Secretary of State has said that he recognises the disproportionate impact that COVID-19 has on BME communities, and he has said that Black Lives Matter. But BME communities are not just interested in slogans or empty rhetoric from us politicians. The BME communities want to know what concrete and practical steps is the Secretary of State taking right now to ensure that BME communities are protected when the lockdown is eased, so that no more people from my community's lives are lost?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is quite right to raise this and discuss it in the way that she does. In fact, in Brent, which had one of the highest impacts of this disease at the start, working with the council, we've managed to bring that incidence of disease right down and make sure, for instance, the protection of those who are living in care homes in Brent has led to the outbreak there coming right under control. So I think Brent is a very good example of where, when we saw a focused outbreak at the start of this, we put extra resources in, we put support into Brent Council, and together we've managed to get this disease under control.
Debbie Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Along with many of my constituents, I've been very concerned that the number of COVID cases identified in Ashford has been one of the highest in the country. I recognise there are complex reasons for this, but in those circumstances, can I ask my right honourable friend to fill the gap there is in the regional testing centre network in East Kent by placing one in Ashford?
Secretary of State.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm on it.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad the Secretary of State has announced the publication of the report into how COVID-19 has disproportionately affected black minority communities today, but it's taken far too long. It is because Black Lives Matter that the government must do all it can to address this disproportionality right across the UK. So can the Secretary of State update the House on what specific discussions he's had with the devolved administrations about the impact on those from black and minority backgrounds across the UK?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the report was delivered to me on Sunday, on deadline, and I've published it 2 days later. So we have been moving at pace in this space. Of course, it's a Public Health England report and therefore focuses on public health in England, and I'm sure that Public Health Wales will want to look at the same questions.
Richard Holden.
Mr. Speaker, can I congratulate the Secretary of State on hitting his targets for testing, both the 100,000 and the 200,000 target. It is indeed correct that the capacity needs to be there. We don't use the army every day, but it's important that we have it there as a resource. Locally, we have had some issues, though, in County Durham regarding some of the drive-through testing sites, and I've just asked the Secretary of State to look at that as we roll that out to ensure that we don't have those problems in the future. And
thank you very much. My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the importance of having that testing capacity there. But I would also say to all of his constituents in Durham and people right across the country that if you have those symptoms, then get a test, because the tests are available and it's so important for tracing the disease.
19 withdrawn. Natalie Alfie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that as the virus increasingly comes under control, it is vital that we begin to plan for the swift resumption in full of local and urgent healthcare, such as the minor injuries unit at Deals Victoria Hospital and other important services provided there and at Dover's Buckland Hospital?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the restoration of services across the NHS is absolutely critical. It's very important that it's done in a COVID-secure way, and it's critical that people know that the NHS is there for them. So if you need the NHS, or if you're told by a clinician to go to hospital, then please do go.
David Linden.
Since being caught double counting tests for 11 days straight now, the British government has refused to disclose how many people have been tested for coronavirus. So can the Secretary of State therefore explain how his test, trace and isolate system is well beaten if he doesn't know how many people are being tested?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Making sure that we get these statistics accurate is incredibly important. That's what we're working with the UK Statistics Authority on, and that's why it's a big piece of the work to make sure we get the publications right.
To Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's announcement and focus on the vitally important research into the risk factors of serious illness from COVID, especially the impacts of age, sex, ethnicity. And I do look forward to future research that takes into account comorbidities. This is a crucial part of the puzzle. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that we are now reaping the benefits of long-term investment into research into the NHS so we can do these studies? But in terms of going forward and understanding better the impact of comorbidities, can you give me an idea in terms of when that may report back so that we can make policy decisions based on that going forwards?
Secretary of State.
Well, this is clearly urgent work to disentangle the different factors that, that cause the disparities that are evident in the data and in the report published today. And the Minister for Equalities will be leading that work, working with Public Health England and others to get to the bottom of that as quickly as possible.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency of Luton South is super diverse with a large BAME population and has significant pockets of deprivation. Given those risks, what do I say to my constituents who tell me they simply don't believe you that it's safe to relax shielding, given the government's confused messages and apparent endorsement of breaches of public health guidance, given the lack of action taken over Dominic Cummings?
No, Mr. Speaker, that isn't the, an appropriate way to characterise the approach that we're taking, because when it comes to people who are shielding, we have recommended that people shield for their own protection, and when the clinical advice says that it is safe for people to go outside, because the incidence of disease is now lower than when we brought in the shielding policy, then I think, well, I know that many of the shielded are so pleased to be able just to go outside. It's had a huge impact on them, and they've given up a great sacrifice.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend for ensuring that Raker and Cleveland is at the forefront of the government's new Test, Track and Trace programme? What assessment has he made of how Track and Trace will allow us to reduce social distancing in the weeks ahead from 2 metres to 1 metre as per the WHO guidance?
Secretary of State.
Well, the success of Test, Track and Trace is a critical part of making sure that we have a more targeted approach to lockdown so that we can reduce the broader lockdown safely. And that is what the building of the system is about, having more targeted interventions so we can reduce, when it's safe to do so, the broader interventions that everybody's been having to live under.
Chris Bryant.
I've been sitting here desperately trying to give the benefit of the doubt to the government because we're in a national crisis. But I have to reflect the fury that my constituents have reflected to me on Facebook and in emails about the Dominic Cummings situation. I know the Minister will want to shrug it off and will want to move on, but I have to say to him, it has been absolute fury. People think that there is one rule for the government and their friends and another rule for everybody else, and they have made massive sacrifices, and they feel that the government isn't standing by them. Please reflect that back to the government.
State.
I think the most important thing as we go forward and try to tackle this together is that the social distancing guidelines that we've set out are critical for the safety of the nation. We are able safely to make small changes which will improve health because of the negative impact on people's physical and mental health of being solely shut indoors. And therefore it is crucial that people follow the social distancing guidelines, and that will in turn help us to lift these measures more broadly.
Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my right honourable friend is aware, my constituency of Kensington has some of the most extreme health inequalities in the country. The difference in average life expectancy for men is more than 16 years between the richest and the poorest ward. Will my right honourable friend assure me that practical, concrete steps will be taken to alleviate these inequalities?
Secretary of State.
Yes, absolutely. And I think my honourable friend eloquently puts it, that there is levelling up to do, not just between different parts of the country and different regions of the country, but even within individual constituencies. And hers, of course, is one of the greatest examples of this, as are some of the other inner city constituencies and boroughs. But the levelling up of health inequalities across the country, I think, is going to be an even more important part of the agenda after coronavirus than it was before.
Christine Jarvis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The number of cases and deaths is falling, but a number of health officials, including the Association of Directors of Public Health, say they are not convinced that all 5 of the government's tests have been met sufficiently to ease lockdown restrictions. As of this morning, we hear that Test and Trace is up and running, but there are no figures available. So would the Secretary of State accept that, given that easing the restrictions is risky, you could in fact argue that having us all here discussing it is risky, that there has been, according to my mailbox, an undermining of public confidence in the government's approach by the Dominic Cummings scandal? What additional metrics will the government be using to monitor and contain transmissions, and how do they suggest that we reassure the public that they are effective in being followed by everyone?
Well, she's quite right to ask the devices that we need for monitoring. Of course, there are through the public health authorities, there are already extensive operations in place to monitor outbreaks, and we've spotted some outbreaks, as per her colleague who discussed the outbreak in Weston-super-Mare. But she's also right to say that more is needed here, and the new Joint Biosecurity Centre will be an important part of that operation.
Teresa Phillips.
It's deeply distressing to see the toll that this disease has taken on people from black and minority ethnic backgrounds. It's also really worrying that so many transport workers have fallen foul of this disease. And in London, many of them come from minority ethnic backgrounds. So will he urgently engage with transport companies and authorities across the country to keep our transport workers safe, especially from BME communities?
Mr. Speaker, this is an incredibly important point because it is absolutely true that there's been a disproportionate impact on transport workers, in particular those who by the nature of their work have to be in close contact with others, for instance taxi drivers. This factor was not taken into account in the PHE analysis, and it's exactly what we mean when we say we've got to understand what are the different causes of the disparities in the data of the impact according to people's ethnic background, because disentangling how much of it is due to occupation and how much is due to other factors is a very important part of the analysis that we need to undertake in order then to be able to take action, for instance, protecting those who work in the transport sector.
Okay. Mary Kelly-Ford.
Mr. Speaker, public health professionals I've spoken to tell me that the success of the government's track and trace system is limited by the turnaround of up to 5 days for coronavirus test results. Yep. This delay is severely impacting the ability of public health teams to prevent onwards transmission and protect the population from the virus. Does the Secretary of State recognise this problem? And if so, can I ask how he plans to achieve a 24-hour turnaround for every test, and when will this be achieved by?
Yes, she's quite right, and to report the views of the local public health staff who are right to raise this question. I'm very pleased to say that the turnaround speed has been significantly improved over the last couple of weeks, and now 83% of tests are returned from the drive-through centres within 24 hours. So there's continued work to speed that up and to get that proportion even higher, and the Prime Minister has very kindly set me a goal of making sure that all tests from the drive-through centres are returned within 24 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My veteran friend will be aware of the excellent work taking place at Colchester and Ipswich hospitals, working in partnership with local independent providers to increase capacity for dealing with non-COVID cases, such as cancer, for example. Can you say what more can we do to increase capacity with the independent sector so that we really bear down on the backlog in elective surgery?
This is an incredibly important point because this backlog has, of course, built up as we had to protect the NHS in the heat of the crisis. And the independent sector has played a critical role in helping us get through the crisis, and will play a critical role in the future. And I think it's put to bed any lingering outdated arguments about a split between public and private in healthcare. What matters is the healthcare that people get, and we could not have got through this crisis without the combined teamwork of the public and private sectors working together.
Very good.
Professor Newton spoke today of the vital importance of increasing serology to tackle the virus. Capillary blood from finger prick tests has long been used to test and control viruses from measles to dengue fever. So can the Secretary of State explain why the MHRA guidance asked providers of finger prick tests to stop offering this service? Can he point to any published scientific data that suggests a clinical difference between capillary and venous blood? And if not, why is he blocking the serology rollout that Professor Newton considers so important?
Yes, I think it is. Firstly, serology tests are very important, and I'm glad that we're now doing over 40,000 a day. Given that they first got approval only 2 weeks ago, I think that's been a fantastic effort by the NHS and social care to get the rollout going out so quickly. Secondly, fingerprint tests would be a big step forward, and we are currently assessing the clinical validity of a number of fingerprint tests, because a bad test is worse than no test at all, and I'm sure he'll agree with that.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree with me? This outbreak has taught us the importance of investing in domestic PPE manufacturing. which would increase our supply chain, and that South Yorkshire towns and villages with textile heritage like Thurcroft in Rother Valley are the prime locations for the new PPE facilities?
Secretary of State.
Yes, absolutely. I congratulate my honourable friend not only on his new beard, but also on his support for the Rother Valley. And he's absolutely right that domestic manufacture of PPE is one of the most important things that we could be doing right now, and we're pushing it incredibly hard with the support of Lord Paul Dayton.
Catherine McKinnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the Secretary of State that retaining the public's trust is absolutely crucial if we are going to tackle this virus. But that trust needs to be earned and it needs to be honoured. And I want to put on record my constituents' deep frustration at the government's response to Dominic Cummings breaking the rules. But, Secretary of State, there are deeply felt fears among doctors, nurses, frontline health professionals about coming out of lockdown too quickly and all of that sacrifice that so many people have made going to waste. We know that some people are asymptomatic and could be spreading the virus unchecked. So how will test, track and trace work for those people if they are not being tested?
Secretary of State.
Well, she's absolutely right to say that we must move cautiously and carefully. They weren't the exact words, but I'm putting them in her mouth and she's nodding in agreement, because we must not lose all of the advantages, all of the progress that we've made, because while the number of people sadly dying from this disease is down to almost a tenth of what it was at the peak, that is still far too high. The test and trace is going to be a critical part of this. And the precise answer to the question she asked about testing is that if you are contacted by an NHS contact tracer and asked to self-isolate, you should do so. And that period of 2 weeks of self-isolation is the time in which, if you were going to get symptoms and pass on the disease, you would. And therefore, that is what breaks the chain. It's the isolation on instruction from the NHS that is the thing that breaks the chain, and that is the power of the NHS test and trace programme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by thanking my right honourable friend for moving so swiftly to make the Bet365 Stadium in Stoke-on-Trent a regional testing centre, after hearing the case from Councillor Abby Brown, the leader of Stoke-on-Trent City Council, and myself. This is going to allow many of my constituents in Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork rapid and easy access to these vital tests to help drive R further down still. Can he confirm to the House that these regional test sites will remain in place for as long as is needed to ensure we remain able to continue an effective test and trace strategy?
Secretary of State.
Yes, I can, Mr. Speaker. The voice of Stoke-on-Trent is strong today.
Patrick Grader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to join all the tributes to the public health workers in my constituency that are helping to fight this virus. And when we hear the Secretary of State sing the praises of public and private partnership, I hope he won't be using this crisis as an opportunity to increase privatisation and profiteering in the NHS through the back door. And if it is proving such a success, can he explain why the Deloitte Regional Test Centre results are still not being provided to the local public health authorities?
The drive-through centres are an absolutely classic example of the public and private sectors working in a team spirit, and I just wish that people wouldn't try to drive teams apart. Because it's a combination of the diagnostics companies, private companies that provide the tests, Boots and Deloitte who provided the logistics, the armed forces without whom we couldn't have made this happen right across Great Britain, and of course the NHS and Public Health England and the relevant Scottish authorities that have made it happen. I'll look into the specific data point that he raises, but I want to congratulate all those involved, no matter their employment status, and I would just urge him and others to back the team.
Craig Whittaker.
Mr. Speaker, despite couples sat together 1 minute, one of them taken away in an ambulance the next, not being able to see their partner in hospital, not being able to see their partner in the Chapel of Rest, and if you live in Calderdale, you couldn't even pay your last respects at the crematorium either. And despite grandparents not seeing newborns for 10 weeks, or indeed the grandchildren, on the whole, people have made huge sacrifices to maintain the lockdown and the government's public health message. Can my right honourable friend advise, therefore, if an assessment has been done on what, if any, damage has been done to the government's public health message by the actions of the Prime Minister's Special Advisor?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The critical thing is that, given the sacrifices that my honourable friend lists and that are heartfelt, that as a nation we have the resolve to see this through. We can see that the number of cases is coming right down. We can see that the number of people dying is coming right down, and we've got to see the back of this disease. We are not there yet.
Afzal Khan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the disproportionately negative impact the COVID-19 is having on BME men and women, has the Secretary of State given any consideration to the additional risk the reopening of schools will have on this community? And what discussion has he had with the Department for Education about the concerns around BME children returning to school, particularly amongst parents, and what steps are being taken to mitigate these concerns directly?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable gentleman is quite right to ask this question in the sensitive manner in which he does. Of course, I've had discussions with my colleague, the Secretary of State for Education, and both of us have taken clinical advice on the decisions around schools. I wouldn't support the changes and the reopening of the schools if I didn't think they were safe. One of the reasons to bring in 3 years in the first instance in primary school is to ensure that there is the physical space that my honourable friend spoke about earlier. We've got to be careful, cautious and sensitive, especially to the needs of those who might be disproportionately affected. We've got to do the research to get to the bottom of why.
Sir Olney.
A great deal of work has been done by local policing teams in Richmond and Kingston to inform my elderly constituents about the risk of scams, both online and over the telephone. What shall I tell my constituents to look for if they are contacted by a contact tracer before disclosing personal data?
She's absolutely right to raise this, Mr. Speaker, and it appalls me that people would try to raise a scam in response to this mission-critical national project of NHS Test and Trace. NHS contact tracers will never ask for your personal financial information. They will never ask you to pay for anything, and they will never disclose your personal medical information. And if any of those things start to happen on a call, then it is not a call from NHS Test and Trace. We've worked closely with the National Cyber Security Centre to ensure that we get the script right and that we protect against these risks, and she's quite right to raise it.
Caroline Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Dr. David Flavell, the Scientific Director of Leukemia Busters, has sent a face mask to every Cabinet member, every shadow Cabinet member, and indeed the entire Health Select Committee. I hope my right honourable friend has received his, but can I ask whether the government will be considering upgrading their advice on the use of face masks from recommended to mandatory?
I haven't received mine, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to. And if she could ask her constituent let's try to find it wherever it's got to in the system. It might be in the bowels of the Department for Health somewhere, and I'll go and dig it out. This is an unfortunate. Anyway, the serious point is that face coverings are important, especially in areas where you might come into contact with people who you wouldn't otherwise frequently see, like on public transport or in some shops. I'll look into the issue that she raises.
Lucy Powell.
I would rather be in sunny Manchester being cautious and careful today than here today, but nonetheless. Can I ask the Secretary of State, does he agree with me that public confidence is absolutely critical in this next phase of dealing with the virus? And there's no doubt that confidence has taken a plummet over the last few weeks. And does he agree with me that in order to restore that confidence, we really now do need a great deal more transparency about the test, track and trace, numbers, who's been contacted, so that people really do feel that if they were contacted, that their action would follow?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if it's sunny in Manchester, it really must be hot. Coming from the northwest myself, I know how much it rains in that part of the world. I've completely lost my train of thought. The point that she raises, though, is a very important one about test and trace. Subject to patient confidentiality, which I take very seriously, of course we will be publishing data on the test and trace system. We'll be working with the UK Stats Authority on the best way to do that. I spoke to David Norgrove earlier today and had the conversation about that and about how our teams should work together to make sure that we can publish it in the right, appropriate way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the progress that has been made on testing, but I have a specific case of a care home in my constituency which caters for people with disabilities. Because the residents are typically under 65 and don't have dementia, they don't have access to testing in the same way other care homes do. Could the Secretary of State look into this case?
Yes, of course I will, and I'll get back to my honourable friend.
Kate Green.
The Secretary of State will know of the exceptionally high rate of infection in the northwest, and he will also be aware that local authorities like mine say that the peak of demand for social care has not yet been reached and will actually hit later on in the summer. In order to facilitate both transparent information to the public and good capacity for local planning, will he commit to regular publication of the R value on a regional basis?
Secretary of State. We regularly publish the R value on a national basis, and we're increasing the scope of our surveillance testing regime to be able to increase the detail around that. That's one of the key tasks for the weeks ahead.
Jason McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With track and tracing now being rolled out, if there happens to be localised increases again in the rate of infections, localised second waves, to what level would the Secretary of State recommending bringing back localised restrictions? Would it be at a county level, a town level, a council level, a village level, or even a street level?
Mr. Speaker, the answer is needs must. It's whatever is necessary to bring any local outbreak under control. We'll take local action with local directors of public health using all the information that we have, whether it's a highly localised level, more broadly, or on an institution basis, for instance, around a school, care home or hospital, if that's what it takes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic has exacerbated mental health conditions and made it harder for people to access appropriate mental health services in many cases. This morning I received an email from a constituent whose child has a severe psychiatric condition exacerbated by COVID, who has been in our local hospital for 6 weeks waiting for a specialist bed and is now hoping that there might be a bed in Birmingham from North Paddington. What can the Secretary of State do to make sure that urgent mental health conditions like that are responded to?
Yes, Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is quite right to raise this issue. Mental health services, especially for less severe mental ill health, have in fact been in some ways strengthened by the crisis because the extent of psychiatric support online, which in some cases we've discovered has been more effective than face-to-face, especially around paediatrics. But of course that isn't the case in all areas, and especially with some of the more severe conditions like the one that she outlines. I'm very happy to look into the individual case, and we're doing everything we can to restore services safely and COVID secure so that people can get access to the services that they need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my right honourable friend for the guidance as we move through the phases of lockdown. But can he reassure my constituents in North Devon that it is not too soon for our beaches to be used safely, provided that people are maintaining social distancing?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we've learned a lot about this virus over the past 3 or 4 months. We've learned, for instance, that asymptomatic transmission is a very significant problem and a challenge. But one of the things that we've learned on the other side of the ledger is that transmission outside is much, much lower than indoors. It's not risk-free, but it's much lower, and that means that we are able to do things like recommend that being on the beach is one of the lower risk activities, but do still keep 2 metres apart because that makes it because that is what the guidelines say is safe. So I'm delighted that the beaches, the beautiful beaches of North Devon, are once again providing the pleasure to families, to local families, so that they can really enjoy the weather.
Tony Ananazzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State, Tegan Appleby has been in intensive care twice in the last 10 weeks because her family were unable to pay for the medical cannabis that they needed to keep her alive. The families of these epileptic children have been put on a back burner by Brexit, a general election and now COVID. The sums of money we are talking about are tantamount to what his department spends on paperclips. Will the Secretary of State make a call to NHS England immediately and right this wrong?
Well, as the Honourable Lady knows, this is an area that I've put significant effort into trying to resolve. We have made some progress. I'm sorry to hear about the conditions that she describes, and I'll ask the Minister for Public Health to take this forward immediately afterwards.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I congratulate my right honourable friend on getting the track and trace system up and running. In Barrow-in-Furness, our shipyard employs around 10,000 people, but we're going to struggle to gain the confidence of both the community and those workers as they begin returning their workforce back, unless we can demonstrate that we are tracking and isolating infections. So can my right honourable friend confirm that his department will be working with large employers like mine to make sure that actually that confidence can be built back in the community and back in the workforce?
Yes, absolutely, and the work in Barrow-in-Furness is incredibly important, not least because at an earlier stage in the crisis there was a higher degree of number of people tested. That's tested positive. That's partly because there were so many tests in Barrow-in-Furness, and that itself is a testament to the local health authorities who worked hard to make that happen. And my honourable friend, Mr. Speaker, has been an assiduous representative throughout this crisis of Barrow-in-Furness, making sure that I'm kept constantly informed of developments and the needs there.
Catherine McKinnell, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have some 25 petitions waiting to be debated in Parliament. More than 5 million signatures from the public represented in them. However, as you know, petitions debates were suspended when we moved to remote proceedings. This morning I received a disappointing response from the Leader of the House suggesting that government business will be the priority while social distancing is in place, which is likely to be some time. Petitions are a crucial means by which members of the public and backbench MPs hold the government to account, and the sacrifice in bringing us all here in person has been very real for very many people, but it cannot be entirely on the government's own terms. So can you, Mr. Speaker, advise this House what more we can do to ensure this vital route of scrutiny for the public is resumed as soon as possible?
Well, as you know, it's not a matter for the Chair. The business of the House is a matter for the Chamber to decide, and no doubt today there will be an opportunity, and I would have thought Thursday to raise it at business questions would be a good place to put it with the Leader of the House and allow him to come forward with what measures he will be putting in place, if any. Right.
Point of order.
Where did you come from, Mr. Bryan? You weren't there a minute ago. Come on in.
This is the new normal, Mr. Speaker. As you know, you, as Speaker, are defender of the liberties and freedoms of MPs. Government members and backbenchers, everybody equally. And one of the historic liberties that the Speaker has always sought is not only freedom of speech, but also the freedom to attend and participate, which is why the House in the 14th century, 16th century, 17th century and many other times has insisted that no Member of Parliament can be arrested by the Crown except on indictable offences and thereby prevented from attending Parliament. Now, the law at the moment requires, not just advises, but requires those who are shielding or who have shielding responsibilities not to leave their home and therefore not to be able to come to Parliament if they're Members of Parliament. I just wonder what your feeling is about the liberties of this House if significant numbers of our members are prevented from participating in debate or in divisions by virtue of the decisions of the government.
What I would say is my sympathy is with those people who are shielding or of a certain age who cannot attend that House. I've been very clear and put that on the record. But business of the House is a matter for the government, as we well know, to set the agenda. What I would say is I hope those conversations are taking place now to try and to come to an arrangement. And what I would say is I hope that those conversations will be very fruitful and as quickly as possible. But there is a decision for the House to take. and the House can take control of it. And there's no better champion than to lead that at that moment. So what I would say is that let those discussions continue. I do believe there is a way to move forward. I think there needs to be a little bit of give and take from different sides in order for the House to progress to ensure that nobody's franchise is taken away. And what I would say is, I do believe, and we're working very hard, to try and see how we can help in the voting system to match that as well. I'm not going to take any more further points forward on that. I think the House has got time to deal with it later. If not, I will now suspend the House for 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Order! Order! We will now resume session. Business of the House today motion. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is the business of the House today motion as on the order paper.
Aye.
As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
You dare.
The ayes have it. We come now to the motion on proceedings during the pandemic. Mr. Speaker has selected Amendment B in the name of Karen Bradley and others. I will call Karen Bradley to move her amendment at the end of the debate. Once the House has come to a decision on Amendment B, I will then call Karen Bradley to move either Amendment C if Amendment B has been agreed to, or Amendment D if Amendment B has been disagreed to. Mr. Speaker explained in his letter to all colleagues, which went out yesterday, the basis of his decision on the method by which any division on this motion and the selected amendments will be carried out. He also referred to the guidance which is available for members on those arrangements for divisions. It would be helpful if all honourable members would please read that guidance. There will be further short statement before a division is called, but if I could just say, it would greatly assist with arrangements if whips or other honourable members give advance notice of an intention to contest a decision, and if the names of tellers are provided in advance, and if tellers are present in the chamber to take their positions and start counting immediately. I should warn honourable members who wish to take part in this debate that there will be strict time limits applied because it's a short debate. For backbenchers, the time limit will be 4 minutes. I cannot, of course, impose a time limit on honourable members speaking from the front bench, but I hope that they, they will, out of their usual due deference and consideration for other members, keep their remarks to a minimum. I call the Lord President of the Council to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper. The rationale for returning to physical proceedings is a straightforward one. Parliament is the assembly of the nation. The public expects it to deliver on the mandate provided by last year's general election, and it expects it to conduct the kind of effective scrutiny that puts ministers under real pressure. Neither expectation can be fully realised while we are not sitting physically. That is why we are returning to work safely at the first opportunity in order fully to conduct the essential business not possible from our homes. This assessment is based on the facts. The stopgap of a hybrid parliament was a necessary compromise during the peak of the virus. But by not being here, the House has not worked effectively on behalf of constituents. Legislating is a key function of Parliament, yet there has been no ability for legislative committees to meet since the 23rd of March. This means that for 10 weeks there has been no detailed line-by-line consideration of bills that will affect people's lives. I remind members that in the week commencing Monday the 11th of May, we had no debates on secondary legislation, no public bill committees, no delegated legislation committees. There was significantly less time for debate, just 216 minutes of debate on primary legislation, compared to the example of 648 minutes in a normal sitting week, and far less flexibility to ensure proper scrutiny of the government. I should also like to remind members that much of the business under the hybrid proceedings was deliberately arranged to be non-contentious. The time limits on scrutiny and substantive proceedings were also heavily restricted. This was to facilitate the smooth running of what was always a technically challenging arrangement. What was acceptable for a few short weeks would have proved unsustainable if we had allowed the hybrid proceedings to continue. This House plays an invaluable role in holding the government to account and debating legislation which can only properly be fulfilled when members are here in person.
Will he allow?
I was just about to say intervening time and again, and so it is the perfect time for me to give way to the honourable gentleman.
He will know, because he's a historian, that one of the ancient liberties of all members of Parliament has been to attend. Such a liberty has been asserted even when the Crown has wanted to arrest people, and the House has insisted that people should be allowed to attend. But at the moment, by law, there are lots of MPs who are banned from attending Parliament because they are shielding either themselves or others in their household. How can it possibly be right to exclude those people? How can it be a Conservative motion to exclude those MPs and thereby disenfranchise their communities?
Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody is banned from attending Parliament by law. The ancient right of MPs dates back to 1340, entitles members to attend. However, I accept that for some members with particular health conditions it is very difficult to attend, and I will be... no law exists that stops members attending Parliament. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm extremely grateful to the Leader of the House giving way. Yesterday, in the public proceedings of the Procedure Committee, the question was asked directly of the Clerk, and the Clerk confirmed that members are bound by law outside of the particular act that the Leader is making reference to. And if, for example, a county or a part of the United Kingdom, a nation, was put into lockdown, the Member of Parliament would have to abide by that law unless they were specifically exempt from within that law.
We might have gone back to having amendments, but that doesn't mean we can have long amendments. Lord President.
Deputy Speaker, the ancient right to attend Parliament goes back to 1340, and as the honourable gentleman, the member from the Rhondda, pointed out, this is something that has been used against the Crown in the past. It is a most important and long-standing right. There must always be an exemption for members to attend Parliament. What I was going on to say, to elaborate, is that I will be bringing forward, as I promised I would on the 20th of May, a motion tomorrow to allow members who, for medical grounds, are unable to attend to continue to appear for scrutiny, that is to say, questions, urgent questions and statements, remotely. That will be brought forward tomorrow, as I promised I would do when we discuss these matters in response to an urgent question on the 20th of May. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Madam. And as usual, the Leader of the House is making a strong statement, but on this particular point on voting, surely it should have been as we are in a recall of Parliament, surely every member should have the right to vote today on whether to accept the new proceedings. So why is today's vote not being done remotely?
Lord President.
My honourable friend is right. Every member does have the right to vote, and that members accepted that these proposals would be temporary, that they would continue until they expired. And one has to deal with these matters in good faith, that it was put to members who were very reluctant in some cases to accept remote voting to agree to it on the basis that it was temporary. It expired, and therefore it comes back automatically without any motion to physical voting. I will give way to my honourable friend.
Would my right honourable friend agree with me that today there are low-paid clinical staff working in the NHS who are free of the surcharge as a result of this House having its voice heard? And would he therefore understand my incomprehension that members opposite would want to continue with this Coke Zero Parliament for one more day when we could resume our job of holding the government to account?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend puts it extremely well, that lots of people are going back to work, and we have a role as leaders within the country and within the community to do that. And I will, of course, give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, the Leader, for giving way. Can I ask the Leader of the House if he could outline his intention with regards to ensuring that minority parties like ourselves, the Democratic Unionist Party, are able to speak in areas directly from their constituency through the present system in this House? For example, the upcoming debate on abortion. I would like to assume that there will be at least some Northern Ireland MPs able to speak in this Northern Ireland legislation in committee, as I understand it will be. Ever mindful that this week the Northern Ireland Assembly will be deliberating on this matter. Ministers, right honourable and honourable members in this House, wish to see the Northern Ireland Assembly making that decision, but if it has to be made in committee here, it's important, Leader of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have an opportunity to have Northern Ireland MPs on that legislative committee.
Madam Deputy Speaker, that's a point that is really not one for today's debate. I completely accept what he is saying about representation on committees for minority parties, but that's really a matter for business questions rather than for today's debate. Though I might add that the voice of Strangford is always heard in this House, and that is our good fortune as members of Parliament. To go back, I was saying just before the Honourable Gentleman, Member for the Rhondda, intervened about having members intervening, and we have seen in the last few minutes how this enhances and develops and evolves the debate, ensures that ministers are held to account, and allows the debating of amendments clause by clause in the chamber, so that constituents' views can be represented to ministers and then to vote physically, so that we are here coming together as a single Parliament. The standing... I will give way to the honourable gentleman, and I will then, yes.
I thank the Leader of the House for giving way, and of course he is a strong advocate of the Union. He must appreciate that at the present time it is incredibly difficult, in fact not at all straightforward, for members from Ulster to get here to the British mainland. And as a result of that, I'm wondering if he accepts, if the Lord President accepts, that the socially distancing queuing arrangements that are now going to be trialled, they actually defeat the purpose to some degree of us actually having those debates, because they will eat into so much parliamentary time that we are eager to use for debate and cut and thrust.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the temporary measures that are going to be used for voting will take a little bit longer than the ordinary division lobbies, that is true. But this will be dependent to some extent on honourable and right honourable members, on how many divisions they demand, which is... I notice certain caterwauling in the background, but I would point out that divisions are not demanded on every item that comes before this House. If it were, the budget resolutions would take a day to be passed. That is a perfectly routine matter, and that members decide what they wish to vote on, and Madam Deputy Speaker asked if notice could be given beforehand, that we will of course look at if there are faster ways of providing for divisions to take place, and I'm sure physical divisions, why should they be physical? Why is it important for votes to be physical? It is important for votes to be physical because we are coming here together as a single Parliament, and we are voting on things that have a major effect on people's lives. Every piece of legislation affects people's lives some way or the other. We shouldn't do it quietly and secretly, as some people tweeted. Some people tweeted they were doing it whilst going for a walk and things like that. Is that really the way to be voting on laws that... I will give way to the honourable gentleman, the member for Orkney and Shetland.
I'm grateful to the Leader for giving way. The principle in this House is that votes follow voices. Now, what he's telling us is that tomorrow he will bring a motion to allow those who are not medically able to be here to have a voice. Why should they then not have a vote to follow that voice?
The vote following the voice is the tradition that if you shout one way, you then can't vote the other way. That's all that that means in terms of that tradition. It means that if you shout aye... I'll just explain this point, and of course I'll give way. The votes follow the voice in that if you have shouted aye, you must not then vote no. You are allowed to move a motion and then vote against that motion as long as you don't shout in favour of that motion. And if the honourable gentleman from the Rhondda is looking quizzically at this point, he might remember that the former leader of the Labour Party, the former leader of Her Majesty's opposition, did exactly that within the last couple of years. And this is a fairly routine procedure. I will of course give way to the honourable gentleman, as I said.
I am grateful for him giving way. What we've seen from his performance today so far is the characteristic that we've seen from the government since the start, and that is bending the rules to fit their own purposes. Anybody watching this impartially will now be confused about what this means for their own behaviour. He has said that tomorrow people can enter these debates virtually. Can he say, if they have a medical reason not to being here, but they can be here virtually, precisely what is stopping them able to vote virtually as well?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are well-established procedures for people who can't be here being paired so that their opinion and the opinion of their constituents has exactly the same effect as if they vote in person, that the votes through pairing balance out so the decision of the House remains identical. The honourable gentleman wished to intervene.
For giving. Right now, there are lots of voices of SNP MPs who he can't hear because they're not in this chamber, who will not be happy at all at the disenfranchisement of their constituents by what he is proposing. The Procedure Committee makes it very clear people should not have to disclose their medical condition in order to be able to participate in this House. What he is doing is embodying what people have seen as the practice of this government over recent weeks. It's one rule for them and one rule for lots of other people.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman says there will be lots of SNP MPs who will not be happy. I have a nasty feeling that that is often the state of SNP MPs, and I wish them every happiness. But it is important that people do follow the rules, and we are following the rules, because what we said is that people ought to go back to work if they can't work effectively from home, and that is exactly the position we're in. I will give way to the honourable gentleman from Strangford again.
The Leader of the House for giving way again. An example, if I can, Madam Deputy Speaker, to members in this House, flights for us from Northern Ireland to here are restricted. They started off 2 weeks ago, there was 3 flights out on a Monday, they reduced it to 2 flights, then there's days that have no flights. Can we as members have advance notice of when there will be debates in this House and when there will be votes in this House? Because it's important that we are here to participate and actively vote when we can, but we also need to be able to know in advance that we can do that so we can get a plane. For instance, the only plane over here for us yesterday was early in the morning to get here for today.
Madam Deputy Speaker, now we are back to normal sitting hours. We will be sitting from now on, Monday to Thursday, the usual sitting hours. There is a recess that is scheduled, but I wouldn't like to confirm that that date will be set in stone, but that's at the end of July, so there will be plenty of notice if there is any change to that. So Monday to Thursday, normal sitting. We are getting back to work. It is becoming business as normal. And the temporary standing orders that I was talking about for remote voting were only ever temporary. And I don't think they would have been agreed had the scheme been put in place for a longer time. There are many people who've always been opposed to remote voting, and we got a consensus for a brief period. And I don't believe I would be acting in good faith if I were to extend it beyond the time that people understood when it was first introduced. And it is important that we treat decisions of the House with the importance and accord that they deserve. And the decision was to do this on a temporary basis. And as I said, I of course give way.
Be the last time I intervene.
Before the honourable gentleman makes another intervention, most people won't get to speak if there are lots of interventions, but I will allow him to make it.
I'm grateful. Be the last time. When the right honourable gentleman introduced the motion that delivered the virtual parliament, the hybrid parliament, did he know then how long the coronavirus crisis would last?
I'm not a prophet, so I wouldn't dream of predicting those sorts of things. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have taken lots of interventions. In some ways, I think this is beneficial. Partly, it illustrates my argument about why Parliament needs to get back. But I appreciate that in a short debate, interventions is sometimes just as useful for members to be able to get in as to getting half a minute at the end. So if there are interventions, I will, by the leave of the House, carry on taking them. Every division is important, and I would underline that. We should be confident we are all individually doing the right thing and voting openly under the eyes of others. Voting while enjoying a sunny walk or whilst watching television does democracy an injustice. The solemn decisions we take together affect the lives of millions of people in this country. We ask members to vote in person for a reason, because it is the heart of what Parliament is about. Madam Deputy Speaker, it remains essential that our work in this House is carried out in line with Public Health England advice. The Palace of Westminster we have returned to today is greatly changed from early March. The House authorities have carried out a risk assessment of the parliamentary estate to ensure it is COVID-19 secure workplace in line with PHE guidance. Both its staff and its leadership, including particularly Mr. Speaker, should be thanked and congratulated for the rapid progress that has been made. I understand the concerns of some honourable and right honourable members about returning physically. Many members have already passed on their views. But I want to make clear to all those in the House and those who are not here but are listening and maybe shielding at home, that I'm always available to discuss and hear their concerns, and I will as far as possible, and that is why I will be bringing forward the motion tomorrow, do what I can to help. Anyone who feels it will be put down today for approval tomorrow. Anyone who feels that they are required to shield because of age or medical circumstances should not feel under pressure to attend Parliament, and pairing and other mechanisms will be in place informally to facilitate this. Building on this, I've consistently said that I've been working with the House authorities to see... Of course I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
For the Honourable Member, and I agree with him about the nature of debate and response and making a decision at the end of that debate. But what argues against that is the practice of pairing, where the decision is taken before the debate. Many honourable members want people, their constituents, to know where they stand on issues. Why don't we make the pairing records on the record?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hear mutterings around the chamber saying that that is a good idea. Unfortunately, neither the Chief Whip from his side or from my side is present in the chamber at the moment. I think it might be useful to consult them before I made an off-the-cuff suggestion. But I can assure the honourable gentleman, who is a wise and experienced parliamentarian, that I will pass his views on to the Chief Whip, and perhaps he would be so kind to do the same to his own Chief Whip, and perhaps there could be a meeting of minds in that area. So, what I was saying about working with House authorities to see how MPs with underlying health conditions have been told to shield or receiving specific government advice about their health may be able to continue to contribute to proceedings within this House. I mentioned this on the 20th of May and will reconfirm that I will table a further motion on this later today to some virtual participation by honourable members. As it happens, for this motion, I have used some of the language used in the amendment tabled by the Shadow Leader, to whom I give my thanks, and other opposition members to ensure that such participation is available for members unable to attend Westminster for medical or public health reasons related to the pandemic. Turning to the motion itself, it may help if I briefly set out the government's approach. Today's motion is the necessary paving step which gives the House the opportunity to signal how it wishes to conduct proceedings in the coming weeks. In response, I hope the House authorities will be able to complete the work already undertaken over the Whitsun recess, and I hope that honourable and right honourable members will also find the explanatory note published alongside the motion helpful. The motion updates the House's procedures relating to divisions and attendance in the chamber to ensure compliance with social distancing restrictions. These temporary changes to standing orders will be in force until the 7th of July 2020. The motion rescinds the resolution of the 21st of April, which provided an overarching framework for the temporary standing orders relating to hybrid proceedings. This resolution is no longer needed as the standing orders have now lapsed and we are returning to physical proceedings. In paragraphs 1 to 3, the motion sets out an approach to divisions. If agreed by the House, division arrangements will be set out by the Speaker and will adhere to Public Health England guidance. And I wonder if I may, through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, congratulate Mr. Speaker on the work he has done to ensure and to test a system for voting that meets with the requirements of PHE. He has invested a lot of time in it to make sure that we have a system that will operate. Of course I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. On this rather vexed issue of voting, could further consideration perhaps be given to the use of deferred divisions? I understand the argument about consequential votes, but that could be dealt with quite simply by allowing those to drop away. And we'd avoid any scenes that might bring us into a degree of disrepute.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for the points that he made, and I can assure him that the government will listen very carefully to any ideas that come forth from the Procedure Committee and indeed from honourable members in relation to how things can be improved and made more fluid in these difficult circumstances. The government wishes to ensure that the House continues to function in line with PHE advice, and paragraph 4 therefore ensures that the Speaker may limit the number of members present in the chamber at any given time and disapplies the standing orders relating to the prayer card system. The standing order will be discontinued in order that the flow of members in and out of the chamber can be managed, but I can reassure members that prayers themselves will take place at the start of each sitting day. Finally, paragraph 5 disapplies standing orders relating to English votes procedures, as double majority voting is likely to be incompatible with the arrangements for socially distanced divisions. Let me now turn to the amendments tabled by the opposition parties in the Procedure Committee. And I would reiterate my gratitude to the Procedure Committee, and particularly my right honourable friend, the member for Staffordshire Moorlands, for its swift work and her swift work, and welcome continuing discussions with that prestigious committee. I hope that my commitment, I used to be on that committee, which is why I think particularly highly of it. It's one of the most interesting select committees within the House. I hope that my commitment to bring forward tomorrow a government motion to allow some participation in hybrid proceedings for those who are shielding demonstrates my commitment to ensuring safe participation for as many members as possible, and that those amendments which seek to require some hybrid participation can be withdrawn on that basis. While I have already set out the case against remote voting, I want to address the argument made by some members that if a member is not able to vote, they will be entirely disenfranchised. I do not accept that. There are many other ways that MPs represent their constituents in Parliament. These include through tabling written questions, writing correspondence, tabling amendments, and attending hearings of select committees, which will continue. Select committees can continue to meet remotely under the resolution I brought forward in March, and will continue to carry out their important work with members participating from around the country. It is worth noting that the Liaison Committee very successfully quizzed the Prime Minister in this way, so scrutiny carries on in other ways too. I know that there has been concern about the operation of evidence sessions for public bill committees, and I hope the House will welcome the fact that some specific witnesses to the domestic abuse bill have been told that they will be able to give evidence remotely on Thursday should they wish to. I was keen to ensure that this was possible, and while some had assumed that it was not, this concern turns out to be misplaced. The House has confirmed that under existing rules, witnesses can indeed give evidence remotely to public bill committees in the same way as they have long been able to select committees, and it can therefore happen with no changes to standing orders. I would ask that the House agrees the motion today and considers the further motion I will bring forward tomorrow. I have no doubt that the Procedure Committee will continue to keep our ways of working under review, and I welcome that. For my part, I very happily commit to continuing to do the same in order that we can ensure that the House can continue to go about its business both effectively and safely. I will, of course, give way.
Not being at the right at the beginning of his remarks, so I didn't know if I'd be able to get into the chamber. But if proxy voting is acceptable for somebody on maternity leave in principle, why is proxy voting not acceptable for somebody who's shielding in this extraordinary crisis?
The Procedure Committee is currently holding an inquiry into proxy voting and whether it is suitable to be extended or not. I'm aware that the Honourable Gentleman is asking me this question, but obviously this is a matter of consultation with the Procedure Committee. The drawback to proxy voting immediately is that with the temporary system that we will be having, that will be longer anyway and would be particularly complicated by proxy voting. But is it a solution that is ruled out for all time? No, I would say that it is not. But it is important to emphasise that with the hybrid parliament, the commitments the government made to the voters in December were clogged up. The domestic abuse bill was not making progress. No bill committees were sitting. The fire safety bill, the Northern Ireland legacy bill, fisheries bill, trades bill, counter-terrorism bill. What we do in this House is important, and that we do it at a reasonable and efficient pace matters, and to do that we need to be here physically. And I know, I understand, I sympathise that those members who are shielding face difficult times, and they are following advice which may prevent them from being here to vote. And that is difficult for them. And I know that they... Of course I can wait, the Honourable Lady.
Could he confirm, therefore, to me that the constituents of those MPs who have to shield are therefore worth less, and it is expected that they will be less well represented by this place?
Yeah.
I think the Honourable Lady makes entirely the wrong point. That Parliament meets to represent the nation as a whole. We come here together not as ambassadors representing various powers. We come here as a United Kingdom Parliament. That is the nation, the United Kingdom, that we come here to represent, and we come here together, and that we are, as a collective, as a single United Kingdom Parliament, a strong and legislative body that represents the whole people of the United Kingdom, and we each participate in that in our different ways on a daily basis. But that, of course, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
The member's the House is absolutely correct on that point. But where it falls down is that when members are obstructed from actually getting here because there are not sufficient flights to bring members to the House, that's where it falls down from Northern Ireland's point of view. I'm wondering, is there going to be steps taken through the government, with the airports, with the airlines, or something that will ensure that members from Northern Ireland can't get there? Thankfully, the issue of shielding, as far as I'm aware, does not affect the 8 members that attend from Northern Ireland.
You could lodge with him in his house around the corner.
Well, I'm glad to see the honourable gentleman in his place, and I absolutely appreciate that it is harder for some members to get here than for others. I'm very glad to see the leader of the SNP in his place, because his constituency is particularly far away from Westminster. I think he had a 16-hour journey to get here, and I think that shows a proper commitment to our parliamentary democracy that he is here. And that perhaps he is a secret unionist, but it is nonetheless a pleasure. It is a pleasure to see him here, because that is how we bring a parliament together to have the debate on the matters that are of concern to our constituents. And I absolutely accept it is more difficult for some than others. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman, then.
Thank you. Would the Leader of the House accept that we should be an exemplar of best practice, and when we are deliberately excluding people from portions of their responsibilities because of their disabilities, we are in no position to tell employers who breach equalities legislation that they are in the wrong as well?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've obviously looked at the equalities considerations in relation to this, and the government, the Parliament, is completely in accordance with them, because it is necessary for us to meet here physically to do our business, and that's in line with the government's guidelines. Which bill does the honourable gentleman not want us to have? Does he want to give up on the domestic abuse bill? Does he want to give up on the fire safety bill, the Northern Ireland legacy bill? Are we going to get these bills through? I will give through to my honourable friend, and then...
I thank him very much. I wonder if the leader has a view, just introducing another subject, on the issue of call lists during statements and urgent questions. Because right now, it seems to me that they prioritise those who may sit browsing Member Hub, which I have to confess is not me 24 hours a day, in a short window to submit a request to be part of an urgent question statement, as opposed to being here and persisting to catch the chair's eye.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the system of catching Mr. Speaker's eye is a preferable system, but needs must, because we can only have 50 members in the chamber at any one point. But it is a temporary expedient, and some of the other courtesies and normalities of this House are being suspended. We are not... of course I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm most grateful. The leader just said there that this was a temporary expedient, and that's absolutely right. We're living through a crisis, and there are the difficulties that have been expressed by our friends from Northern Ireland, myself from Skye, the right honourable member for Orkney and Shetland. And you put that in the context that we have been able to participate over the course of the last few weeks, but get on with our job of representing constituents when our mailbag has never been fuller. And the likes of myself and the right honourable member from Orkney and Shetland are having to give up 30 hours to get here and go back. What a waste of time, where we could be acting professionally, staying at home, doing our job and questioning the government remotely.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the problem is we're not doing our full job. We are doing an important part of our job in dealing with constituency inquiries, but we are not doing the important job of legislating, of getting through that business which the government committed to deliver in the general election. And the honourable lady, right honourable lady, I'm sorry, says, don't worry, I'm saving up the honourable gentleman. The right honourable lady says that we are getting it done, but I would remind her of what I said at the beginning of the debate. We have had 216 minutes of debate on primary legislation compared to 640 minutes in a normal sitting week. We've been running at a third of normal legislative capacity. The job of Parliament is to deliver for the British people, and I would ask again, which bill would the Right Honourable Lady wish to sacrifice? I give way, the Honourable Gentleman.
The Leader of the House has a very high Stuart understanding of what Parliament is here to do, which is, it seems to be, to do the government's bidding, to legislate in the way that the government wants. But even the Stuarts, when King Charles II returned in the Cavalier Parliament, of which he would have no doubt been a proud member, insisted in the Treasons and Seditious Practices Act that no MP should ever be denied their just ancient freedom and privilege in debating any matters or business which shall be propounded or debated. Even the Stuarts thought that there shouldn't be put anything in our way in terms of participating. Why won't he just allow us to have remote voting until the summer recess?
Just before the Lord President answers the intervention, I am also concerned about the rights of as many members as possible to participate this afternoon. Several members have intervened more than once. Let's have a little bit of restraint, Lord President.
Sometimes the honourable gentleman makes the point for me more eloquently than I could have made myself. There is an absolute right of members to attend Parliament. It is a most antique right. It predates the Stuarts, as I keep on saying, goes back to 1340. Members may attend if they wish to. I give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you to the Lord President. Has the Lord President done an estimation of the number of additional members who will be kept away from this place if, after today, one of the people in this palace is tested positive, and therefore any one of us, maybe all of us, may have to stay away for up to 2 weeks? Has he done that calculation, and does he have a plan for what happens in that instance?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the answer to that is look around. If you seek a monument, look around. That we are sitting 6 feet away from each other so that we are socially distanced, and therefore if one honourable or right honourable member has the coronavirus, in the track and tracing process, you would not be notifying them about the people you are sitting 6 feet away from. That's the whole point of social distancing. If you look on the floor, it says, please wait here until the person in front has moved forward. And that goes back and back at 6 feet intervals all the way through so that it can be done on a socially distanced basis in line with Public Health England guidelines. I'm very grateful to the honourable lady for pointing out how well the House Service has done in setting this out in a way that can continue to ensure that members may turn up. But let me continue my conclusion, because there are many things that make the lives of MPs difficult, and I'm not trying to pretend that this is not the case. But we nonetheless have a duty to the country and voters to fulfil both our collective constitutional function and our individual roles. The collective of Parliament requires that we return physically, so we can allow proper redress of grievance, hold the government to account, and deliver on the mandate provided at the election, and pass the important bills that I have listed before. I have no doubt there will be some teething problems with the voting system today. It may be some time until how can I refuse the leader of the Welsh Nationalists?
It isn't a point that the Leader of the House raised. He raised earlier on that witnesses giving evidence to the Domestic Abuse Bill Committee could attend from afar. I have contacted the witness who I invited, who was told me specifically that he could not attend from afar, that he could not contribute through video. That he takes as discriminating against people who have to travel to London because he cannot stay in a hotel here. I would like the Leader of the House to be clear on what the situation is, please.
The House authorities have made it possible for virtual participation in the Bill Committee's proceedings, and it is up to individual witnesses whether they wish to take that up or not, and that was always available under the ordinary systems used for some time by select committees. It applied to public bill committees as well. As I was saying, I do expect some teething problems with the voting system today, and it will be some time before our proceedings are fully restored. But in the meantime, we must act to minimise the disruption. Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman asked if I've ever been to Alton Towers, and yes, indeed I have. I took my sister, Annunziata, there many years ago. Anyway, that's enough of my reminiscences, because I think it is important that we protect, preserve, prioritise our parliamentary democracy, that it has to continue regardless of the disease that is afflicting the nation.
For order, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know it's unparliamentary for someone to filibuster, but when there's a 90-minute debate and we're now this long...
I thank the honourable gentleman. I don't need his point of order. I have been trying to move the debate forward, but honourable members are so excited at being back here and being allowed to intervene that they're doing it far too often. No more interventions, Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the interventions prove my point. We need interventions to make Parliament work properly. We need proper debate. We need to be back. We need to have a proper, full-blooded democracy, and Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what we are getting.
The question is, as on the order paper, I call the Shadow Leader of the House, Valerie Vaz. And I trust that honourable members will not unnecessarily make interventions upon the honourable lady, because I'm hoping she's not going to take more than 5 or 6 minutes. Otherwise, we simply will run out of time. Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of the House for moving his motion, and I note that the amendments were not selected in the name of mine and other honourable members. So I speak in support of the amendments in the name of the Chair of the Procedure Committee and the other Select Committee chairs, and thank them for their deliberations and their timely reports, which has helped to inform the debate. I don't know if the leader is living in another universe, but the pandemic is still going on and it's still very serious. The government chose not to renew the temporary orders on the 21st, which enabled every right honourable and honourable member, wherever they are, whatever their responsibilities, to take part on an equal basis in all the proceedings of the House. And it worked. I know the leader likes to say we need to get back to work here, but I want to pay tribute to all my colleagues who have worked incredibly hard on both sides, and their staff, who've ensured that we've worked double the casework that we've had on behalf of our constituents. We are at work. So will he please stop peddling the myth that we only work when we are physically here? Please stop it. And where is the evidence? The leader said in the House on the 20th of May in response to the urgent question that there was a risk assessment, and yet his article for Politics Home said it was being done. Which is it? Has he inadvertently misled the House? If so, could he publish it for everyone to see? Now, he will know that the BAME staff are found in the lower paid and operational roles where they cannot work from home. They are almost at risk because they are most at risk because half the catering staff who have returned today are from the BAME community. Where is the risk assessment for them? And he will know that the report on COVID and BAME people has now been published. And we are twice at risk of dying from this disease. Science advisors are adamant. We are not over the virus. This is a dangerous moment. He talks about scrutiny, but Mr. Speaker has always made it clear that the ministers and the shadow ministers are here in the chamber. And honourable members have done a fantastic job of holding ministers to account, whether they're here in the chamber or up there on the screen. So it's not about seeing the whites of the eyes of the minister. You can't do that from back there anyway. But maybe it's about the responses we get from the ministers. Could he please look at whether the ministers can reply to the written questions of which I know honourable members have said they have not received a response to. Let's turn to voting. A great effort has been made by staff in the House to ensure that we have a secure system for voting. It worked. We had 15 minutes. Madam Deputy Speaker, we were told when we were going to vote, we told that we'd already voted. I don't know if the Leader of the House has done an assessment of how long it will take for us to queue all the way back to Westminster Hall. I wonder if that is a good use of members' time, whether it's the 650, whether it's 400, or whether it's 300. It's easy for the front bench, we go first, but what about the rest of our colleagues? And I know there's been some talk about a possibility of hybrid voting. I hope that is the case. But there is a fundamental flaw in the argument that the leader has leader has set out today. Can he guarantee that members and House staff are going to be safe? It may be COVID-19 secure, but there is movement. The rate of infection is different in different parts of the country. We are all moving around. We could be silent spreaders. What the Leader of the House is proposing is discriminatory. The Equalities and Human Rights Commission have said so. So if you are able-bodied, you can come in. You have to ignore government advice about shielding, the R factor, but you have to come in. Now, if for whatever reason you are following the government guidelines and you cannot be here, you're effectively losing your vote. If you pair, you are not voted. You're not recorded as having voted. Now, I know that members who have been on maternity leave have faced a torrent of abuse because they haven't voted, and that's why we moved to a proxy voting system. And it's happening now, because one of his own colleagues, the Honourable Member for Stroud, is facing exactly the same thing, and we congratulate her on the birth of her baby. So we are put in an invidious position, Madam Deputy Speaker, having been told by the government you're at risk, and then being told by the Leader of the House that you must come in. The alternative is that you lose your vote. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government have not lifted all the restrictions. The pandemic is still here. It is not right or just or fair to all members. Members rightly demand parity. This is staggeringly arrogant from the Leader of the House, in the same way as he said that he thought the first prorogation was lawful. The Leader wants to demand and instruct. Honourable and right honourable members want to cooperate, discuss and agree a way forward that treats us all the same and is fair to everyone. Science advisors say this is a dangerous moment. The Leader has shown that he just does not care.
I have to impose a time limit now of 5 minutes, but that will be reduced later. 5 minutes for the proposer of the amendment and Chair of the Select Committee, Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think perhaps I should start by declaring an interest as the Member of Parliament for Alton Towers. I am delighted that the Leader of the House has both visited my constituency and also seen the expertise at which queuing can be obtained and can be managed as seen at Alton Towers, and other theme parks are available. Oblivion and Nemesis, I have to say. I will address amendments B to D, tabled in my name and the name of several other Right Honourable and Honourable members, including 15 other Select Committee chairs. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope you will allow me to address my remarks not just to this chamber, but to those members who are unable to be present in the chamber because of the limitations on space, which you are quite properly enforcing, and to those members who, because of the conditions caused by the pandemic, are having to follow proceedings from elsewhere. Since the 16th century, this chamber and its predecessors have been the absolute focus of this House's life. Our procedures are founded on the principle that everything done in the chamber. That is a sound principle. We rely as members on face-to-face communication. The word parliament comes from the French parler. The idea that the chamber is now not available to many of us is a massive dislocation. And let me be clear, I do not want the measures we are debating today to be in place for a second longer than they have to be, to keep our colleagues, our staff and the staff of the House as safe as possible from coronavirus. And I look forward to the time when the guidance is relaxed and we can meet here again, all of us. And I have to say to my right honourable friend, this is a very uncomfortable day for me. I do not like being badged as a rebel on House business. I'm also determined that we will get back into a fully physical Parliament as soon as possible. The Leader will recall that I tabled an amendment to slow down the introduction of remote voting on the 22nd of April. which the government would not then accept. And I'm very much in the traditionalist camp and on the record for saying that the hybrid arrangements were suboptimal. So let me be clear. The sooner we are back to normal, whatever that is, the better for me. But the physical parliament we are in today is far from optimal itself. No more than 50 in the chamber, and in fact 40 seats in the choir seats, as they're called. No bobbing, no long queues to vote, very little spontaneity, and so many great parliamentarians absent. Last night I had a conversation with my right honourable friend for Harlow. He said I was able to discuss that conversation in this chamber. He is a great parliamentarian, a great campaigner, and a great champion for his constituents. He wanted to be here today, but his doctor has advised him that he must not for his own health. So the idea that we decide today to disenfranchise him completely seems to me to be absurd. I take what the leader has said about tabling a motion to allow virtual participation. I very much welcome that. But can I say to the leader, I would like to see a copy of that motion before I make a final decision to not push amendments in my name B and C, which are related to virtual participation. Of course I'll give way.
Isn't it a double injustice that the honourable member for Harlow not only is disenfranchised by this vote, but by the nature in which this vote is being taken today, he can't even participate in his own disenfranchisement.
The honourable gentleman makes exactly the point that my right honourable friend made to me last night, and I know how frustrated he is by this. But if I can move on to divisions, because I think we have had debate about hybrid proceedings, and I look forward to seeing the motion from the government, as I say, hopefully before the end of this debate. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am an ex-whip. I have every sympathy with the desire to get back to fully physical voting. That is the way that whips manage the business, manage the party, and that's the way actually that as backbenchers we get interaction with our colleagues and with ministers. But I say to him today that the proposals that we've put forward, well, we will perhaps get the chance to test those proposals shortly, and I look forward to seeing what members feel about those proposals. I back up the comments made by my honourable friend who's no longer in his place, the chair of the Constitutional Committee, about deferred divisions, and I would support the government in changes to standing orders that allowed deferred divisions on second readings and other debates so that we would not have to have so many physical divisions. I also would welcome tests of other forms of voting, but when we introduced remote voting, we did so after we had tested it and tried it. Nobody has tested and tried this proposal for physical voting. So I say to the Leader of the House, please consider accepting the amendment. Allow remote voting to continue for a short period of time, and we will all work together to find a form of physical voting which all of us can be happy with. Of course I will.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Member, for giving way. My party's minded to support Amendment D that the member is proposing on behalf of the committee. We do take exception, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the fact that Northern Ireland members face a double restriction. Said, fortunately, none of them, as far as I know, are shielding. But the issue of them not being able to get here denies them the fundamental right that is at stake here, and that is them being on record on vital issues that affect their constituents and what their constituents expect them to be on record for. And having this issue of the voting resolved would go a long way. Members, I think, can be denied not being able to speak.
Bradley. I understand exactly the points the honourable gentleman makes, and he will know I have personal experience of enjoying that journey very, very frequently in the past. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Procedure Committee has worked long and hard to find arrangements which we think are in the interests of the whole House. We've received an unprecedented level of feedback on our work, and I thank all colleagues who have taken an interest in it. As one of my honourable friends observed to me, perhaps the Procedure Committee really is the most interesting committee after all. There's been a certain amount of discussion about how the hybrid arrangements have delayed the government's legislative programme. Now let me be clear. On the 21st of April, the House brought in hybrid arrangements for the Chamber. There was no requirements for bill committees to operate in hybrid form. A great deal of work was done to prepare for hybrid or virtual bill committees in case the government wanted to use them. But there's been absolutely no bar in the weeks since 21st of April on the government arranging for wholly physical bill committees to meet in the rooms large enough to take them, which is committee rooms 10 and 14, the Grand Committee room and the Boothroyd room. Members should take any suggestion to the contrary with a large pinch of salt. Let me make one other thing absolutely clear. I was elected to the House to chair a committee to advise the House on its procedure and practice. And I was also elected to this House as a Conservative on an ambitious manifesto of getting Brexit done. And I make personal commitments to the Leader of the House that that is what I'm determined to see we deliver, and that nobody on these benches is trying in any way to stop that happening. This committee is concerned that we make sure that all members of the House have their say. And a very distinguished Conservative Lord Chancellor, when in opposition, once described the constitutional arrangements in the UK as elective dictatorship. I hope that the Leader of the House will listen and that he'll remember what is sauce for the goose, sauce for the gander.
Thank you. Before I call up Mr Blackford, I should warn honourable members that the time limit after Mr Blackford will be 3 minutes. Ian Blackford.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called in this debate and to follow the Right Honourable Member for Staffordshire Moorlands. And I would implore her that she does move her amendments this afternoon. They are important amendments. They are about the rights of all members to participate in the process of Parliament, both in debating, in speaking, in holding the government to account, and of course in voting. And the Shadow Leader of the House is correct. We must remember that we are living in the middle of a pandemic. And it's the responsibilities that we have as a Parliament, our responsibility to all the nations that we represent, and our responsibilities to make sure all of our constituents are not disenfranchised. Now, I rise today in the absence of my honourable friend, the Member for Edinburgh East, who because of the pandemic can't be here, and I have to say it's a considerable privilege to do so. Myself and the Leader of the House have known each other for a long time. I hold him in high esteem as a political opponent, but I have to say to him on this matter, I believe him to be wholly wrong. And the decision by the UK Government to return Parliament has put parliamentarians in an impossible situation. A small number of us in the SNP benches are here today, but Madam Deputy Speaker, reluctantly, in order to ensure that the Government is held to account. I do have to ask the question, why were we forced to come here? Why were we forced to come here today? Reference has been made to the journey I have made, but I don't want wish this to be about me. I had to drive to Inverness and then get a sleeper train because there are no flights from the Highlands to London. As has been referenced, a 16-hour journey. I know the same is true for the 18-hour journey for the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland. Is the Leader of the House really suggesting that parliamentarians should spend over 30 hours a week travelling in order to have the privilege of representing their constituents, when we know that over the course of the last few weeks we've had the opportunity to do our jobs remotely, to be able to challenge the government and to do that effectively? And the Shadow Leader of the House is correct. The postbag that we have had, the thousands of emails that we have done, the need, the desire to be able to assist our constituents, and we've had the time to do that. But we are going to lose countless hours simply because, one second, Honourable, simply because the Leader of the House determines that on the basis of tradition that we should be here. Nothing to do with the circumstances that we're in and the risks that there are to our constituents of this pandemic.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Can I tell him I'm not going to spend 30 hours a week travelling? Because not only is it logistically challenging, it would be downright irresponsible for me to return to my community now. So I'm down here now at the behest of the Leader of the House, and I will be staying here until it is safe to go home.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Member for his intervention, and the issue of safety is of absolute paramount importance, that we must go around about our duties and able to determine that all of us, but not just us, that our staff members and our constituents will be safe. And of course that's a personal choice that the Right Honourable Member may be making to stay down here. But just think about that, because the Leader of the House has indicated we may not be going into recess towards the end of July. It might well be that the Right Honourable Gentleman and others are committing themselves to being away from home for a prolonged period, being away from their families. Why? Why, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we know that the hybrid facilities in the main work? Now, this nonsense, and I have to say it is nonsense, that bill committees have not sat. Well, that's in the gift of the government to bring forward the set of circumstances that will allow bill committees to meet. And I must say to the Leader of the House that there is a responsibility of us arriving at a consensus around these matters. This is not about the government, this is about Parliament. And it's fair to say that the opposition parties, as well as a considerable number of government members, are strongly opposed to what the government is proposing. And I would implore the Leader of the House that on reflection that they will accept the amendments that have been put, that will then allow us collectively to deal with the situation we are in, to get to a set of circumstances where Parliament can do its job. But I've got the situation here today that very few of my members are here, because we didn't want to expose more members than was necessary to the kind of risks that the Right Honourable Gentleman referred to. And I pose that question again. Why should we be in this situation? And if I may say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just about members of Parliament that have health concerns. And even if we arrive at a situation, as has been suggested, that they can be excused, they can be paired, that then means that anyone that is in that category has been identified as having particular health circumstances. Is that right? But it's not just about members of Parliament that have their own health concerns. It's the fact that members of Parliament that have family members that perhaps are shielding. We're talking about a considerable number of members of Parliament that risk being disadvantaged. And of course, in Scotland, and it was the case in England as well, the public advice was to stay at home, to protect the NHS, to save lives. The government's official line was that if you can work from home, then you should. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can work from home. We should work from home, because that's the right thing to do, not just for Parliament, but it's the right thing to do for our families, for our colleagues and for our constituents. We've asked employers to be flexible. The Commons should be too. MPs were working effectively. The hybrid system, though not perfect, was more efficient than the system that we now have in place. And the Right Honourable lady from Stavanger Moorlands made reflections on that. Look at the number of people that can be in the chamber and contrast that with those that can participate in our hybrid proceedings. And the whole point about the hybrid proceedings is that if members for their own reasons choose to come here, they can continue to do so. But those that need and want and should participate on a hybrid basis are not being disenfranchised. Many colleagues across the House cannot come into work, members who are shielding, members that cannot travel. And it's the UK Government that is willingly disenfranchising them and their constituents. I'll happily give way.
If the Government get away with this today, does my right honourable friend agree with me that we'll be left with a situation where, although all MPs will be nominally equal, some MPs will be more equal than others? And isn't that very much a reflection of the pattern we saw last week when the Government displayed such a cavalier attitude to that core principle of the rule of law, which is equal treatment before the law?
Absolutely, I agree with my honourable friend, my honourable and learned friend. And I will say to the Government that there are real questions that we as opposition parties wish to put. But at the same time, there is a recognition that we are in a real crisis. We're in a health crisis. We have an economic crisis on the back of that. And where appropriate, we must work together. And there has to be that generosity of spirit from the Government in dealing with these issues. I'm being implored to speed up, so I will. Plans to shut down virtual participation in Parliament are a shambles. They are unworkable, unsustainable, and they're unravelling further by the day. For votes to take place, a queue of over a kilometre would be needed through this building. Can you just imagine how the public must look upon this? That we're going to be queuing right out of this place, and we'll be taking a considerable period of time. Now, the Leader of the House raised the issue of how many times we might be voting, but there are times that we have multiple votes. We will be losing hours per day if we are to determine our right. And it is a bit ridiculous that members on the government bench think this is funny. Yeah. Really? You think this is funny? Yeah, this is serious because we're talking about the lives of our constituents. No, I won't. No. You've lost your right to do that. This is ludicrous and a waste of our time. I'm sure our constituents would wish us to use our time more effectively. The House of Lords will soon have a remote voting system in place, whether members can vote via a smartphone or a tablet. For what reason is this the case for one chamber, but not the other? Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that asymptomatic carriers of COVID-19 are the silent spreaders in this pandemic, and it can spread on contact, lasting for hours, if not days, on hard surfaces. Can I ask what efforts have been made to ensure that these benches have been cleaned between sittings? Now, that is an important matter, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we know from evidence from Singapore that there was significant...
I can answer the honourable gentleman. Mr Speaker has taken care of that. Mr Blackwood.
Well, I'm glad that that is the... Well, I can hear people saying, move on. Move on. Really? Really? Move on? Well, you know, I have to say that I find the attitude of some members opposite quite deplorable. Because what I was going to go on and talk about was the situation in Singapore, where there is public evidence of people that were going into churches the day after other people.
Order. I must implore the honourable gentleman to talk about this chamber because we have very little time left. There's plenty of other time for Singapore. Would he please conclude his remarks quite soon? Mr Blackwood.
I'm afraid I'm going to take my time to make sure I'm putting the case of members of the Scottish National Party. And the reason that I'm mentioning Singapore, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because people were getting COVID-19 going into church on the basis of people that had been there the days before. These are serious matters and they deserve to be properly aired. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK Parliament's Procedure Committee has called for remote voting and participation to remain an option for as long as the pandemic continues, and that should be the position that we adopt. The committee outlined significant deficiencies in the plans and concluding virtual participation should be allowed to continue while coronavirus restrictions are in place to allow MPs who are not able to come to Westminster because of the continuing restrictions caused by the pandemic to contribute to debates and represent their constituents. The Government's decision to ignore the cross-party consensus to retain hybrid proceedings and ploughing ahead with plans to force hundreds of MPs to physically return to Parliament have been widely criticised. The Public and Commercial Services Union, which represents security, catering and support staff in Parliament, said that the part virtual system had worked well, with General Secretary Mark Zaworska saying it was strange why the government is in a rush to change course when a second COVID spike is a strong possibility. A second COVID strike is a strong possibility. The Electoral Reform Society have branded moves for MPs to vote in Parliament beyond a farce. The Leader of the House argued that democracy would once again flourish, having been curtailed under the hybrid system. This is simply wrong. You know, I'm getting a little bit fed up of the remarks which are coming from opposite about this as being indulgent. I'll tell you what's being indulgent. It's MPs being dragged here when we know that the hybrid system works, and MPs being risked being disenfranchised by the government. That's what's self-indulgent, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, MPs are shielding and unable to travel to Parliament, we're experiencing a democratic deficit imposed by this UK government. I believe it is wholly wrong that we should be in this position, and I hope we can achieve a resolution that will see us return to a hybrid parliament that will allow all our colleagues to participate in questions and statements and debates and voting from the security of their own homes. We should be in a position that we can do our jobs and protect everyone else by staying at home, by doing, Madam Deputy Speaker, the right thing.
With a time limit of 3 minutes, Sir Christopher Chope.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I begin by expressing my embarrassment on your behalf that all your entreaties to the Right Honourable Gentleman fell on deaf ears, and he shows so little respect for you in the chair. The reason that I wish to participate in this debate is because I'm a member of the Procedure Committee, and I have a slight difference with my right honourable friend, the chair of the committee, because while I agree with the committee's plea that it should be possible as far as possible for people to be able to participate in the proceedings, and I'm delighted that my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House, is bringing forward a motion tomorrow, I do not believe that it is necessary to actually have remote voting. My right honourable friend, the member for Harlow, would normally be sitting here in normal times, and he can't be here today because he's on medical advice. But ever since I was first elected in this House in 1983, no person who's away from the House on medical advice has been able to do anything other than get a pair. And that system worked very well in the 1983 and 1987 parliaments. And when I raised this at the Procedure Committee, my right honourable friend, the member for Staffordshire Moorlands, said that the genie was out of the bottle and it was no longer possible to persuade members of the public that if you are not physically present here for voting and you are paired, that you're not doing your business. Well, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have got a big education job to do to try and explain to our constituents and to the public that we can do a really good job as members of Parliament without physically having to be here to vote every time. That's indeed what ministers do when they go on trips, when select committees meet away. People are often paired. And I think there's something to be said for making that pairing arrangement more transparent, as the honourable gentleman from Manchester suggested earlier. But let's not demean ourselves by saying that pairing is some second-best arrangement. Pairing is a really fair way of ensuring that people who are ill and unable to attend this House can have their votes counted, because under a pairing system, one person's vote on one side is cancelled out by somebody else on the other side. And the honourable gentleman has been in the House almost as long as me, and he knows that the system works very well for those who are ill. And I think that it would be wrong to change the system now. This Procedure Committee has got an inquiry going into it, but we can't resolve that today. And that's why I think let's proceed with the motion in the name of the Leader of the House, and let's allow ourselves to have real voting here. And for those who can't get here to vote, let's encourage and make it more transparent, perhaps, encourage pairing system. Thank you.
Chris Elmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak as a traditionalist. I am a whip. My DNA that has been constructed in this institution has been taught by the Right Honourable Member for Newcastle East and the Right Honourable Member for Tynemouth. Therefore, I am very much a traditionalist. But the system does not work. The MOG Conga, as it's now being deemed, through the House into Westminster Hall, is as a result of the government not continuing the motion at the end of, or before the recess. Nobody else, just the responsibility of the Leader of the House. It also seems, according to some people that have been briefing out, that even number 10 didn't realise the process of what the Leader of the House was doing on the day before recess, it would seem. You know, it would be helpful to understand what the Leader's view is on that, because number 10 don't seem to know what's going on. But the point is that this is about disenfranchisement. There are members who have to shield. They're not vulnerable. Most of the people that I know who are shielding are far from vulnerable members. They are honourable, hard-working, decent people, but like many people in this country, they are taking the advice of their clinicians. But it's also the fact that there are members who are partners of key workers, who no longer have childcare, so have to be at home to look after their children. This is about the Leader introducing a system that is no longer equal. and that is deeply unfair. But I want to use the remainder of my minute and a half, Madam Speaker, to bust some myths that my right honourable friend, and I do pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, of which I'm proudly the minority ranking member of, I think is how some people think of it, as the vice chair. Just a joke to my honourable member of the Rhondda. He never normally likes my jokes. But can I just bust the myth to the leader? There has been no delay on bringing forward bills for the Public Bill Committee. There are rooms in this House that could be used, 4 of them. There are only 4 or 5 bills at a maximum currently being debated on the floor of the House or gone through to committee. It is the government, I would put, that have stopped the bills going into committee, not the opposition whip's office. I will give way.
Vice Chair for giving way. It's very generous of him. Could I also make the point that not only could the Public Bill Committees meet and have been able to meet since the 21st of April, nothing has stopped that, but also they could meet for more than the 2 days a week that they normally meet. They could actually meet for every sitting day for very long hours to ensure that the business is delivered, and I'm sure members would support that.
I would quite agree with the Right Honourable Lady, and further add that in fact in one committee that is going to programme sub today, it will be meeting for 3 days a week at 2 sessions a day, and it does have the option to do 4 if it wishes. And that has been at the request of the government. The government have delayed that process from starting. Not the official opposition, not the smaller parties. It is for the government to put forward a bill committee. The government have no one to blame but themselves. The rooms are available, and I'd further add to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there was testing undertaken for hybrid bill committees. The Clerk of the House and officers of the House were asked to undertake that hybrid version, and my understanding from testing was it worked perfectly well, including taking evidence from witnesses. So the reality of what the leader has suggested, and I would never ever wish to suggest any member has misled the House, maybe inadvertently, but it simply isn't correct to say that anyone was blocking public bill committees coming to committee to sit. It simply isn't true. The opposition were able to put forward members to go on committee, the government were able to do the same, and those debates could take place. Some bills, like the finance bill, as the leader knows, don't need witnesses, don't have witness sessions, they're just line-by-line scrutinies. So it could have easily have been done. And I'd ask the leader to clarify that when he comes back to respond. I'm in support of the Right Honourable Member's amendments today. In fact, I've added my name to them. And I will proudly vote for them on the basis that this is about fairness and about bringing true equality for all members of this House, no matter what their reason for not being able to attend.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. And I want to start by saying I agree entirely that the government are right that remote scrutiny is inferior to members of Parliament being here to do it directly. And that's no criticism of those who've worked very hard to make a virtual Parliament work at all, but it's the reality, I think, of the ways in which bills and ministers are most effectively scrutinised. I also think it's to the government's credit that it is seeking to restore the most effective scrutiny of itself. And in relation to those of us who can, I understand its preference that we conduct our scrutiny from here. But this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the amendments to the government's motion we're considering are really about those colleagues who cannot be here, specifically those who cannot be here because the government has, for good and sensible reasons, told them they should not be. For those colleagues, there is, in my view, a strong case for preserving some means of virtual participation in our proceedings, and I'm grateful to hear what the Leader of the House has already said about that. I look forward to hearing more. But surely the most fundamental part of our job is casting our votes. And in that, we should be most concerned with the most fundamental principles. And surely the most fundamental principle of all is that votes in this place count equally in our roles as representatives of our constituents. And it cannot be right to exclude from decision-making any member against their will, unless it is done for reasons of principle or because it is unavoidable. Now, excluding those who would be here were it not for the government's instruction cannot be right on principle. This is not the House taking disciplinary action against those who've broken rules, quite the reverse. And neither, it seems to me, is it unavoidable. Imperfect though of course it is, we do have a system of remote voting we have tested and used over the last few weeks. Of course it should only be used for this period of restriction, But while that period continues, it remains the only way those excluded from this place can vote. And I don't believe, I'm afraid, the government solution is satisfactory. Pairing and slipping are exclusions from voting for which a member has volunteered in most cases. The members we are talking about today are not all volunteering to be excluded and to exclude their constituents from the process of legislative decision-making. They are being excluded through no fault or wish of their own. I will once.
I apologise for taking again, but I was referred to earlier as letting the genie out of the bottle by my honourable friend from Christchurch. My point was the public expects us to vote. The public expects us to be here. The public is looking at our voting record. We will be judged on our voting record. And to say I took the decision at that point to allow myself to be paired, or I was not able to do anything else other than be paired because of my medical condition, will probably not be sufficient for many of our voters.
Yes, I understand my right honourable friend's point, and I was going to go on to say that although I understand my honourable friend from Christchurch's point, we are not, of course, as has just been said in the debate, dealing only with those who are ill. Some people are not ill, but are being required, again I stress, by government instruction to keep themselves away from this place. And for those reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, and with considerable regret, I cannot support the government's approach here in relation to voting, and I will support my right honourable friend for Staffordshire Moorland's amendment in that respect.
Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Any honourable or right honourable member who was a member of this House during the lengthy debates we had on our membership of the European Union after the referendum will be in no doubt that minds and votes were changed during the debate. Yeah. I know, because I was one of the people who changed my mind after the debate once or twice. Sometimes with discussion. Conservative proposer of an amendment actually voted against his own amendment after the debate, and I suspect a little arm twisting by the whips. At the present time, we have in this country some of the most authoritarian legislation that we have ever had, for reasons that are understandable and credible. But that means that as a House, I believe, we have not been having that thorough, full-bodied debate where people can change their mind and vote at the end of that debate. And I think that is the whole House not properly doing their job on this matter. One of the issues put forward is that people want their constituents to know which way they have voted. If they've not been part of the debate, I don't really see the distinction between pairing and voting via your iPhone. The only distinction as we have at the moment is whether or not it is recorded in Hansard. And I take the Leader of the House's point he made before that he will discuss this with the Whip. Because if pairing is recorded in Hansard, then there is really no difference. Constituents know where people stand on that issue, even though it's not the exact equivalent of a vote. The other issue I want to put before the House in the brief time allowed is the number of people in the chamber. The government have said that they are following the science and advice. Science is universal. The World Health Organization recommends a distance of 1 metre. There are other countries recommend 1.5 metres. We, together with a small number of countries, represent 2 metres. There's been very little study on COVID. The studies that lead to those distances, which are not universal, are on previous viruses, not this virus. I would urge the government, partly for the sake of democracy, partly for the sake of getting the health issues right, to look at it and look to moving towards the World Health Organization recommendations on this.
Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I have a great deal of support for my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House's view that debates held in this place without intervention are sterile, that we are failing to scrutinise the government adequately. However, As Chair of the Women and Equality Select Committee, I have to endorse the comments of the Shadow Leader of the House. These measures do not just look discriminatory, they are discriminatory. Instantly, a number of groups with protected characteristics are excluded. Those who are pregnant or new mothers. Older members might be advised not to come here via public transport. The underlying health conditions of either members or their families are, to be frank, none of our business, but they will be excluded, as we have heard my right honourable friend, the member for Harlow, has been. I absolutely appreciate the lengths that Mr Speaker has gone to make sure that we have adequate arrangements for queuing, but how suitable are they for people with disabilities, including hidden disabilities? COVID has too often been described as a great leveller, in that anyone can catch it. We saw that from my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. But its unequal impact is well documented. Older people, men, those from BAME backgrounds, those with underlying health conditions, they now have a very stark choice. Stay at home and play no part in proceedings, losing your right to cast your vote on legislation, or come here and expose yourself and your family to greater risk. I absolutely accept that this House is not our employer, but good employers have a duty to make reasonable adjustments to make sure workers with disabilities and health conditions aren't substantially disadvantaged. By taking away the ability to vote remotely, we are substantially disadvantaging those people. I would argue that my right honourable friend's amendments are in fact in themselves a reasonable adjustment, and for that reason I'll be supporting them this afternoon.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the House, in introducing this debate, suggested that we should deal in some facts. So just for the benefit of the record, I want to place a few facts of my own on record here. In order for me to get here today, it required a journey of 18 hours, starting with an aeroplane, a taxi, a normal train, 4 hours in Edinburgh waiting then for a sleeper train that I picked up at 1 o'clock this morning to arrive at Euston at 8 AM. I cannot and will not do that every week. Apart from anything else, the return journey will be 26 hours long, and it would require me then to go into self-isolation for 14 days, the only responsible way to live in a community such as mine. So having come here, I'm here for the duration because I cannot go back until it is safe to my family and my community for me to do so. I do not tell the House that, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I look for any sort of sympathy. I've 19 years a Member of Parliament. I've learned better than that by now. I'm telling this House because I think it is important that this House should be a Parliament for the whole of the United Kingdom. And every part of the United Kingdom should be able to participate here. And what the Leader of the House brings to us today is a recipe for us being a Parliament essentially of people who live within driving distance of London. And that is simply as unacceptable as it is dangerous, and it is a downright disgrace for a Leader of the House who sits in the interest of the supposed Conservative and Unionist Party to be bringing a measure of this sort. I accept that there were real difficulties with the hybrid process. I accept that there were real difficulties with the stilted nature of the debate that you had in the virtual Parliament. But believe me, the difficulties of the virtual Parliament are absolutely nothing compared to the difficulties that will come from the two classes of Member of Parliament that we will have as a consequence of the measures that are being brought before us today. When digital was the default option, it didn't matter who was shielding, it didn't matter who was able to move or who couldn't. Now it will become very obvious. And we know it can only be a matter of time before somebody who ought to be shielding, who shouldn't be here, will find that there is some big incident in their constituency, and they will want to be there articulating the case of their constituents, because that is what we do, and inevitably they will end up coming here when they shouldn't. They will end up putting themselves, their family and their community at risk. Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr Speaker, this is not too late. The amendments that have been brought by the Chair of the Procedure Committee are good and sensible, and I would entreat the House to accept them.
Ben Spencer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the debate today, I have to say I've found a newfound affection for the virtues of brevity. So I will keep my points very brief, which are I very much welcome my right honourable friend's commitment to bring forward a motion regarding ensuring people can take part in scrutiny measures going forward. But I do implore him to look into proxy voting for people, because it seems that covers and solves quite a few of the issues around voting that we've been discussing today. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. Right, who have we got? Peter Carr.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Some of the most respected members of this House have been silenced by their inability to be here. I've spoken to some of them and asked for words to share so their voice is heard in this debate. The Right Honourable Member for Derby South says the following: I was elected to this House in 1974. I've always tried to maintain my attendance and voting record. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have wanted to take part in the boundaries vote. I'm appalled that it is the rules of this House that are preventing me from doing so. The Honourable Member for Lewisham Deptford says the following: as Shadow Minister for Disabled People, it is outrageous that I can't raise the important issues that face people with COVID-19. They felt that they live as an afterthought in this crisis. And it is this exclusion of my right to participate does nothing to dispel this belief. The Honourable Member for Huddersfield, as the longest continuous serving member on the opposition benches, I am deeply disappointed that I am being denied the democratic opportunity to intervene in debate and cast my vote. The Honourable Member for St Helens South and Wiston. I have been a loyal servant to my electorate, and I am desperately disappointed that the House is stopping me from voting on behalf of my constituents. There is no need for this, and it is deeply undemocratic. Yeah. The Right Honourable Member for Barking. I cannot believe that colleagues from across this House, with whom I have worked closely down the years, are going to vote to deny me and many other members of this House the democratic right to vote during this pandemic. The House should never discriminate and never disenfranchise colleagues in this deliberate way. It is not fair to us, and it is not fair to our constituents. These members that I have mentioned...
Order. That concludes the debate. I'm required to put the question, but I have a short statement to make. As I said in my letter to colleagues last week, the House simply cannot conduct division safely via the lobbies. Any suggestion to the contrary from whatever quarter directly contradicts the best professional advice from Public Health England. The House is faced with a choice before it and must decide it in the way, because the House have chosen to allow the remote divisions and temporary orders to lapse. The government alone does control the order paper. If the House agrees to the motion as it stands, the voting method being used today will continue in use, because it is the only method that is compatible both with the requirements set by the government in its motion and with public health requirements. I must now call the first selected amendment to the motion to be moved. I call Karen Bradley to move formally.
Is that B, Mr. Speaker?
D, I understand.
D.
Yes.
D. Beg to move D formally. Yes, the House should have its say.
That's great. So I will now put the question. I'm about to put the question, the Amendment D be made. My expectation is that this will be given rise to a division. When I put the question, if my decision is challenged, I will announce that the division period has started. All honourable members, other than the front benchers and tellers, should leave the chamber by the doors behind the chair. I will not give the instruction to lock the doors earlier than 28 minutes after I call the division. Once the division period has started, I will put the question again almost immediately thereafter and name the tellers. I ask a teller from each side to inform me who is the telling for this division, and then to position themselves in the officials box in the undergallery, but I have now got the names. The process by where members state their names and say aye or no at the relevant dispatch box is proceeding, and like swearing in, will be broadcast. Members should say anything else, and members near the front of the queue should be aware that what they say may be picked up on the microphone. I will not allow points of order to be raised while the voting and counting is in progress, as they will delay the division. When a division is complete, I will ask one of the tellers from the winning side to announce the result from the ministerial dispatch box. If the second division is expected immediately after the first, I will suspend the House for 5 minutes. Finally, I urge all honourable members to be patient during the process, and in particular to observe the requirements of social distancing. The question is that Amendment D be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division! Clear the central aisle. The tellers for the ayes, Karen Bradley and Chris Bryant. For the noes, Stuart Andrews and Marcus Jones. Well, we can do if we wish, but I was just going to put the tellers in. The question is that Amendment D be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Right. Tellers for the ayes, Karen Bradley, Chris Bryant. For the noes, Stuart Andrews and Marcus Jones. Right. Are we ready, Eve? Great. First honourable member.
Ian Blackford, Ross Skye and Lochaber.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry for that.
Ian Paisley, North Antrim, aye.
Valerie Vaz, Walsall South, aye.
Afzal Khan, Manchester Gorton, aye.
Come on, Steve. You're going to have to speak, keep it going.
Thanks. Baker. No. Voting no, thank you.
No, great.
James Heapy, no.
Excellent.
Burial Clark. Oh, it's an aye then.
Aye.
Aye.
Come to the dispatch box and then say, please.
No.
No.
John Howell.
John Howell.
Alex Davis-Jones, aye. Claire Coutinho, no.
Sorry? Yes. Anthony Magnell, no. William Bragg, no.
Darren Jones, aye.
Marcus Fish, no.
Trudy Harrison, no.
Jeff Price, no. Wendy Morton, no.
Name, no.
Fleur Anderson, aye.
Abner Pongasari, aye.
Jim McMahon, aye.
Come in, keep going. Take up to the dispatch box.
Kim Johnson, aye.
Peter Bottomley, no.
Come on, let's keep them coming. Close the gap.
Alan Mack, no.
Come on, Nick. There's a cup of tea at the end of it.
So, Nick Thomas Simmons, aye.
Excellent. We'll try the dining room first. Diane Abbott.
Yes.
Bernie Gardner, aye. Aye. You've got to say your name.
David Evnett, no. Thank you very much.
Jessica Morden, aye.
Name
Name and how you're voting.
Oh, Alex Shelbrooke, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucy Powell, aye.
Ed Miliband, aye.
Rachel Reeves, aye.
David Linden, aye. This is a nonsense.
Drew Hendry, aye.
Joe Churchill, no.
Ben Everett, voting no.
No.
Ian Stewart, no.
Excellent.
Name and how you're voting.
Bella Berardi, aye.
Thank you.
Pat McFadden, aye.
Excellent, thank you.
Catherine McKinnell, aye.
Sarah Brett-Cliff, no.
Come on, member for Burnley, keep moving.
Lee.
Say your name.
Name?
James Grundy.
James Grundy, Lee, come on.
No.
Gareth Davis.
No.
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 Yeah, confirm how you're voting.
Nasty Elphick, no.
Thank you.
Sherilyn McCrory,
Keep coming.
Hobhouse.
How you
Sorry.
voting? How you voting?
Oh, aye.
Yep.
We're Hobhouse, aye.
Ian Bairn, aye.
James Gray, aye.
More no.
Damien Moore. No. Damien Moore, no.
Jamie Moore, no.
Daniel?
Daniel Kupczynski, no.
Right.
Edward
Keep
Davey,
doing the
aye.
dispatch box.
Do the side you're voting. Thank you.
Edward Davey, aye.
Coming.
Zara Sultana, aye.
No, you need to stand at the dispatch box.
Come to the side of the structure of the voting.
Yeah, no, repeat again.
Zara Sultana, aye.
Sorry, look at that. Stop.
Name and how you're voting. Sorry, Nicola Richards, no. Great, thank you.
Can we come to the dispatch box and say it, please?
Come to the...
Holly Mumby-Croft, no.
Great,
Excellent, thank you.
Olivia Blake, aye.
Great.
Well done, Olivia.
Mark Pritchard, no.
Thank you.
Richard Holden, no.
Coming.
Say your name.
Christian Wakeford.
And how you voting?
No.
Theo Clark, no.
Saki Batty, no. Philip Hollowbone, no.
Oh, what have I got?
Laura Farris, no.
Thank you.
Why are we not keeping up? Come on. There's other members waiting. I think it's very unfair.
Say your name.
Name?
Dr. Stan Poulter.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah. No. Name and how you're voting.
Dominic Raab, no.
Don't do a chancellor.
Vicky Ford, no.
Thank you.
Beth Winter, aye.
Thank you.
Gerald Jones, aye. David Lammy.
How you voting? Aye. Okay.
Liz Drummond, no.
Right, thank you.
James Cartridge, no.
Thank you.
No.
Name and how you're voting.
Oh, Lena Moran, aye.
Yep, thank you. Name and
Jamie
how you're voting.
Collins.
Aye.
Mary Kelly Foy, aye.
Come on, Joe.
We seem to have lost some
There
members.
seems to be a massive gap. I don't know what's happened. Keep coming, Joe. Keep coming. Keep coming.
Coming.
I'm sure the whips must have been pulling.
Name and how you're voting.
Name?
Joe Gideon.
No.
No. Angela Reed will know. Yeah.
Angela Eagle, aye. Trying to
Excellent.
confuse me.
I confused myself for a minute.
Come through.
Come on.
Name and how you're voting.
Toby Perkins, aye.
Thank you.
The member for Wakefield.
dispatch box.
Oh, sorry.
Name and how you're voting?
Imran Khan, Wakefield, no.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Name and how you voting.
Andrew Murison, no.
Excellent. Come on, Chris.
Chris Eaton Harris, no. John Lamont, no.
Mims Davis, no.
Margaret Greenwood, aye.
Oliver Dowden, no.
Name and how you're voting?
Alex Sharman, no.
You do need to say the dispatch box. Steve, go on to
Name and how you're voting?
Stephen Kinnock, voting aye. Thank you.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box?
Alistair Jack, no.
Chancellor.
Speaker, Rishi Sunak, no.
Excellent. There's a lot of you watching this, I'll tell you.
Caroline Dinage, no. Thank you. Name and how you're voting?
Andrea Leadsom, no.
I love that.
Name and how you're voting?
Anthony Brown, no.
Thank you. Coming.
Simon Clark, no.
Amanda Minning, no.
Always tell the wits.
Robert Goodwill, no.
Another wit.
Dean Russell, no. Greg Williams, no.
Lucy Fraser, no.
Jamie Green, no.
Name and how you're voting?
Alex Norris, aye. I'm also proxy voting for Sarah Owen, who's voting aye.
Can't. No, proxy, full proxy, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm right.
Just changed it.
Victoria Prentice.
How are you voting?
No.
You should be on the list of who's voting proxy. You should know that list.
Lee Anderson, no.
Okay, who's the list of nominees?
Mark Eastwood, no. Nick Fletcher, no.
You should have that list.
No.
Dean Sahawi.
Ruth Edwards, no.
What's Robert? Name?
Robert Sims.
How are you voting?
No.
No.
Matthew Pennycook, aye.
I'm not quite sure about the dress code. I will allow it today, but in fairness, I think the whips need to take that on board. Come on, yeah, it's not fair.
Yes, it's got it.
Gavin Newland time.
Yep, at dispatch box. Name and how you're voting?
Mike Hill, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
Kate Holland, aye.
Thank you.
Phil Wiggin, no.
Thank you.
Harriet Baldwin, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Do you want here?
Yeah.
Charles Walker.
How are you voting?
No.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
Bim Afalami, no.
Thank you.
Doughty Stephen, aye.
Thank you. You did it in the right order.
What's this?
Colleen Fletcher, aye.
Keep coming. Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
Tonya Antoniazzi, aye.
Thank you.
Simon Fell, no.
Thank you. Going.
Mark Jenkinson, no. Greg Smith, no. Paul Bristow, no. Paul Scully, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Kate Osborne, aye.
Thank you.
Alison Phillips.
Aye. Yeah.
Andrew Stevenson, no.
Thank you.
Desmond Swain, no.
Name and how you're voting.
Fiona Bruce, no.
Thank you.
Jonathan Gullis, no. Mark Fletcher, no.
Thank you.
John Glenn, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Tahir Ali,
Can you do this? Yeah, we should do it this time.
Yeah, stop. Come to the dispatch box. Stop. Give your name and how you're
Because we've got
voting,
to
please.
record it.
Thank you.
Feel better, we've got it.
Yeah.
Name and how you're voting.
Name and how you're voting.
Yes, Mike Ellsbury, aye.
Thank you.
Andrew Bridgen, no.
Thank you.
Julian Lewis, no.
Thank you.
Jim?
John Baker, no.
Thank you.
Elliot Colburn, no. Jack Brereton, no.
Great.
Say it at the box, please.
Come to dispatch box, give your name and how you're voting. Thank you.
Christine Jordan, aye.
Laura Drop, no. Thank you. Keep coming, keep coming.
Keep coming. Say it at the dispatch box, please.
Keep the pace. Name and
Gareth
how you're voting.
Johnson.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Name and how you're voting.
Keon Wara, aye.
Thank you.
Tom?
Tom Randall, no.
David Johnston, no.
Name and how you're voting.
Tom Hunt, no.
Thank you.
Jagger Mahindra.
And how you're voting.
No.
Thank you. Keep coming, keep coming. Name and how you're voting, please.
Brendan Clark Smith, no.
Thank you. Oh, I don't know where you go.
Chris Clarkson, voting no.
Thank you.
Ian Levy, no.
Thank you.
Yvette Cooper, aye.
Name and how you're voting.
Karen Buck, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Jess Phillips, aye.
Thank you. Give your name and how you're voting.
Rob Butler, no.
Thank you. Stand up to such as name and how you're voting.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald, aye.
Name
Stephen Morgan, aye.
Thank you.
Robbie Moore, no.
Thank you. Come through.
Come on, Bob.
Keep going.
No, I'll take the aye and no, Bob. Okay.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Robert Neal, aye.
Thank you. Through. Name and how you're voting.
Justin Tomlinson, no.
Thank you.
Will Quince, no.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Nikki Aiken,
No.
no.
Okay. Name and how you're voting at dispatch box.
James Daly, no.
Thank you. Through. Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
Suella Braverman, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at dispatch box.
Clive Efford, aye.
Thank you. Through.
Robin Walker, no.
I'm just going to remember the names. Thank you.
Andrew Griffith, no.
Thank you. Come forward. Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
Chris Matheson, aye.
Thank you.
Wes Streeting, aye.
Justin Madders, aye.
Peter Kyle, aye. Proxy for Stella Creasy, aye.
Thank you.
Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
Florence Eshalomi, aye.
Thank you.
Maria Miller, no. Sarah Jones, aye.
Yep, through. Thank you. Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
Tracy Brabin, aye.
Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
Jill Furness, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Amos Sharon Ambos, aye. And Lynn Brown, aye.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not it through the mix. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Graham Brady, no.
Thank you.
Gareth Bacon, no.
Thank you. Keep coming. Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
Ben Spencer, no.
Thank you.
Paul Maynard.
How you voting? No.
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 Thank you. Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
John Stevenson, no.
Thank you.
Chris Green, no.
Andrew Lewis, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Andrew Barry, no.
Thank you.
Jacob Young, no.
Thank you.
David Gibbett.
And how you voting?
No. No.
Thank you.
Whittington.
And how you
No.
voting?
No.
Thank you. Name and how you're
Jones? No.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Sarah Dines? No.
Thank you.
David Jones.
Keep coming. How you voting?
No.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Name and no.
Name and how you're voting, please.
Suzanne Webb? And no.
Thank you.
Gary Stanbrook? No.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Crispin Blunt? Aye.
Thank you. Keep coming. Name and how you're voting.
James Davis? No.
Thank you.
Felicity Buchan? No.
Thank you.
Angela Richardson? No.
Caroline Noakes? Aye.
Thank you. Coming.
Jeremy Wright, aye.
Name and how you're voting, please.
Steve McCabe? Aye.
Thank you.
Mark Harper? No.
Name and how you're voting, please.
Teresa Villas? No.
Thank you.
Louise Haig? Aye.
Thank you.
Jonathan Ashworth? Aye.
Thank you.
Jeremy Quinn? No.
Edward Argo? No.
Name and how you're voting at dispatch box, please.
Tulip Sadiq? Aye.
Simon Jupp? No.
Ian Mearns? Aye.
Ian Murray? Aye.
Wayne David? Aye.
Meg Hillier? Aye.
Name and how you're voting, please.
Caroline Mansell? No.
Aaron Bell? No.
Graham Stringer? Aye.
Michael Newman? No.
Name, Mike Wood, no. Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Ian Douglas Smith? No.
Thank you.
Jane Hunt? No.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Jack Presti? Aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting. No. Name and how you're voting, please.
James Sunderland? No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Shannon.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Aye. Sorry about that. I was on. What about it?
Name and how you're voting.
Jim Shannon? Aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Neil Coyle? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come in. Name and how you're voting, please.
Kate Green? Aye.
Thank you.
Ellis.
Liz Savile Roberts? Aye.
Steve Double? No.
Thank you. Come in. Name and how you're voting.
Cheryl Murray? Aye.
Thank you.
Grant Shapps? No.
Thank you. Come in. Name and how you're voting, please.
Henry Smith? No.
Thank you.
Oh, last minute swerve.
Tip Lawton? Yes. Aye.
Seems to have had a blockage.
Come on! I know.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
John, name and how you're voting.
John Hayes? No.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Nusrat Ghani? Aye.
Thank you. Keep coming. Name and how you're voting.
Mark Garnier? Aye.
Thank you. Come through. Keep going. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
No, do it.
At the dispatch box.
At the box.
Scott Mann? No.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Paul Holmes? No.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Stephen Hammond? No.
Thank you.
Greg Hands? No.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Ruth Jones? Aye.
Thank you.
Therese Coffey? No.
Thank you.
Steve Bryan? Aye.
Come on, Mike. You used to be fitter when you were in the guards.
Yeah, but I'm not good. I'm not going in.
You're which one? Which one do you want? Whichever you want.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box.
Name and how you're voting, please.
Penny, no.
Excellent. Well done, Mike. You're going to have to keep them coming. Sorry, did you want to send your name at the dispatch box?
Joy Morrissey, Beaconsfield.
No.
No.
Julie Marson, no.
Come on, Tracy.
Tracy Crouch, Chatham and Aylesford.
Keep coming.
Keep coming. Just keep coming up to the dispatch box. Name and how you're voting.
Robert Largan.
Sorry, can you say in the box?
Oh, Robert Largan, aye.
Thank you.
Right.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Giles Watley.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, that's how you're voting. Yep. Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Redwood, aye.
Thank you.
Keep coming.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
No, Philp.
Thank you. Your name and how you're voting, please.
Liz Kendall.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Nick Smith, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Kevin Hollering, no.
Thank you.
Come on, Judy. Keep coming,
Keep
Judy.
coming,
Just keep coming.
Keep going. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Judith Cummins, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Keir Starmer, aye.
Thank you.
Carolyn Harris, aye.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box.
Craig Tracy, no.
Come in.
Come on, keep coming. Come on.
Name and how you're voting, please.
Jonathan Janodgley. Say your name at the dispatch box.
No.
Just stop. You'll have to go back to the dispatch box.
Please
We're
pick it up on the
recording
record.
upstairs.
Right. Knogley, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's
Thanks,
beautiful,
Jonathan.
Mr.
Sally Ann Hart,
No.
No.
Correct. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Martin Vickers, aye.
Thank you. Keep coming.
Dispatch box.
Steve Reed, oh, that was the right spot. Steve Reed, aye.
Thank you.
Brilliant, thanks.
Name at the dispatch box, please, and how you're voting.
Kemi Beadnock, no.
Thank you.
Christopher Evans, aye.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chris. Christopher Evans, aye.
Yeah.
Sorry, go just through the box.
Maria Eagle, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please. Whichever way you're voting.
Name and
Name and...
Simon. Oh, I got it wrong. Simon Hart, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Helen Hayes, aye.
Thank you.
Andrew Salou, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Alison
Can we-
McGovern, aye.
Can you...
Don't move, don't move. Richard, you're going to have to come forward and vote one way or the other.
Name and how you're voting, please.
No. So, Richard Graham, Gloucester. No.
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 Okay, thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Jeremy Hunt, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Going this way. Jason Cartney, aye.
Thank you.
Gary McCarthy, aye.
Thank you.
Kevin McCarthy, aye.
Come to the dispatch
Yeah,
box.
just
that
come
you're-
through.
Lillian Greenwood, aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lily. If you say your name at the dispatch box, you know you're voting. What's my actual name?
Rupert Huck, aye.
Alberto Costa, no.
Thank you.
To the box and then...
Whatever box you're voting at.
Peter Gibson, no.
Thank you. Come through. Name and
Keep
how you're
moving. To the
voting at
box,
the
to the
dispatch
box.
box. Please.
Rob Roberts, no.
Thank you.
Selene Saxby, no.
Deanna Davison, no.
Say it at the top.
Ben Lake, aye.
Keep going.
Name and how you're voting, please.
Luke Pollard, aye.
Thank you.
Dennis Eichner, aye.
Thank you.
Stephen Timms, aye.
Thanks. Come on, come on, come on.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box.
Sean Bailey, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Simon Baines, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're
Then up to the
voting.
dispatch box, please.
Charlotte Nichols, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Come on. Name and then are you voting?
Sam Terry, aye.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Sam.
Andy MacDonald, aye.
Thank you.
I'm going to try something.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Jerome Mayhew, no.
Thank you.
James Wilde, no.
Thank you.
You're going to have to lock the door.
Andrew Jones, no.
Lock the doors!
Keep coming, everybody.
Keep
Name.
coming.
Lucy Allen, no.
Thank you.
Alex Chalk, no.
Mark Pawsey, aye.
Thank you.
Greg Clark, aye.
Thank you.
Andy Carter, aye.
Come through. Name and how you're voting, please.
Oliver Heald, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
David Mundell, no. Robin Miller, no.
Just keep coming, just keep coming.
Danny
You have
Kruger.
to lock the doors beyond the queue.
Sorry, did you give your name and how you're voting?
Danny Kruger.
Sorry, thank you. Come
Danny Kruger, no.
Thank you.
Stuart Anderson,
No. Thank you.
Anthony Higginbotham, no.
Thank you.
John, can you say your
Name
name
and how
and
you're
box?
voting, please.
John Craddock, Staggerham and Rhineham.
Aye. No problem.
Name and how you're voting.
Rebecca Long Bailey, Salford and Eccles, aye.
Thank you.
Ben Bradshaw, aye.
Where's the bloody else must be such a big guy? Yeah, but that's still in Scotland.
Sorry, name and how you're voting.
Adam Afrier, no.
Thank you.
No, but there should be, it should keep coming. It should flow. Yeah, that's the difference.
There's a few remnants.
It's like there's a traffic light that says, right?
Angela Rayner, aye.
Emma Hardy, aye.
Mike Kane, aye. Nigel Huddleston, no. Robert Courts, no.
Craig Whittaker, Calder Valley, aye.
Peter Bone, Wellingborough.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, no, thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Nia Griffith, aye.
Thank you.
Alan Cairns, no.
Thank you.
Peter Aldous.
No.
You voting no?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Just a moment. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Alistair Carmichael, aye.
Wendy Chamberlain, aye. Holly Lynch.
Aye.
Aye.
How about you? Jeffrey Donaldson.
Name and how you're voting, please.
Aye. Jeffrey Donaldson.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Luke Hall, no.
Thank you.
Tyra Terry, aye.
Thank you. Yeah, perfect. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
James Stevenson, no.
Thank you.
You have to go to the box, which you voting aye or no?
I'm going aye.
Name
Just
and how
go
you're
to the box,
voting.
name and...
Anne-Marie Morris, I'm voting aye.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Alison.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Right, Paul, can you
Name
say
and
your name?
how you're voting, please.
Paul Blomfield, aye.
Thank you.
Paul Blomfield, aye.
Name and how you're voting.
Andrew Rosendale, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Kwasi Kwarteng, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, dispatch box.
Julian Smith, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Kevin Jones, no. Aye.
Oh! Thank you.
Come on, folks.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please. Name and how you're voting.
Keegan Gillian,
Thank you.
no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box.
Prissy Patel, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box.
Robert Buckland,
No.
no.
Thank you.
Jesse Norman, no.
Thank you.
Aye, go on.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Name and no.
Name, how you're voting.
Gordon Henderson. I think I'm voting
No.
No.
Yes, correct. You're as in yes, no.
Kit Malthouse, no.
Thank you.
Thank you for the papers. The honey in the papers come with.
Claudia Webb, aye.
Thank you.
Cat Smith, aye.
Conor McGinn, aye.
Graham Stewart, no.
Rachel Hopkins, aye.
Marco Longi, no.
Jeremy Corbyn, aye.
Hugh Merriman, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Chris Grayling, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Stephen Crabb, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Douglas Ross, no.
Thank you.
John Healy, aye.
Thank you.
David Amos, no.
Thank you.
Chloe Smith, no.
Thank you.
John Penrose, no.
Daisy Cooper, aye.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box.
Brown, no.
Thank you.
Rachel McLean, no.
No, stand at the box and do it.
Yes.
Rachel McLean, no.
Thank you. Just need to keep you up on the mic.
Virginia Crosby, no.
Are you sure it's that? Yeah, that's that side. Name and how you're voting.
Hello, Jonathan Reynolds, aye.
Thank you.
Matt Warman, no.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
Hilary Benn, aye.
Chris.
Alex Sobel, aye.
Go on through, Alex.
Name, say your name please.
Nigel Adams, and I'm voting no.
Lee Rowley, no.
Lee Rowley, no.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
I presume you are.
Munira Wilson, aye.
Thank you.
Damien Hines, no.
Thank you.
Matt Weston, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting.
Tamanjit Singh Desi, aye.
Thank you.
Don't know him.
Bridget Phillipson, aye.
Thank you.
Edward Simpson, no.
Thank you.
Alex Cunningham, aye.
Lisa Nandy, aye.
Thank you very much.
Christopher Choate, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Alexander Stafford, no.
Paul Howell, no.
Thank you.
Matt Vickers, no.
Name and how you're voting.
Rushnara,
Thank you.
Richard Norrie, Ali, aye.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
David Simmons, no.
Thank you. Coming. Name and how you're voting, please.
Robert Jenrick, no.
Thank you. Keep coming.
Keep coming, come on, Chris.
Name and how you're voting, please, at the dispatch box.
Chris Pincher, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
Darren Henry, no.
Thank you. Coming. Thank you.
Kevin Foster, Torbay, no. Liam Fox, North Somerset, no.
Catherine West, aye.
Liz.
Liz Truss.
David.
Sarah Olney, aye.
Siobhan McDonough.
Aye.
Aye.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Come through.
Emma Llewellyn-Book, aye.
Thank you. Coming.
Kevin Brennan, voting aye in the mock shambles.
Rees-Mogg, no.
Thank you.
Gavin Williamson, no.
Thank you.
Alex Burkhardt, no.
Sir Michael.
Michael Ellis, no.
Thank you.
Joanna Cherry, aye.
Thank you. Coming.
Richard Fuller, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Jeffrey.
Yeah, Clifton Brown, aye.
Thank you. Come in.
Tugendhat, Austin Rouse, waiting, aye.
Thank you.
You get first on.
Derek Twigg, aye.
Thank you very much. Come in. Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Lloyd Russell Moyle, aye.
Thank you.
What a far.
Andy Slaughter, aye.
Thank you very much. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Chris Loder from West Dorset, no.
Thank you. Come in.
Come on, Liz, keep coming.
Name and how you're voting, please. Come in.
Liz Truss, South West Norfolk, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting, please.
No.
Name.
Seeley, SWO, thank you.
Name and how you're voting.
John Speller, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Ed Balls, Mark Francois, voting no.
Thank you very much. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box.
Neil Parrish, voting no.
Thank you very much. Come through, come through,
Nick, come in.
come in. Name and how you're voting.
Scott Benson, no.
Thank you.
Penny Mordaunt, no.
Thank you.
For the morning, no.
Liam Byrne, Hodge Hill, aye.
Thank you. Come in, name and how you're voting, please.
Ruth Cadbury, aye.
Thank you. Through. Name and how you're voting.
Kelly Tolhurst, no.
Thank you.
Andrew Percy, aye.
Carl McCartney, no.
Thank you.
Hello, Mum.
Rich Maskell, aye.
Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
George Eustace.
Name.
Eustace, yes. Sorry, George Eustace, no.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box.
Nicholas Brown, aye.
Thank you.
Sir Alan Campbell, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Come on, Bob.
Come on, Bob.
Bob Stewart, no.
Thank you.
Chris Elmore, aye.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Quickly.
Jeff Smith, aye.
James Morris, no. David Davis, no. Michael Tomlinson, no.
Benefit of seeing anyone else do it.
Eddie Hughes, no.
And somebody else on the edit. I've not got my paper.
And Siobhan Bailey, no.
Yes. Yeah.
Maggie Throop, no.
Tom Persclough, no.
Maria Caulfield, no.
Mike Freer, no.
David Rutley, no. And a proxy vote for Nigel Mills, aye.
That's very good.
Rebecca Harris, no.
Thank you.
Patrick Grady, aye.
Leo Doherty, no.
Mark Spencer, no. All out.
Thank you. All out.
So that's, oh God, it's not. So that's.
Yeah, good. Further votes, absolutely. That was forever, wasn't it? And nobody voted to it. What did you reckon? 500, 550?
Order.
The ayes to the right, 185. The noes to the left, 242.
The ayes to the right, 185. The noes to the left, 242. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlocked. Order. The question is that the main question, as many of that opinion say aye, as amended, as many of them say no. Aye. Division.
This wasn't as amended because you amended
No, it wasn't. That's what I know.
So what's your next thing on the script?
Division. I'll ask all the members to eventually tell us. I don't need to read that. Right.
Are the tellers the same or are they different?
No. Yeah, don't worry. Give it a couple of minutes.
To get our people in, that's
Oh, no, don't worry. It was swapped.
I don't mind, I'm being told what to do. I think they're different tellers, so just ask them behind you and you can call them out. You've got to put the question again anyway, and then...
You're on a different paper.
No, you read the question again and then you call the tellers.
Jeff Smith and Chris Bryant.
Jeff's always...
For the nose.
And Chris Bryant.
For the nose.
And Chris Bryant for the nose.
Who's doing the eyes?
Looks like Marcus and Stuart.
We've moved.
Yeah.
Stuart Andrew.
And Marcus Jones. Put the question again, I guess, and then announce the tellers.
Ready, folks?
Yeah.
The question is that the main question, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Oh, thankfully. No. The tellers for the ayes, Stuart Andrew and Marcus Jones. For the noes, Jeff Smith and Chris Bryant.
Call the first member. Wait to get even, because either you're going in positions at the moment. Do you want me to go in position? Just for now, yeah, just so we can get started. Lindsay, I'm just going to stay here for a little bit.
I call the first honourable member to move forward and vote.
Valerie Vaz, Walsall South, no.
Afzal Khan, Manchester Gorton, no.
James Gray, North Wiltshire, no.
Name and how you voted, dispatch please.
Suella Bradford, aye.
Thank you.
Alison Phillips, no.
Thank you. Come in. Thank you.
Jessica Morden, no. Kate Holland, no.
Thank you. Keep coming. Thank you.
Agreement, no.
I'll get the hang of it now.
Toby Perkins, no. Matthew Pennycook, no.
Keep coming.
Nick Thomas Simmons, no.
Nia Griffith, no. Fleur Anderson, no.
Abena Pongasari, no.
David Ali, no.
Andrew Jones, aye.
Dr. Sam Poulton, no.
Thank you.
Catherine McKinnell, no.
Name and how you voted, please.
If you can do it at the dispatch box, that's really helpful, because then it picks up on the microphone. Do you see what I mean?
Desmond Swain, aye.
Thank you. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Jackie Doyle Price, aye.
Thank you.
Tahir Ali, no.
Thank you. Keep coming. Name and how you're voting at the dispatch box, please.
Robert Neal, no.
Thank you.
At the dispatch box, please. Thank you.
James Daly, aye.
Thank you.
Alex Davis-Jones, no.
Thank you.
Therial Clark, no.
Thank you.
Darren James, no.
Trudy Harrison, aye. Thank you.
Marcus Fish, aye.
John Howell, aye.
Gavin Newlands, no.
I think Mr. Speaker may
David Linden, voting no.
Thank you.
Yes, I know.
Drew Hendry voting no.
Lucy Powell voting no.
Ed Miliband voting no.
Rachel Reeves voting no.
Philip Drummond, aye. Sherilyn McCrory, aye.
Ben Everett, aye.
Sarah Ratcliffe, aye.
Kate Osborne no.
Thomas Sharon Ambos, no.
Try to keep the two distances.
And Lynn Brown, no.
Thank you.
Jill Furness, no.
Gareth Bacon, aye.
Ben Spencer, aye.
Damien Collins, aye.
Priti Patel, aye.
Robert Buckland, aye.
Simon Clark.
If you could do it at the dispatch box and it picks up the microphone.
Simon Clark, aye.
Thank you.
Shinakali, aye.
Kwasi Kwarteng, aye.
If you do it at the dispatch box,
Oh,
it's
sorry.
really helpful. Because it picks
Kwasi
up the microphone.
Kwarteng, aye.
Thank you.
John Glenn, aye.
Natalie Elphick, aye.
Gareth Davis, aye.
Fiona Bruce.
If you do it actually at the dispatch box, then it picks up the microphone.
Fiona Bruce, aye.
Thank you.
Alan Mack, aye.
Elliot Colburn, aye.
Keep coming. Lovely.
Mike Hill, no.
Andrew Lua, aye.
Thank you.
Christian Wakeford, aye.
Thank you.
Saki Batty, aye.
If you go right up to the microphone, it's helpful.
Saki Batty, aye.
Thank you.
Alex Sharma, aye.
Keep coming.
Paul Scully, aye.
Thank you.
Laura Trott, aye.
Wayne David, no. Ian Murray, no.
Kate Green, no.
Pat McFadden, no.
Nikki Aiken, aye.
Jonathan Gullis voting aye. Mark Fletcher, aye. Jacob Young, aye. Oliver Heald, aye.
Wendy Morton, aye.
Do it at the dispatch box, that's really good because it picks up the microphone.
Wendy Morton, aye.
Thank you.
Ian Stewart, aye. Gary Sambrook, aye.
Suzanne Webb, aye.
Simon Jupp, aye.
Mary Kelly Foy, no.
Jack Brereton, aye.
Justin Tomlinson, aye.
Will Quince, aye.
Chris Clarkson, aye.
Angela Eagle, no.
Steve McCabe, no. You've got to be joking.
David Evnett, aye.
Alex Norris, no. Also voting on proxy for Sarah Owen, no.
Thank you.
Neil Coyle, no.
James Cartledge, aye.
Caroline Ansell, aye.
Aaron Bell, aye.
James Grundy, aye.
David Juggett, aye.
Ruth Jones, no.
Robert Largan, aye.
Yeah, make sure you do it in front of the microphone. No,
Here.
There.
Robert Largan, aye.
Here.
Giles Watling, aye.
Philip Holloway, aye.
Kerry McCarthy. Do it there.
No.
The dispatch box itself.
Oh, sorry.
So it's
Okay.
in front of the microphone.
Okay, Kerry McCarthy, no.
Alberto Costa, aye.
Helen Hayes, no.
Jeremy Hunt, aye.
To the microphone.
Jeremy Hunt, aye.
Yes. So you could pick up the microphone. You see, that was very slow.
Andrew Sellew, no.
John Lamont, aye.
Keep coming.
Simon Hart, aye.
Okay.
Richard Graham, aye.
Stuart Anderson, aye.
John Stevenson, aye.
Nicola Richards, aye.
Mark Eastwood, aye.
Alison McGovern, no.
Into the microphone.
Alison McGovern, no.
Paul Bristow, aye.
Imran Khan, aye.
Greg Smith, aye.
Fiona Davison, aye.
Stephen Morgan, no.
Sally Ann Hart, aye.
And to speak it into the microphone.
Selene Saxby, aye. Jess Phillips, no.
Nusrat Ghani, aye.
Peter Gibson, aye.
And speak into the microphone.
Ian Levy, aye.
Florence Eshalomi, no.
Tulip Sadiq, no. Ruth Edwards, aye.
Joe Gideon, aye.
Brendan Clark Smith, aye.
Holly Mumby Croft, aye.
Anthony Higginbotham, aye.
Liz Kendall, no.
Lee Anderson, aye.
Nick Fletcher, aye.
Jerome Mayhew, aye.
Jeffrey Donaldson, no.
Jag Mahindra, yes.
Robbie Moore, aye.
Tom Randall, aye.
Liz Savile Roberts, no.
Ben Lake, no.
Vera Hobhouse, no.
Victoria Prentice, aye.
Emma Hardy, no.
Jonathan Reynolds, no.
Holly Lynch, no.
Marco Longi, aye.
Teresa Villas, aye.
Robert Sims, aye.
Rebecca Powell, aye.
Danny Kruger, aye.
Rachel McLean, aye.
John Curtis, Dagenham Raymond, no.
Tom Hunt, voting aye.
Angela Rayner, no. Claudia Webb, no.
Andy MacDonald,
No.
Rebecca Long Bailey, no. Rachel Hopkins, no. Taiwo Owatemi, no.
Hilary Benn, no.
Mike Amesbury, no.
Mike Kane, no.
Julian Lewis, aye.
Chris Evans, no.
Chris Evans, no.
Joe Churchill, aye.
Chion Wara, no.
Tanmanjit Singh Desi, no.
Sam Terry, no. Andy Carter, aye.
Edward Timpson, aye.
Alex Cunningham, no.
Daisy Cooper, no.
Alexander Stafford, aye.
Rupert Huck, no.
Paul Howell, aye.
Matt Vickers, aye. Chris Pinchard, aye.
Robert Jenrick, aye. Okay. Robert Jenrick, aye. Thank you.
Luke Hall, aye.
James Wilde, aye.
Maria Eagle, no.
Gavin Williamson, aye.
Gavin Williamson, aye, that was.
Alex Burker, aye.
Lloyd Russell Moyle, no.
Could have walked to Barnett Parsons.
Andy Slaughter, no.
That was Andy Slaughter, no.
Liz Truss, aye.
Neil Parrish, aye. Scott Benton,
Could
aye.
you make sure you do it into the microphone, please?
Scott Benton, aye.
Mark Francois, aye.
Matt Warman, aye.
Kim Johnson, no.
Sean Bailey, no.
Do it into the microphone, please.
Sean Bailey, aye.
Thank you.
Ian Baird,
Do it into the microphone,
Oh,
please.
sorry.
Thank you.
Ian Baird, no.
Zara Sultana, no.
Charlotte Nichols, no.
Do it into the microphone, Charlotte. That's it.
Charlotte Nichols, no.
Thank you.
Stephen Crabbe, aye.
You've actually gone through the name.
Stephen Crabbe, no. Aye.
Okay, carry on.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Liam Byrne, Hodge Hill. No.
Robin Miller, aye.
Alan Cairns, aye.
Rob Roberts, aye.
Ian Mearns, appropriately dressed, aye. No. No. No.
Emma Lowell Book, no.
Yvette Cooper, no.
Munira Wilson, no.
Caroline Dinage, aye.
Keep coming.
Gillian Keegan, aye.
Virginia Crosby.
Make sure you do it into the microphone.
Virginia Crosby, aye.
Paul Holmes, aye.
Stephen Hammond, aye. Graham Brady, aye.
William Ragg, aye.
Liam Fox, aye. Rishi Sunak?
Yeah, if you do it
aye.
into the microphone.
Oh, right. Rishi Sunak, aye.
Thank you.
Kevin Holding-Reg, aye.
Greg Hands, aye. Edward Arger, aye.
Kevin Brennan, definitely no.
Kit Malthouse, aye.
Andrew Rosendale, aye.
Rees-Mogg, aye. John Hayes, aye.
Andrew Stevenson, aye.
Lucy Fraser, aye.
Colleen Fletcher, no.
Felicity Buchan, aye.
Aaron Buck, no.
Peter Bone, Wellingborough, no.
Rebecca Harris, aye.
Craig Whittaker, Calder Valley, aye.
Andrew Bowie, aye.
Julie Marson, aye.
Mark Harper, aye.
Karen Bradley, aye.
Stephen Timms, no.
James Davis, aye.
Paul Maynard, aye. John Redwood, no.
Rob Butler, aye.
Vicky Ford, aye.
Dean Russell, aye.
Duncan Baker, aye.
David Jones, aye.
If you come close to the microphone.
Michael Ellis, aye.
Liz Twist, no.
Mark Pritchard, aye.
Nigel Huddleston, aye.
Mims Davis, aye.
Bell Rivera Adding, no.
Luke Pollard, no.
Alex Sobel, no.
Tracy Brabin, no. Sarah Jones, no. Sarah Jones, no.
Daniel Zeichner, no.
Joy Morrissey, aye.
Cheryl Murray, aye.
Sarah Dines, aye.
Gareth Johnson, aye. Mark Jenkinson, aye. Simon Fell, aye. Robert Courts, aye. Chris Eaton Harris, aye. Chris Grathing, aye. Andrew Percy, aye. Just. Martin Vickers, aye.
Robert Goodwill, aye.
Derek Swig, no.
Richard Holden, aye. Darren Henry, aye.
Make sure you say it into the microphone.
Darren Henry, aye.
Keep coming. Keep moving.
Mark Garnier, no.
Wasn't intimidating before.
Anthony Magnell, aye.
Bim Afalami, aye. Damien Green, aye.
Theo Clark, aye.
Amanda Milling, aye.
Andrew Griffith, aye.
If you do it when you get to the dispatch box, that's great, Andrew.
Sorry. Stage fright.
That's Andrew Griffith's aye.
Nadeem Zahawi, aye.
Alex Shulbrook, aye.
Caroline Noakes, aye.
Harriet Baldwin, no.
Harriet Baldwin, no.
Thank you.
Crispin Blunt, no.
Doughty Stephen, no.
Jonathan Ashworth, no.
Lisa Nandy, no. Jane Stevenson, aye.
Louise Haig, no. Olivia Blake, no.
Faye Jones, aye.
Okay, a bit louder there.
Faye Jones, aye.
Thank you. Laura Farris, aye.
Clive Efford, no.
Rushnora Ali, no.
Ian Pearsley, no.
Therese Coffey, aye.
Grant Shapps, aye.
Jim McMahon, no.
Maria Miller, aye.
Greg Clark, aye. Barry Gardiner, no.
Gerald Jones, no.
Jane Hunt, aye.
Preston, no.
If you do it just a bit louder near the dispatch.
Jack LeFresty, no.
Thank you.
Robin Walker, aye.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald, no.
Abstain in person, vote aye and no.
Is that allowed?
Chris Green, yes.
Thank you.
Jim Shannon, and it's
Okay,
no.
right at the microphone.
Sorry.
No, at the microphone.
Oh.
Yes, no, that's it.
Jim Shannon, no. Thank you.
Leila Moran, no.
Whittingdale, aye.
David Mundale, aye.
Simon Baines, aye.
Adam Afrier, aye.
Make sure you do it at the microphone. Great.
Adam Afrier, aye.
Thank you.
Richard Fuller, aye.
Peter Aldous, aye.
Henry Smith, aye.
Steve Double, aye.
George Eustace, aye.
Scott Mann, aye.
Do it at the microphone.
Scott Mann, aye.
Thank you.
Cat Smith, no.
John Healy, no.
Bridget Phillipson, no.
And Lee Rowley, aye.
Do it at the microphone.
Lee Rowley, aye.
Great, thank you.
Ian Duncan Smith, aye.
Nigel Adams, aye.
David Johnston, aye.
Daniel Kivchinsky, aye.
Ian Blackford, no.
Angela Richardson, aye.
Conor McGinn, no.
Lucy Allen, aye.
David Simmons, aye. Murison, aye.
Jeremy Corbyn, no.
Andrew Brudgeon, aye.
Rachel Maskell, no.
Steve Reed, no.
Steve Baker? Aye.
Make sure you do it into the microphone, Steve. Thank you.
Steve Baker? Aye.
Craig Tracy, aye.
Peter Kyle, no. Proxy for Stella Creasy, no.
Wes Streeting, no.
Justin Ladders, no.
Stephen Kinnock, no.
Make sure you do it into the microphone.
Stephen Kinnock, no.
Chris Matheson, no.
Charles Walker, aye.
Ben Bradshaw, no.
Paul Blomfield, no.
Steve Bryan, no.
Oliver Dowden, aye.
Make sure you do it into the microphone.
Sorry.
There we go.
Oliver Dowden, aye.
Thank you. So it's picked up.
John Penrose, aye.
Christine Jardine, no.
Tanya Antoniazzi, no.
Jeremy Quinn, aye. Bill Wiggin, aye.
Meg Hillier, no.
Claire Catino, aye.
Hugh Merriman, aye.
Alex Chalk, aye.
Wendy Chamberlain, no.
Sarah Olney, no.
Mike Wood, aye.
Craig Williams, aye. Alistair Carmichael, no.
Anne-Marie Morris, aye.
James Cleverly, aye.
Alistair Jack, aye.
Lillian Greenwood, no.
Douglas Ross, aye.
David Amos, aye.
Judith Cummings, no.
Nick Smith, no.
Keir Starmer, no.
Carolyn Harris,
No.
Gordon Henderson, aye.
Chloe Smith, aye.
Chloe Smith, aye. Come round into
Beth
the-
Winter, no.
Beth Winter, no.
Mark Pawsey, aye.
Jesse Norman, aye. Bob Seeley, aye.
Bob Seeley.
Aye.
Bob Seeley, aye.
Kevin Foster, aye.
Graham Stringer, no.
Kelly Tolhurst, aye. Kelly Tolhurst, aye.
Julian Smith, aye.
Graham Stewart, aye. Damien Hines, aye.
Sorry.
Edward Davey, no.
Penny Mordaunt, aye. Ruth Cadbury,
In front of the microphone, Liz. Lovely. That's it.
Ruth Cadbury, no.
Cadbury, no.
Simply thrilled. Penny, yes, aye, even.
Penny, aye. I think it's Lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Damien Moore, aye.
James Heapy, aye.
Chris Philp, aye.
Joanna Cherry, no.
Catherine West, no.
In front of the microphone. Lovely.
Catherine West, no.
Thank you. Catherine West, no.
Nicholas Brown, no.
Kevin Jones, no.
Sir Alan Campbell, no.
Matt Weston, no.
Anthony Brown, aye.
Kemi Badenoch, aye.
Peter Bottomley, aye.
Just a bit louder there, in front of the microphone.
Peter Bottomley, aye.
Thank you. Peter Bottomley, aye.
Carl McCartney, aye.
Chris Loder, aye.
Christopher Chope, aye.
Siobhan McDonough, no.
John Speller, no.
James Sunderland, aye.
Bob Stewart, aye.
Chris Elmore, no.
Patrick Grady, no.
Tom Persclough, aye.
James Morris, aye.
Maggie Throop, aye.
Michael Tomlinson, aye.
Eddie Hughes, aye. And proxy vote for Siobhan Bailey, aye.
Maria Caulfield, aye.
David Davis, aye.
Leah Doherty, aye.
David Rutley, aye. And proxy vote for Nigel Mills, aye.
Mike Freer, aye. Mark Spencer, aye. All out.
Now, order. The ayes were 261. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 261. The noes to the left, 163.
Thank you. I was ahead of myself. Can't think how that happened.
The ayes to the right, 261. The noes to the left, 163. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Thank you. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Parliamentary Constituencies Bill, second reading.
Now.
Mr. Speaker has selected the reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and others. Under the provisions of the business of the House today motion, I will call a signatory of that amendment to move it at the conclusion of the debate. Minister Chloe Smith to move second reading.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. It is a great pleasure to open this debate, and the purpose of the bill is a straightforward one: to meet the government's manifesto pledge of delivering updated and equal parliamentary boundaries, making sure that every vote counts the same. We will do so on the basis of 650 constituencies. The principal legislative framework set out in the Parliamentary Constituencies Act 1986 remains in place, and this bill makes a small number of amendments to that in order to move us forward with some aspects of the timing and the process of future boundary reviews, and, as I say, returning the number of constituencies to 650.
There's a fundamental flaw which she brought out for us in her very first paragraph, because I think government ministers think that by trying to rejig the constituencies, they will make every vote count equally. It's not true. The only way you can do that is by having a proportional election system. What could make every person count equally is if we didn't count our boundaries by the number of voters or registered voters in the constituency, but by the number of people, which is what every other country in the world does.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a huge chunk of what he is proposing there is out of the scope of this bill, but in terms of what is in scope, I do hope, therefore, he will be rejecting the Labour Party's amendment tonight, which goes against equalising the size of constituencies by arguing against the tolerance quota. I'm sure he will consider that as he comes to his vote tonight. Now, let me prompt a question that might legitimately be asked, Madam Deputy Speaker, as to why we're doing this legislation now, given the other challenges that are presented by the coronavirus. Now, we do, of course, absolutely rely upon the electors of the UK to cast their vote and choose the politics of the day, the government of the day. And fundamental to that is this idea that each vote carries the same weight. We can only achieve those equal votes through a robust system of boundary reviews. They should be regular, they should be thorough, they should be impartial, and it is those that provide us with updated and equal constituencies. Now, the last implemented update of Westminster constituencies was based on electoral data from the very early 2000s. That means that our current constituencies take no account of our youngest voters, and nor do they reflect nearly 2 decades of demographic shift, house building and migration, and that cannot be right. So the purpose of this bill is to update those rules, and it needs to do that so that the next review, which is due to start in early 2021, can proceed promptly and deliver with some certainty those updated and equal constituencies that the electorate deserves. I will run through the main element of the bill, and with your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me say at the outset that in doing this, I have engaged extensively with interested parties, including representatives of the parliamentary parties, including electoral administrators, to make sure that these proposals are as good as they can be. So as I mentioned at the start, the bill will amend the existing legislation to ensure that we continue to have 650 parliamentary constituencies for the UK, as we do now. And in order to achieve that, the bill brings to a close the 2018 boundary review without implementation. It removes the government's obligation to bring those recommendations of the 2018 review into effect, because those proposals would take us down to 600 constituencies. Now, this is a change of policy from that adopted under the coalition government, and we've listened to views expressed across this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, including that of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee. And I'm pleased that members opposite have stated their support for retaining 650 constituencies. We do believe that that decision to move to 600 seats is no longer the right choice for the British public because circumstances have changed. In the past decade, the population has grown, and we have, of course, left the European Union, which means that we have significant areas of policy and lawmaking coming back to all the legislatures of the Union, including the UK Parliament.
Thank you to the Minister for giving way. And whilst I welcome this road to Damascus conversion to having 650 seats, do you recall, it wasn't that long ago in the Public Bill Committee for the Honourable Gentleman from Manchester Gotton's bill that she denied that argument about powers coming back from Brussels. So what's changed whilst I welcome this change in position from the Government?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's only a shame that we are not spending yet more of our time in that particular bill committee. I had particularly regretted the hours spent in the company of the Honourable Gentleman and the Right Honourable Member, the Honourable Member for Manchester Gorton, who isn't in his place, sadly. Otherwise, we could have continued those most enjoyable conversations. But in any case, a conversion on the road somewhere near Damascus is better than none, and I say today, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it is right that we maintain 650 constituencies, and that ensures representation effectively for a growing population in the new era of self-government. Yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way on the point about population, and she will know that since the last registers were done for the last boundary review, there's actually 1.2 million extra people on across all 4 nations of the United Kingdom. That's really good news. So would she not consider using the December 2019 date for the register, given that huge increase there has been, rather than potentially a date in 2020, which would actually see that number drop because we're not able to run the canvasses across the country?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a really important point and a good argument, and I'm going to come on to it shortly because it is quite rightly at the forefront of all of our minds. I do want to just first, though, deal, if I may, with the other 2 arguments that I put forward in the Labour reasoned amendment this afternoon. And I do think it's a little disappointing to see those other 2 arguments there, because all political parties really ought to be able to get behind this bill. It is, I think, the right thing to do, and it is disappointing to see an attempt to block it because we need to have equal and updated boundaries. Now, the Labour Party's 2019 manifesto pledged to, and I quote, respond objectively to future independent boundary reviews, but I don't think their first 2 points in their amendment live up to that. Their first says that the bill concentrates power in the hands of the executive, and that is not true. They are wrong on the facts, and I will go on to explain why. The second point, as I said in answer initially to the Honourable Gentleman from the Rhondda, who's left his place, their second point argues for less equal seats, and I cannot believe that there is a political party in this House that doesn't wish to see itself as following in the footsteps of the Chartists seeking equal representation across the land. Now, I don't know how the Labour Party does want to see itself, therefore, but I do know that they ought to reflect perhaps on what they said when they were last in government, agreeing with the then Committee on Standards in Public Life, that there was inequality of electoral quotas which would erode equal representation. They didn't change that, and it came to the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats in government later who put that right, bringing in the quota of plus or minus 5%. And it's that we maintain today in this legislation in front of the House. And it is that provides more equal seats and ought to be supported. Let me now turn to other key changes that this bill makes, and I'd be happy to give way before I do.
With the Honourable, Right Honourable Lady, that equal representation between seats is really important. But we all know that from time to time, different numbers of people register in different constituencies. In the first major boundary review that this Parliament took place in 1911, the boundaries were based on population census data and not on the whims of who had registered that year or not. Is there not a case now to go to that data, and then 5% possibly could be perfectly agreeable?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand this argument around census data, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for putting it. I don't think it is the right thing to do, and I'm very happy to explain why. Notwithstanding the perhaps obvious point that censuses are only every 10 years, they're on a different frequency to even the amended cycle that we have here in front of us. So they aren't straight away suitable because of a different rhythm. But also there is an important point actually that we ought to recognise here, which is that it is a different group of people that is counted in a census. Censuses do naturally count people who are not citizens, for example. Electoral registration must count those who are eligible to vote, and there's an important distinction there. So I think it is right that we use electoral registers as the basis of the data. But can I put in another point that I do think we must all agree on, and I'm confident the honourable gentleman does, which is that we all ought to encourage everybody to be registered to vote, because that is, of course, the core answer to his point. Yes.
I'm most grateful to the Minister for giving way. When somebody from my constituency seeks my assistance, I will represent them whether they're a citizen or not, or whether they're on the electoral register or not. So my friend from Brighton makes a fair point. We represent everyone in our constituency, and surely the electoral register should be based on that number.
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, and so do I, and so does every single member of Parliament in this House if they are working hard for their constituents. But I wonder if he either mangled his words at the end of his sentence or if he's making a different point, which is that the electoral register ought to be based on everybody whom he helps in his constituency. That would not be so, because that would put, for example, people who are not citizens of this country on the electoral register, and I don't think that is a good argument. Now, let me turn to the other key changes that this bill makes, Madam Deputy Speaker. It will introduce a longer boundary review cycle, with reviews taking place every 8 years. And we think an 8-year cycle will provide for the regular updating of constituencies, but yet without the disruption of constant change. The bill will slightly shorten the timetable of the next boundary review by 3 months to 2 years and 7 months, and that's a one-off change. And that gives us, I will as soon as I finish this point, and that gives us the best chance of updated boundaries being in place ahead of the next general election, recognising that political parties and electoral administrators, electors and candidates need to know those boundaries in good time. I give way.
Most grateful. Could my Honourable just clarify the 8-year cycle? Because my concern on that is with 5-year parliaments, that eventually you end up with boundaries coming to an effect a couple of months before an election and not being able to get the legal parts in place. So could you just clarify the 8-year cycle for me?
Yes, I'm happy to, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think there's 2 points to that clarification. The first is that we do calculate broadly that actually an 8-year cycle would give you a likelihood of 2 elections under one set of boundaries and then a third election on a changed set. So it's that I referred to when I said it gives a balance between change and continuity, which I think is quite important actually for example, constituents to know who their MP is and to do as they wish to do, which is hold us all to account. But the second thing to say to my honourable friend is that we also operate very carefully to a thing called the Gould principle, which says that we shouldn't make changes to electoral matters less than 6 months before the relevant election. Now, that is a point of practicality. It's a very pragmatic thing. It's something that I always have in mind when I'm working with all of those behind the scenes on elections as the Minister for Elections Policy. So I can give him and the House that assurance that we want to see certainly that principle in place here, which is there should always be a clear 6 months between changes to how elections are run and the running of elections. Yes.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. Minister, whenever the constituencies are changed or altered, as it could well be, can you give the House some assurance in relation to those things, that the constituencies will not change without constituency association input, without MPs input and without community input?
Minister.
Yes, I certainly can, Madam Deputy Speaker. Very straightforwardly, the public consultation elements of the legislation stay in place, and we think that's very, very important. So everybody that he has just listed there absolutely has that chance, because there is ample public consultation to be able to put their views in and help get the right results for communities, which I think is very important. Yes.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I know this bill is very much in its infancy and there's a very long way ahead, but representing the largest geographical constituency in England and Wales, it would be remiss of me not to point out that we need to consider the needs of rural communities. You know, our needs are stretched, our needs are different, so I think I would urge the Minister to work closely with rural communities as we design this bill.
I thank my honourable friend for that point, and she's quite right. There certainly are aspects of community that really come out when you're thinking about rural seats, just as there are also for urban and suburban seats. And I know that all such arguments will be brought out to the boundary commissions as they undertake their work after this legislation passes. I can also reassure my honourable friend that there is a specific point in the factors that the boundary commissions have to use, which deals with particularly large constituencies, and that one remains the same, which she may have in mind, although I think her neck of the woods doesn't get quite to that sizing, but she'll know the one that I am referring to. Let me return to the things that the bill changes. The bill will indeed improve the timings of the public hearings that form part of that extensive consultation process I was just referring to. The hearings will be moved to a little later in the boundary review timetable so they can be targeted to areas where interest is greatest, and that's something that often only becomes clear as the review gets going. The bill will also improve the way that the boundary commissions have to consider local government boundaries. Now, these are one of the factors that the commissions may take account of when they develop their proposals. Currently, they may only consider those local boundaries that have been implemented at a local council election prior to the start of a review. The bill in front of us lets the boundary commissions take into account the local boundaries that exist at the beginning of the review, but also to take account of prospective boundaries, so ones that have been formalised in legislation but not yet used in an election. This measure will help to keep constituency boundaries better aligned with local government boundaries. For example, taking into account forthcoming amendments to council wards in London, Wales, Wiltshire and Cornwall, should the orders for those areas be made by the time of the review. Yes.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. In London, there are a lot of boundary changes taking place in my own borough of Havering. Because of the pandemic, these have been delayed. The decision's been delayed instead of December till early next year. Will she confirm that that will not preclude us from using the new boundaries when we look at the constituency boundaries under this review?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can confirm exactly that, and he makes the example for me of the point, the illustration for me of the point I've just made in my remarks. That is indeed the intention of that improvement, to be able to allow for prospective boundaries, local government boundaries, to be taken into account.
Thank you. I appreciate giving way again. On local boundaries, in Brighton, our average ward size is 10,000. In Birmingham, some of the ward sizes go up to 20,000. The difficulty of only having a 5% variance means inevitably in urban areas you will have seats that are cut, confusion for the electorates, and often MPs having to cover 3 council areas. Is there not a case to allow the Boundary Commission to at least weigh up these things on an equal standing rather than requiring them to always be subordinate to the numbers and not the community?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think he will find that that remains in the legislation that is already in place. I was going to come on to that in my remarks in just a minute to give the list of factors that must be taken into account, but I can assure him that he will find what he asks in that list. I said I would give way to my honourable friend as well.
Grateful to my right honourable friend, and I'll probably listen to what my right honourable friend says next, but my question, because I'm going to come on to this when I speak later on, but I just wanted to get her views on it, which might come to, is what is the reasoning behind trying to keep the boundaries within one local authority? Because my constituents, for example, have no idea what the boundaries of my constituency are, and they have no idea whether perhaps they're in North Yorkshire County Council or West Yorkshire, or whether in Leeds City Council or anything like that. So I just wanted to, I will come on to this in my speech, but I'm just interested to probe her views as to why she thinks it's important to stay within local authority boundaries.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's not exactly what I have said. What I will make absolutely clear in just a second is that there is a list of factors that the boundary commissions must have regard to. So it is only that that is the determination there. It is not that I'm saying any one of those factors is better than the others, or indeed that the boundary commissions say that any one is better than the others. There is a list of factors set out in the existing legislation dating from the 1980s, and we're simply saying that we leave that as it is. So he will find there the answer to his concern just there. Let me just go on to talk about how the proposed constituencies will be brought into effect, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that will be done automatically by an order in Council, without debate or approval by Parliament. And I know this is of some interest to honourable and right honourable members, and the purpose of this change is to bring certainty to the boundary review process. It's to give confidence that the recommendations of the independent boundary commissions will be brought into effect without interference or delay. There will be no change to the government's obligation to give effect to the recommendations of the boundary commissions. In fact, as part of this measure, the Secretary of State's current ability to amend the order in Council if rejected by Parliament will be removed. The Executive's power will, if anything, be reduced. If this bill did not proceed today, blocked as the Labour Party wants it to do, they would leave more power in the hands of the Executive. Of course, they used that power, or should I even say, Madam Deputy Speaker, abused that power in 1969 when the Labour Party intentionally blocked the independent boundary review's recommendations. Now, we don't think that is the kind of thing that should happen. We think that first and foremost the boundary commissions are independent organisations. They develop their proposals through a robust and thorough process involving extensive public consultation. It is really important that their impartial recommendations are brought into effect promptly and with certainty. That avoids wasting public time and money, and it ensures the independence of the process. Countries like Australia and Canada and New Zealand use similar approaches that are proposed in this bill with no interference.
I'm grateful to her for giving away, but she's mentioned several times now consultation by the Boundary Commission, but if their scope is limited by a plus or minus 5% variation in the size of constituencies, then those arguments that are put forward by local communities are wasting their time invariably. Isn't it more important that people who have common interests and live in a common and identifiable community vote together rather than to meet these tight constraints of limits on the size of constituencies?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful for that argument, but I think it's a really bad argument. It argues against having equal-sized constituencies. That is really fundamentally important. If you want to be able to say that you have a first-past-the-post system that operates as fairly and respectably as it can, as in those other countries I've just named, and as it ought to in this country, you need to have equality of seats. I think it's incredibly disappointing that the opposition is arguing against that, and I don't really understand why they are. It goes with the other really poor argument that is in their reasoned amendment that I've just finished dealing with.
Thank you. The Minister's point is absolutely correct, and we do have to have balanced boundaries. But will she agree with me that actually this can be achieved by having smaller building blocks like polling districts, having huge wards that change from one constituency to another? If the Boundary Commission used smaller building blocks like polling districts, it would avoid communities from being broken up.
Order. We must have quite short interventions because a lot of people want to speak, and I'm sure the Minister will be winding up fairly soon. But if everybody wants to get in, just bear that in mind with interventions. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Perhaps I had better make progress and take no further interventions, and I will endeavour to speak as quickly as I can to cover the remainder of the important content. Let me turn then to the permitted tolerance in electoral quota. This is the plus or minus 5% point that we have just been touching upon. Now, the rules on that have been in place since 2011, and they provide that the Boundary Commission has to develop proposals on the basis that all constituencies are within a 10% range of the average constituency electorate. It's that's known as the electoral quota. This is, as I've been saying, absolutely critical to achieving equal constituencies and to votes carrying the same weight. We have systemic inequality in some of our constituencies. I could give the examples, but I will let those be seen for themselves in perhaps some of the almanacs that we normally have around us. We know that there is a problem in terms of unequally sized constituencies. The current law does allow a few limited exceptions to those rules. These do include 4 protected constituencies, which because of their particular geographical circumstances may diverge from that quota. In certain circumstances as well, the Boundary Commission for Northern Ireland may propose constituencies that fall outside that range. And that relates to the fact that Northern Ireland represents the smallest discrete grouping of constituencies, and so there, specifically, the Boundary Commission has less capacity to meet that standard tolerance. We don't intend to add to those exceptions. I do know that we are all absolutely passionate about representing our communities and our areas, and that they all have distinctive natures. We all argue that, and we all know that in our hearts for where we represent. But I would just return to the central point that what we are trying to achieve here is parity of representation for all electors across the Union and within its constituent nations. We don't think that those exceptions are also necessary because the 10% tolerance range gives the boundary commissions the flexibility they need to do the job. And they do that by taking into account the other factors that are setting out in the existing legislation and that remain in place. And it's these I've referred to a couple of times already. These factors include local ties, geographical features and considerations, existing constituency and local government boundaries, and inconveniences caused by constituency boundaries changes being proposed. We also believe that that 10% tolerance will continue to allow the boundary commissions to consult openly and fully on their proposals and to adjust their recommendations in the light of the responses that they receive. Now, those consultation periods, 3 separate ones, Madam Deputy Speaker, give significant opportunity to communities as well as to others in the process, such as political parties. They give significant opportunity to comment on proposals. Responses can be made in a number of ways, and they really do shape the recommendations. In the last boundary review, for example, over 50% of the proposals for constituencies in England were adjusted in the light of feedback. So there is flexibility in that process, and it is routinely successfully used.
Would she urge, though, the boundary commissions to use common sense? Because, for example, in the last one, they didn't take into account many sensible things. The Cardiff Bay Barrage in my own constituency was split between 3 different constituencies in the proposals, when previous ones actually have been very sensibly listening to different geographical requirements. Things like that simply don't make sense.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I can promise you that is the last intervention I will take. But it does give me the chance to say that I know the boundary commissions will be listening to these debates in Parliament and will hear these arguments at a different level of detail, perhaps, that honourable members and right honourable members want to put. So I welcome him having said that, and I'm sure it will be listened to by those who then operate the rules that we give them through this legislation. Let me come to the data, Madam Deputy Speaker, because this is very, very important. Here again, we don't intend to alter the very long-established practice of reviews being based on the electoral register as updated by the annual canvass. Now, the canvass is the process by which those who are registered to vote in an area are checked and verified every 12 months. Electoral data drawn from the registers in Scotland, Wales and England is then further checked by relevant agencies, the National Records of Scotland and the Office for National Statistics. The collated information is then published centrally by the ONS, including Northern Ireland, so it's a complete and current picture in all 4 nations. From this point, it is used by the boundary commissions. As a general rule, this data, coming after the annual canvass, represents the most up-to-date, robust and transparent information source on which to base a boundary review. Let me turn then to the impact of coronavirus on this year's annual canvass, because this is very important. And this is the good point that is contained within the reasoned amendment tabled by opposition members. It does relate only to the immediate next review, to state the obvious, rather than to the principles of the bill. So I can assure the House that I have already been looking at this issue for some time. I'm looking very carefully at the options for the next boundary review to be based on a one-off basis, on an alternative data set not affected by the coronavirus pandemic, and I will update the House in due course on this. I hope this gives honourable and right honourable members the reassurance that we will be able to return to this during the passage of the bill, which allows us to take the right time to observe the problem and get it right as a one-off this year. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me give a further reassurance that I'm working extremely closely with what we call the electoral community. I'm trying to close off so that backbench members can speak, but if he would like to cut into that time, he's welcomed.
Well, can I thank the Minister for giving way, but her most recent remarks about which register the next boundary review is going to be based on were a bit ambiguous. Is she saying it's going to be based on the 2019 numbers or the 2020 numbers coming, please?
Minister.
It's a logical enough question, and what I have just said is that I will update the House in due course on this. I'm looking at a number of options to be able to get the most complete, the most accurate data for us to use in the boundary review this year. I'm not in any way seeking to avoid answering his question, but I will be in a position to bring it forward during the bill's stages, at which point I look forward very much to completing the reassurance that I'm giving to the House that we want to use the best data that is unaffected by the pandemic. That stands slightly separately to arguments perhaps that he or colleagues would like to raise about other types of data that ought to be used. I'm talking specifically about how to handle coronavirus. I know he will understand that that needs to continue to be observed. What I was just going to go on to say is that I'm in contact with electoral administrators throughout the sector, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to see to the very latest moment the challenges they are facing and how that can be dealt with in the publication of Canvas data in order to be able to give the best input to this bill and for all the other purposes that Canvas data stands, namely helping people to be registered to vote. So to conclude, this bill is a very important one. It is technical in nature, but its goal is a very simple one. It is to ensure 650 equal and updated constituencies. The people of the UK deserve fair votes, they deserve effective representation, and they deserve to have trust and certainty in the boundary review process that delivers those things. And I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Before I call the opposition spokesperson, just to give backbenchers notice that I will impose an immediate time limit of 5 minutes. Catsmith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the amendment in my name and the Leader of the Opposition. Every single one of us here in this House today is representing a constituency which has been drawn based on the electorate data of nearly 2 decades ago. Now, 20 years ago, our country and our communities looked very different. Some of our communities have grown and others have seen population decline. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, in that time we've seen 2 million more electors come onto the electoral roll, and it is time that we counted them when it comes to the constituencies that we represent. We hope that the review can be completed ahead of the next general election and we won't see any further delay. After 2 shelved boundary reviews, the public won't want to see more taxpayers' money wasted on a review which doesn't see the light of day. We need a boundary review and the opposition stands ready to work with the government on that, if it is to be a fair review and the rules aren't inserted or omitted on any perceived political advantage for any party. The bill must proceed with the aim of delivering a fair and democratic boundary review. We want to see new boundaries reflecting the country as it is today and ensuring that all communities get fair representation. These boundaries must also take into consideration local ties and identities. So I turn now to the specifics of the bill. I start by welcoming the government's decision to reverse their previous position of reducing the number of MPs to 600. As we have left the European Union and the work of the UK's 73 MEPs falls to this House, it would have piled a heavier workload onto fewer shoulders. But more importantly, it would have handed further power to an executive because reducing the number of MPs whilst refusing to cut the size of the government payroll creates a dangerous level of executive dominance at the expense of Parliament and our democracy. Welcoming the return to 650 brings me to the last 2 wasted reviews on the 600 figure. With 2 abandoned reviews, we're in a farcical situation with boundaries. Whilst Tory ministers argued with their backbenchers, public resources were flooding down the drain. Millions of pounds of taxpayers' money has been wasted. The unfinished 2013 review cost British taxpayers £7 million. It wasted the time and expertise of the boundary commissioners working towards a target that was destined to be scrapped. And the 2018 review was equally as wasteful. In a written question, the government estimated the cost at £8 million. The government haven't provided a recent figure on that, but I have given the Minister the opportunity to do so in tabling a written parliamentary question asking just that. However, one of the biggest concerns the opposition has with the bill is the government's decision to end parliamentary oversight of the process. It is yet another attempt to diminish scrutiny over executive power. Parliamentary oversight is a fundamental to the democratic passing of a bill, and this bill is no different. The Minister says that it is necessary to stop MPs blocking new boundaries. But in the last Parliament, it was her government that never tabled that review for a vote, so we will never know the outcome of a vote that never took place. The process of needing MPs to vote for the final report from the Commission is an important safety net, because, of course, without it, we would now have just 600 MPs here today. When the government wanted to go back to 650, it was that safety net that allowed them to do that and make that be. But removing parliamentary scrutiny is a worrying future to the future integrity of our democracy, and this loophole allows a power grab with no parliamentary backstop to limit the dominance of the executive. And this government has not shown any regard for the primacy of Parliament. Indeed, the unlawful prorogation of Parliament is a case in point. Turning to the numeration date in the bill of December 2020, I note the remarks the Minister made in her contribution. I'm glad that she is, to quote, looking at this, and I look forward to her update to the House. Because after 20 years of delay, these boundaries must reflect the electorate with the best possible accuracy. And I do urge her to consider ditching the 1st of December 2020 register in light of the unprecedented COVID-19 crisis we are currently living through, because our councils are working flat out to support our communities at this present time, and to ask them to undertake an annual canvass at a time of social distancing when they have stretched capacity risks that register being patchy at best. So I do welcome the remarks the Minister said, and put on record my thanks to the hard work all our councils are doing in supporting some of our most vulnerable residents at this time. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you very much. Would my honourable friend agree that there is maybe a case to always link it to the last general election which has taken place? Because we know that that is a credible register, and there might be other crises that come up in the future, and the government will always have to be changing it, whereas always based on the last election is something that we know always is based on a mandate that people have exercised.
I thank my honourable friend for that very sensible point, because what he notes, of course, is that we see a spike in voter registration when we have a general or a local election. And, of course, this year there are no elections because of the coronavirus crisis, but yet just 6 months ago we had a general election in this country, and we know that the December 2019 register is incredibly accurate because of that general election and the spike in voter registrations that we saw. We are also aware, of course, that electoral registration officers are already expressing concern about the impact of coronavirus will have on the December 2020 registers, and the prevailing opinion is that the annual canvass is likely to be impacted in some significant way. So I urge the Minister to favour using the very recent general election date of December 2019. The ONS released that data just last week, and we saw more than 1 million people register between December 2018 and December 2019, indicating, of course, that the December 29 register is much more accurate than what we will potentially see at the December 2020 register. And given that that data was published last week, it demonstrates the data lag in terms of the collating of that data. So if, for example, the government was to continue to use the December 2020 register, commissioners would be likely waiting until May 2021 before they had collated all that data from EROs and be able to get on with their work. Let's help the boundary commissioners begin their important work as soon as possible by using the data published last week, which we already have, which is relevant to December 2019 and the general election. I'll give way.
Member accept that one of the key issues in this is to make sure that the electoral offices are properly sourced and supplied and located across the various constituencies. And one of the problems in the last election was that because there had been a refurbishment and indeed a reduction in those election offices, there were some errors in terms of sending out people's polling cards. Some households didn't know who could vote and who could vote in those households, and that this is also a good opportunity to ensure that the electoral offices are properly supplied and in the right locations also.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving me the opportunity to put on record my concerns about the overstretched nature of electoral returning officers in our councils right across this country. Cuts to local government have not protected electoral returning officers and the resources that they're working with. Turning to the issue of electoral quota, look, I know that members from across the House will highlight their concerns about the impact this boundary review is going to have on communities in their constituency. Community has never been stronger than during these troubling months. Right across the country, we're seeing communities come together to support vulnerable people. And now more than ever, community connection must be valued and respected. But the restrictive 5% quota tolerance in this bill flies in the face of protecting community ties. I know many of my Welsh colleagues are planning to speak this afternoon, and they'll highlight some of the geographical challenges this quota throws up, by which I mean mountains dividing constituencies. And in Devon and Cornwall, the government has repeatedly ignored the historic and proud identities of those counties. Boundaries based on strict numbers that ignore identities do not carry community support, as we have seen with the so-called Devon Wall seat in the last review. Will the Minister ensure that there is no Devon Wall seat in this bill? I suspect Cornish MPs might want to table an amendment to protect Cornish identity, and if they were to do so, would the Minister back them? As the Minister knows, consensus amongst respected experts such as Ron Johnston, David Rossiter, Charles Patty agree that the 5% rule causes significant disruption to community boundaries. Indeed, they concluded that the substantial disruption on the map of constituencies in the aborted 6th review was not entirely the result of the reduction of the number of MPs from 650 to 600. Their report showed in detail that disruption was caused by the introduction of the uniform national quota and the 5% tolerance. Can I commend to the Minister the Honourable Member for Wellingborough's private members bill, which suggests a 7.5% quota. Communities across the UK will be more representative if a wider quota is introduced. The Minister refusing to accept the evidence and introduce a quota which will be better for everyone. Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course I will give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't this an example of sort of the prayer of St Augustine, who give me charity and continence, but just not yet? If we're going to do this, let's do it right, let's do it now. This is just an argument for perpetuating inequity.
I completely dispute the Honourable Member's argument there, and it is absolutely not. I am very keen that the government is able to get on with this boundary review. I want new boundaries to be in place ahead of the next general election. As the moment we stand in this House representing constituencies based on data 2 decades old, the status quo is absolutely something we should move on for. What I'm saying is that the quota that we are asking for is 7.5%, because then we can keep community ties together and actually represent constituencies that look like the communities that we stand up here and claim to represent. I'll give way.
Very briefly, Madam Speaker, and I'm listening very carefully to what the Honourable Lady says, and I'll come on to the 5% issue about how perhaps we can reach it rather than moving. But the OSCE standard around the world says that there shouldn't be a variance of more than 10% in the constituency to have a fair election. So in terms of that being an international standard, I just wonder if the Honourable Lady could just develop her argument comparing to that international standard.
The opposition recognises the need that constituencies should be broadly as equal as we can. But if anyone is to stand up in this House and say they truly believe that all constituencies should be equal, then why don't we look at the data from December 2019? If we were to take that data of how the electorate looked and say that every constituency had to be exactly equal, then every constituency would have to have an electorate of 72,613, not 72,614 or 72,612. They would be outside the quota. You will always need to have a variance, and it is that balance between having constituencies that are broadly equal but also represent those community ties. To turn to the giveaway.
Lady for giving way, is she saying, because her amendment doesn't mention 7.5%, if she's saying this is Labour Party policy, then that would lead to a situation, would it not, where you could have two constituencies side by side with 15% difference in the numbers of those two constituencies, thereby totally undermining this argument that every vote should have an equal weight.
The 7.5% is what I drew attention to, which is in the Honourable Member for Wellingboro's private members' bill. If he wants to know where that figure comes from, I suggest that he speaks to his honourable friend. Look, there are many aspects of this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm conscious that you do want to get all backbenchers in. There are many aspects of this bill which make sense and we do welcome. Look, giving the boundary commissioners more flexibility to use local government and ward boundaries that have yet to come into force, for example. And we also welcome the move to hold reviews every 8 years. The longer cycle will limit the disruption caused to parliamentary constituencies, resulting in potential savings, but ensuring that MPs remain accountable to their constituents and that we are not elected to this place and then never given our constituents the chance to hold us to account in a re-election. Madam Deputy Speaker, I look forward to hearing the contributions from all members in this important debate. It's time for a democratic boundary review, and the Labour Party will not stand in the way of that. But this bill must not strengthen power of an executive at the expense of Parliament, and I do hope the Minister will consider changing the enumeration date given the extraordinary circumstances of COVID-19. Thank you.
Sir Peter Bottomley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm aware that boundary changes can make a difference to MPs and their prospects. When the boundary changes came in before the 1997 election, the ones proposed in my former seat were the best possible for me, but adverse, and I was stood and lost. At the last moment, there was a deal between the Tory leader of Greenwich Council and the Labour leader to bring in the worst possible ones. So, as a major boundary change, it allowed the Honourable Member for Eltham to come in, having not succeeded the previous time, even though there's a rumour he held a victory party at 10 o'clock in the previous election and had to come and hear my victory speech. The self-interest, when people consider these issues, is epitomised by the background paper written by the Liberal Democrats in 1982, when they wanted to have multi-member constituencies, with the exception of the Orkneys and Shetlands, the Isle of Wight, and I think probably the Isle of Ely as well, all three Liberal-held constituencies. In the same way, if people look at the Colin Rawlins and Michael Thrasher article in Parliamentary Affairs, Volume 47, Issue 3, in July 1994, they describe very calmly what the Labour government tried to do in 1969, which was to put through primary legislation to avoid the Boundary Commission proposal being implemented. When the House of Lords blocked that, they weren't going to take any action at all until court action forced the then Home Secretary, James Callaghan, to put it to the House of Commons, and then had a three-line whip for the Labour Party to vote against the boundary changes. That I regard as really showing that people do look at some of these things from self-interest. If we'd had the changes to 600 MPs, as it happens, the constituencies in Worthing West, my constituency, and my honourable friend East Worthing and Shoreham wouldn't have changed. We had the right number of electors. I'd be disappointed if with 650 there have to be changes, but I doubt they'd be very significant. I do think that next time we come to a bill like this, government may want to consider whether they really want to say to the Electoral Commission it has to be exactly 650 or 600, or whether they can allow a margin of appreciation in case that helped to sort out a particular problem. We know last time that the Isle of Wight argument ended up with 2 proposed seats, and that may be the kind of flexibility which would be useful. I'm not saying we should change the bill now, but when we consider what to do in the future, we should do that. My last point is perhaps the most important one, which is we ought to use, as the government proposes, the electoral register, but much, much more effort should go in to make that electoral register full. I've been at various discussions over the years where people used to use mobile phone records and other ways of checking, double-checking, and actually inviting people to come on the register and saying to them, actually, if they don't, they're actually not complying with the regulations and the law. So I hope that people will realise that going on the electoral register is right, it's necessary, it's helpful, and we won't then have to have an argument that we ought to use some previous general election register, which with 5-year parliaments or anything like that will be 3, 4 or 5 years out of date instead of being as up to date as possible. I finish by saying that each of us has a great relationship with our own constituents and our constituencies. And I'd like just to mention an NHS hero, the Reverend Dr. Father BG, who for many years was the vicar of the Jacobite Syrian Orthodox Church in Harold Hill in Romford, but also a hospital chaplain on the south coast who sadly died. And in his memory, I use the words on his church website, which come from the 11th verse of the 10th chapter of John. The shepherd gave up his life for his sheep.
David Linden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad actually to see that the Lord President of the Council is back in his place, because I do want to put on record the fact that just in relation to this afternoon's conduct, we were told that the reason that we were coming back to the House was so that we would have more time for parliamentary scrutiny, for legislative scrutiny. And rather ironically, the amount of time that we've got for this debate has been curtailed by queuing up for the best part of 2 hours to vote. So I want to just let the Leader of the House reflect on that. But I've got to say, coming into the chamber today gave me a sense of déjà vu, not because it's the first time that I've been back in Parliament since lockdown started, because I feel like we've been debating boundaries for many years now. And it is genuinely a delight to be front-benching today alongside the Minister and honourable friend from Lancaster and Fleetwood, because in the last Parliament the 3 of us spent what felt like a huge portion of our lives on the Public Bill Committee, which considered the then Parliamentary Constituencies Amendment Bill brought forward by the honourable gentleman from Manchester Gorton. And I would be willing to wager that this is the only bill in parliamentary history where all 3 front-benchers went away and had children during the consideration of the bill. However, little Rosamond, Eli, Jessica now have the dubious titles of being children of the Parliamentary Constituencies Amendment Bill. And whilst the honourable member for Manchester Gorton's bill fell during not 1 but 2 prorogations, one of which was deemed unlawful, it was certainly helpful in setting down a marker for where we're at today. Because the honourable gentleman's bill sought very valiantly, in my view, to fight off plans from the government to reduce the number of seats in this House from 650 to 600. And as many of us argued back then, reducing the number of MPs, particularly when new legislative powers were coming back from Brussels, would have been a bonkers proposal and flies in the face of the argument about cutting the cost of politics, particularly in reference to the ever-expanding House of Peers along the corridor. So I genuinely welcome the U-turn made by the government to stick to 650 seats. Though I would say again to the government that if it is genuinely interested in constitutional reform and wants to slim down the size of the UK legislature, some of us would be very glad to see 59 fewer seats in this House when Scotland becomes independent. For now, though, I am glad that the government has seen sense and abandoned the proposal to cut the number of MPs with the implementation of new boundaries, because the boundaries do need reviewing, and on that the Minister will find cross-party support. Indeed, my current constituency boundaries have been in place since I was 15 years old, and the constituency has seen significant house building since then. I've got 1 street in my constituency which has 3 members of Parliament, that's Sword Street. However, as the Honourable Lady, the member for Lancaster and Fleetwood, has said, there are elements of the bill before us today with which I disagree profusely. And so it is for that reason that the SNP will support the reasoned amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman for Holborn and St Pancras. Now I want to turn to my first and immediate concern in the bill, which relates to Scottish representation in the House. Because as I alluded to earlier, Scotland currently has entitlement to 59 seats in Parliament. And although many of us would not wish to see Scotland being governed from London at all, that is the current constitutional reality for now. But based on the proposed electoral quotas, we would probably see Scotland going down by 2 or 3 seats to the advantage of England, which strikes me as being wholly unfair. I'm very happy to give way to my honourable friend.
Give way. Grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree that the electoral quotas proposed in this bill risk reducing representation in rural Scotland even further, particularly in the Highlands. I already face a 110-mile round trip to conduct my advice surgeries, and my colleagues have to travel on small boats and go to overnight stays to conduct their duties in their constituency. And these quota proposals are a real risk for the representation of people in Scotland, particularly in rural areas.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for making that point, and I think he's put that on record, but it does rather serve to reinforce this view that when this legislation is drafted up in the Cabinet Office by ministers, that they take no cognisance at all of the situation in rural Scotland, where members of Parliament, whether it's my honourable friend from Inverness, Nairn, Badenoch and Strathspey, or the right honourable gentleman from Rosscar and Lochaber, have had to travel probably the best part of the day to get here, and some of that is just within their own constituency. So I think it's a point well made and something that the government would do well to reflect upon. Very happy to give it to one friend.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, because when he speaks about constituencies and large areas, he will obviously be aware of the Scottish Parliament, where regional members in the Highlands and Islands are representing 44% of the landmass of Scotland, which is bigger than Belgium. So the Parliament that he's so keen that all Scottish representatives go to currently has a system that is represented by MSPs covering large geographical areas.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. I'm afraid that in this one he's at risk of not just comparing apples and oranges, but apples and avocados, because you know fine well the Scottish Parliament has a system whereby there are constituency members of Parliament and members of the Scottish Parliament and regional members of the Scottish Parliament. So I'm afraid that he is conflating two issues, perhaps maybe doing so deliberately. But as I say, based on those current electoral quotas, we'd probably see Scotland going down by 2 or 3 seats, and that would be to the advantage of other parts of the UK, which seems wholly unfair. And it certainly, Madam Deputy Speaker, does not ring true with what people in Scotland were told in 2014 during the independence referendum. Back then we were told that we should lead the United Kingdom in the event of a no vote. And so on the contrary, actually, we've probably never felt more excluded, more isolated and ignored in the UK, which has certainly been highlighted by the Brexit process. So, to be clear to the Minister, we must remain with 59 seats in Scotland, and I think any Member of Parliament in this House who represents Scotland should be getting behind that argument, regardless of party. But the Government isn't guaranteeing that at the moment, so this is something that I will seek to push by way of amendment when the bill goes upstairs to the committee corridor. Now, I want to turn now to Clause 7 of the bill, particularly about the enumeration date, which causes difficulties for us. And I think that the registration numbers are clearly a little off at the moment, and I would expect that the registration in Scotland would increase next year as we approach the Scottish Parliament election. So I'm concerned about that cut-off date of December 2020, and I appreciate what the Minister has said about going back and reviewing that. We'll certainly hold the Government's feet to the fire when it comes to a Public Bill Committee on that. Thirdly and finally, I am deeply concerned with the provision of subsection 3 of clause 2 of the bill, which I believe is a power grab, thereby removing the role of both houses of Parliament. It wasn't that long ago that ministers, including the Lord President of the Council, spent huge amounts of time talking about the sovereignty of Parliament, that Parliament's sovereign, that Parliament's taken back control. Yet subsection 3 of clause 2 specifically removes the role for both houses of Parliament in terms of that. And frankly, it is alarming, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see the Executive trying to grab power over boundaries, which has led in places like America to nonsensical partisan electoral maps. And for any members who want to go and do a bit more research on that, just go and look at the 4th District, Congressional District of Illinois, which is frankly gerrymandering on steroids. Now, the Government's explanatory notes for the bill gloss over the fact that boundaries will, and I quote, no longer be subject to any parliamentary procedure or approval, unquote, instead being in the gift of the Cabinet Office and its ministers. So that is fundamentally an executive power grab. Very happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm listening carefully to the points the Honourable Gentleman is making very powerfully, but does he not accept that with our parliamentary system, where the governing party will normally have an overall majority, this is the reverse. It is giving power away from government control of House of Commons and giving it to an independent boundary commission, who personally I have confidence with. I've not had a problem with their proposals in the past, even when it's disadvantaged my party.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. I mean, the one flaw in that argument is the fact that in the last Parliament the Government started with a majority and the majority disappeared. I don't think it happens to be a bad thing that you put things in front of Parliament. If Parliament doesn't want it, it rejects it. And I think we all remember, those of us who served in the last Parliament, the inconvenience that was and the stress that caused the Government. But I'm afraid that the Honourable Gentleman, who I understand I think is a Brexiteer, cannot have his cake and eat it and on one hand say that, you know, Parliament's sovereign, Parliament should be taking back control, and then bring forward legislation which removes the role of Parliament. That, I'm afraid, is something with which there is a massive contradiction. happy to give it more time.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for giving way once again. It's the case that under these proposals, the reviews will only be carried out every 8 years. That would take no account of cities like Inverness that I represent, where we've had exponential growth from the estimated totals of population. We're now sitting on 64,000, and only today it's been highlighted in the Inverness Courier as the fastest growing city in Scotland. If that is given away, there's no ability to adjust those things.
Yeah, and I think the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend, actually makes a good point on that. And so again, the government has to go back and look at this. I want to come back to that point specifically about the size of constituencies, because the bill does not address the fact that it still allows for constituencies of up to 12,000 square kilometres. That's about 8 times the size of Greater London, which has 73 MPs with much more challenging transport links. So we will seek to amend this in committee, and I hope that the government will not just use its majority to ram this bill through, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, a majority in Parliament does not mean a monopoly on wisdom. Now, the debate at second reading is always an opportunity to comment on the principles of the bill, which I've now dealt with, but I want to, just in conclusion, speak more broadly about electoral reform whilst we're on the specific topic. Because now is an opportunity to look again at some of the injustices within our political and electoral system. Perhaps you could even call it levelling things up. Now, a new Parliament means another opportunity to test the will of the House in votes at 16, leaving behind the broken first-past-the-post voting system, which I myself have certainly benefited from, but it is morally wrong and something we need to look at again, and also looking at abolishing the tainted House of Lords. These are all issues which fall within the remit of the Minister at the dispatch box, for whom I have great personal respect. And whilst we've had disagreements about the merits of reducing the number of seats from 650 to 600, I genuinely believe that the Minister is someone who listens and considers argument on merit, when she has clearly done so by coming back to the House with a revised number for 650 seats. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I accept that the bill will probably pass second reading this evening, I very much hope that when it goes upstairs to committee, we can make the necessary changes to ensure that Scotland has proper representation, and with it, sensible, up-to-date boundaries which are fit for purpose for so long as we need to be here.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate, and I welcome the bill. As the Minister will know, Northern Ireland currently has 18 parliamentary constituencies, and it is our view that that should continue to be the case. And if one looks at the 2019 register used for the general election, certainly 18 seats are justified on the basis of a UK-wide quota. And indeed, the previous bill introduced in the last Parliament proposed that Northern Ireland should continue to have 18 seats. So therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the main purpose of a boundary commission in Northern Ireland this time will be to examine the disconnect between the local government ward boundaries that were reviewed under the reform of local government in Northern Ireland and have been in place now for the last couple of parliaments, and they do not represent the current parliamentary boundaries in Northern Ireland, which are based on the previous local government ward boundaries. So in my constituency, for example, you have the village of Dunmurry, which is in Lagan Valley constituency, but is part of a new ward, which is part of Belfast City Council. And therefore there's a disconnect between the local government ward and the parliamentary ward, and that does cause confusion for people when they're voting at two elections, as often happens in Northern Ireland.
On that point,
of course.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. It's very important, of course, that the constituencies are named and named correctly, so that people can recognise that those constituencies are the ones that they represent. In Northern Ireland, we're very privileged and very blessed to have 18 constituencies which our constituents seem to understand that they and recognise. Does he agree that the naming of the constituencies, wherever they may have across the whole United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, are so very important to recognise for people?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and dare anyone try to change the name of the Strangford constituency. They will incur the wrath of at least 10 adjournment debate interventions by the honourable member. There are indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, some variations in the electoral quota of constituencies in Northern Ireland that will need to be corrected. The largest constituency in terms of electorate in Northern Ireland is Upper Bann, with an electorate currently of 82,887, and the smallest constituency is that of East Antrim, currently an electorate of 64,830. So almost a disparity of about 20,000 in electorate. I think it is with good reason that Northern Ireland continues to enjoy the added flexibility of a 10% variation on the quota, given our distinct geographical circumstances and the fact that there are limitations to what changes you can make in a place like Northern Ireland, with a land frontier with another country, and therefore we welcome the government's commitment to maintain that added flexibility for Northern Ireland, notwithstanding the need to bring more constituencies within that 10% tolerance. Almost half the seats in Northern Ireland, though, are within the 5% tolerance of the UK quota, and a further 5 are within 10%. So it's only 6 of the 18 seats that are currently outside the 10% tolerance that will need to be brought back into line.
Would you agree with me that to keep within that tolerance, it's sometimes better to use small building blocks like polling districts rather than wards, and that way it can be done much more successfully than actually creating bigger areas and stopping that from actually keeping communities together?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention and for the interest he takes in Northern Ireland. He will be interested to know that the electoral office in Northern Ireland seem to have conspired to create polling stations that are almost exclusively a single ward anyway in Northern Ireland, and that we don't really have polling districts any longer that are different from the wards in terms of where people vote, and the division and subdivision of wards, such as the nature of our local government electoral system. But I take the point he makes, and it brings me on to my next point, which I think is, and other right honourable and honourable members have made reference to this, the importance, Madam Deputy Speaker, of ensuring that communities have an affinity with the constituency that they represent. And we really don't want to see a boundary commission splitting villages between two constituencies. This is entirely wrong. And it goes to the heart of our parliamentary democracy, that communities have an affinity with their constituency, their Member of Parliament, and I hope that kind of flexibility can be included within the arrangements. We also welcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, the fact that the next boundary review following completion of this one will be 8 years on, and I think that's a good thing. It gives us a degree of continuity. It ensures that we have approximately 2 parliaments between boundary reviews, and that, I think, is a sensible arrangement and one that we would support. I note what the Minister said in relation to data sets. In Northern Ireland, our canvass has been postponed to 2021. And our preference would be that the general election data sets are the most accurate, because more people register in Northern Ireland, as I'm sure across the UK, for a general election. So the December 2019 data set, I think, is very accurate. Therefore I would commend that to the Minister's thinking as she considers the options available to her, and I echo the point that was made earlier by the honourable member that in fact we should consider making that the norm in terms of data sets and looking to the previous general election, unless there is some exceptional reason why we would not do that. Madam Deputy Speaker, the new boundaries in Northern Ireland will also apply to the Northern Ireland Assembly, because of course our electoral system means that in each of the parliamentary constituencies we elect 5 members of the Assembly by proportional representation. It is unlikely on the current time frame for this review that the changes will be in time for the next Assembly election scheduled for 2022, but it is worth bearing in mind that it is relevant not only to parliamentary elections in Northern Ireland but to those of an Assembly election as well. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just say again that we welcome the retention of 650 seats for the UK, given the extra responsibilities that this Parliament will have post-Brexit. We believe that's the right approach and one that we fully support.
Order. I don't want to stop the cut and thrust of debate, but I do remind honourable and right honourable members that interventions have possibly the effect of not only stopping others, but possibly oneself from speaking, because there are a lot of people who want to get in on the debate. Just a gentle reminder of that. Douglas Ross.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman for Lagan Valley in this debate. And I rise to speak on behalf of the people of Murray. I am very attached to my constituency, a constituency which is coterminous currently with the Murray Council boundary, and it's a council that I've represented originally from 2007 until 2017, and then subsequently for 3 more years in my election to this place. But I also accept that 2 decades is a long time to go without any discussion or debate or consultation on the boundary of Murray and the other 649 seats represented in this Parliament. The Honourable Gentleman for Glasgow East said he was 15 when the last boundary changes were made in his seat, and while not 15, I was not old enough to vote in Murray the last time the boundaries were changed. So I think it is important, and I think we've heard so far in this debate, and I'm sure we will continue to hear, cross-party support for a need to look at the boundaries. And I listened intently, and I will look at the amendments that come forward at Bill Committee from the Honourable Gentleman for Glasgow East about maintaining the 59 seats in Scotland, but we cannot ignore the fact that the average Scottish constituency has 67,200 electors, 5,000 less than the average English constituencies. So it is important that there is equality across the whole of the United Kingdom, and I know he wants to come in, so I won't use the time that's added on. I will allow an intervention, but I won't use the time, Madam Deputy Speaker.
There are particular constituencies in Scotland, namely Orkney and Shetland and the Western Isles, where there's a reason why there's smaller numbers. So the figure that's quoted is perhaps inaccurate in that respect. It's artificially different because of those island constituencies.
I accept that point, and I think again the 2 constituencies that he has mentioned, Orkney and Shetland and the Highland Nanyir, it is important again the proposal coming forward from this government respects those 2 constituencies because of the points he is making, and I think it is important that in supporting this bill at second reading and throughout its process that we are recognising the geographical implications of those island communities that are represented here. However, since he makes the point of comparing constituencies, his own Glasgow East constituency has an electorate of just over 67,000, yet my Murray constituency has an electorate of over 71,000. So there are variances in constituencies within Scotland as well, and I think it's just important that we look at that going forward. I do welcome the fact that these boundaries will be reviewed on an 8-yearly basis. As I said, 2 decades is a long time since the last review. I've come to consider quite a lot the phrase, Madam Deputy Speaker, from my own circumstances in the last 7 days. A week is a long time in politics, and my own movement throughout politics in this chamber and in this government. So if a week is a long time in politics, 2 decades, 20 years is a lifetime, and I don't think it's right that we continue to represent constituencies that were made up before I could vote and certainly before the Honourable Member for Glasgow East. I also want to use this opportunity today, Madam Deputy Speaker, to praise a group of people who are often unsung heroes in each of our constituencies, and that's our local election staff. They do a power of work, and not just on elections and sometimes elections that are not timed at the best time of year for many people. And in Murray, we have an outstanding team with our returning officer, Denise Whitworth, and our elections team headed up by Moira Patrick and Alison Johnson. They work all year round to ensure that the democratic decision of people in Murray and constituencies across the country is heard. And I think it's right that we recognise that they don't just put in a lot of work during an election campaign and account, which is always very important to us, but all year round, whether it's in by-elections, whether it's updating registers, whether it's ensuring that people have a voice and continue to be heard, I think it is crucially important. I also was very encouraged to hear the point made by the Minister, who I think has done an outstanding job with this bill so far, and I'm sure she will continue to do so, is the improved timing of the public hearings, because I have been involved in public hearings before for boundary commissions, and they may not be the sexiest thing for people to go along to, but people are engaged. They are very connected with their local constituencies, and whether it's a constituency's name, a constituency's boundaries, or the fact that a line drawn somewhere pleases some and displeases others, I think it's right that they have the opportunity to express their views, and while ultimately they may not be happy with the final outcome, they do feel franchised and involved in the process up to that point. And I just want to conclude, because I said I wouldn't use the extra time with the intervention, to say that while I welcome the cross-party support we've heard so far during this debate, I am left at the moment confused with the Labour position. Because I'm unsure from listening, and I thought it was a good speech from the Shadow Minister, but I am unsure at the moment in the reasoned amendment that is going to be pushed by the opposition what they are actually calling for. Are they calling for 7.5% tolerance because it's in the private member's bill of the honourable gentleman from Wellingborough? In an intervention, the Shadow Minister couldn't tell us if that was Labour Party position. So it's been proposed from the dispatch box. They are telling us the 7.5%, but not saying if that's a Labour Party position or not. So I hope during the course of this debate, and perhaps in summing up, we get more information on that. Because whether it's 5% or 7.5%, or as others have said, the international standard of 10%, you are always drawing a line somewhere. And people will not be happy just over or under one side of that line. So I think it's important that we have that clarification from the opposition, because it's a point that was made in the opening remarks I think has been left hanging. I was keen to get involved in this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it's another opportunity to mention Murray. In some way or another, Murray will continue after the next boundary change, and I think it's important that we can all take forward and our support for this bill in the second reading, and I look forward to seeing its future progress through this House.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking my honourable friend, the member for Lancaster and Fleetwood, for her vitally important work in persuading the government to U-turn on the vital issue of how many MPs there should be. It's absolutely right that we should remain at 650. Reducing to 600 would have both reduced the ability of MPs to properly fight the cause of our constituents, particularly at a time when Brexit will increase the amount of legislative work that we do in this place. It would have created a significant and unfair advantage for the Conservative Party, given the way that the new borders would probably have fallen, and it would have driven a coach and horses through the geographical logic of dozens of constituencies. So I am very proud of my party and my front bench for securing that vitally important U-turn. But nevertheless, I do have a number of very serious concerns about the legislation, and that's why I'll be voting for the reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. Firstly, I have grave reservations about the proposal that the variance be limited to 5% higher or 5% lower than the average constituency size of 72,600. This gives the boundary commissions a ridiculously small amount of leeway, which will inevitably lead to some ludicrous consequences. The unnecessarily narrow margin will split long-established communities from one another, erode local identities, and divide neighbourhoods. Many of our constituencies are built on these strong local bonds. If they weren't, we might as well name every constituency 1 to 650 and be done with it.
Yes.
My own constituency of Aberavon is a case in point. The valley's villages are linked to town hubs locally by transport routes. For instance, the Avon Valley connects directly to Port Talbot, while Neath Valley links with Neath Town Centre. A boundary change would split either of those pairings, with the geography of the area meaning that a constituent could have to travel miles to see their MP and not knowing which of the two local MPs to contact about a particular issue. This kind of painting by numbers approach to the boundary review would erode trust in our democratic processes. Polling shows that trust in politicians and politics is worryingly low. So breaking our historic communities up along artificial lines would be utterly self-defeating. I would therefore urge the government to increase the electoral quota tolerance from ±5% to either 7.5 or 10%. I think this is an issue that needs to be hammered out in committee. I'd like to see detailed proposals on that, but ±5% is clearly too low. Reducing the number... My second concern is around parliamentary oversight. If we want to protect our democracy, why is the government not allowing the Boundary Commission's changes to be brought back to Parliament to scrutinise? This is nothing short of a constitutional outrage. But it should come as no surprise, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've seen the way the Prime Minister likes to play fast and loose with democratic principles. We saw his proroguing of Parliament last year, not once but twice. The first of which was deemed to be illegal, and the second during which he misled not only Parliament but the Queen. And we also saw his reluctance to allow scientific advisers to answer perfectly legitimate questions at the 5 p.m. press conference last Tuesday. Now, there is the potential for gerrymandering. The process is too opaque, and there are concerns and scepticism about the possibility of pressure being applied by the government on the boundary commissions. If the government has confidence in this process, why are they not allowing Parliament to scrutinise the final proposals? The final point I'd like to make is about which electoral register will be used to reshape the constituencies. The government says that they will use the register as it stands from the 1st of December 2020 this year, but there is a danger that with the pandemic and the recovery absorbing so much focus that people may drop off, particularly students, and the lists may not be accurate representation of numbers. So it would make far more sense, as the Honourable Member for Lancaster and Fleetwood has been making clear, to use the electoral register from the 2019 general election to have more accurate data. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the government will heed the concerns of myself and others. We cannot allow arbitrary lines to divide our communities. We must complete this process in a truly democratic manner by debating the final changes in both houses, as is customary, and we must use the most accurate data available. Thank you.
Gareth Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we all know that the time for boundary changes is long overdue. We all heard about the anomalies that we hear around the country, with some seats knocking on to 80, 90,000 electors in one constituency, and yet others that only have, say, 40, 50,000 electors. That cannot be right. And so I would argue that the debate should be about something that's going to happen later on when we are rowing with the Boundary Commission about their recommendations for our particular area, rather than the principle of actually changing the boundaries themselves. Because this is all about fairness. It's about ensuring that when you go to a polling station on election day, that your vote is as worthy as somebody else in a neighbouring constituency. And that, to me, seems to be the basic principle behind this. I'm actually very much in agreement with what the Shadow Minister has said about the principle of changing from 600 seats to 650 seats. I think that's a welcome measure, because since that policy was initially introduced by the coalition government, we've of course had the Brexit referendum when it was decided that we were going to be leaving the European Union, and as a consequence we've got more laws that will be dealt with here, therefore needing more scrutiny in this House as opposed to the European Parliament, and therefore it seems to be a little bit odd to have had less MPs here trying to scrutinise more legislation.
Very briefly to say, surely also keeping 650 will make it easier to keep communities together rather than split them up. And one of the problems with the other proposals of 600 was communities were split up, and communities are the basis of our constituency.
The Honourable Member for Bexley Heath and Crayford makes a very interesting point, because you'd have less constituents that you actually would represent by having 650 electors, members of Parliament. And if I could also make another point, in the Labour Party manifesto, there was only one clear commitment about boundary changes, and that was to have 650 seats. They've got that. They've got that, Madam Deputy Speaker. And yet still they want to refuse to give this bill a second reading. Yet when the very main policy that they had in their manifesto at the general election about boundary changes, they've been successful on. They've actually got that. And I also feel that I do again agree with the Labour Party, is that had we have gone back to 600 MPs, had we have stuck with that original policy, what we would have done is seen an decrease in the size of the legislature, but the executive would have stayed the same size. And I think that would have been a valid argument for saying, actually, there's a disproportionate impact on this House if we had actually stuck with 600. But as I say, that is not happening, and therefore I find it slightly odd that we're not seeing some kind of support for that from the Labour Party. And we've also been accused of not paying enough interest in local communities, in not having a plus or
minus 7.5% if that's the policy, plus or minus 10% if that's the policy. I'm not quite sure what the Labour Party policy is on the so-called electoral quota. But we've been accused of not paying enough attention to communities. If that was the case, what we could have done is simply take the electorate of the whole of the country, divided by 650, and that's what the Boundary Commission would have to have implemented. But that is far from what we are doing. Far from what we are doing. What we're doing is recognising in 3 separate areas of the country there are particular circumstances that mean that they don't have to keep to comply with that leeway. But actually, around the rest of the country, there is the ability there to be plus or minus 5%. And so I would argue that the Labour Party should be following us through the lobbies after an hour or so and supporting us with this. What we should be doing is actually being together on this, because the general principle is one that I think we can all support, that we have an equal weight to each person's vote. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would accept that MPs are naturally nervous when we come to boundary changes. Nobody likes them. We shouldn't have them too often. You know, we all work very, very hard trying to get to know towns, individuals, villages, getting to build that bond that exists, very importantly, between a Member of Parliament and his or her constituents. That is actually a fundamental principle of British politics. And every time we have a boundary change, at the stroke of a pen, you can lose whole communities. And therefore, I think it's only natural that we should be very, very nervous about this whole process. But those arguments come later down the road, when the recommendations come from the Boundary Commission, which, by the way, is actually an independent organisation. It is an organisation, Boundary Commission, chaired by Mr Speaker, who has deputies who are judges, who will actually scrutinise this whole process. This is a non-political process. It is a process that is entirely independent and free from this House, and therefore we should actually be proud of the system that we have in this country that cannot be gerrymandered easily. So therefore, I would ask the Labour Party to reconsider their position on this. They've got what they wanted in their manifesto. That is now the policy of the government. There is nothing in their manifesto about plus or minus 7.5%, nothing in their actual official policy about plus or minus 7.5%. If you look at the amendment that's been tabled, the only thing it actually specifies is 650. And you've got that. And so the rest of it is more about platitudes that's been given out, about generalisations that we can argue about in committee stage and so on. The basic principle that we need boundary changes in this country, because we are 20 years and counting behind, remains. And therefore, there is a general principle that the Labour Party should be able to get behind.
Order. There have been a number of interventions still. That is putting pressure on other speakers. So after the next speaker, I will reduce the time limit to 4 minutes. Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I enjoyed the speech of my honourable friend from Aberavon, but if he'd have been here in the 2010 to 2015 Parliament, he would have heard many of the arguments that he made then in exactly the debate that we had then. And we heard from the honourable gentleman for Bexley-Heath and Crayford, who presumably back in 2010 voted, in spite of what Labour was telling him, for the bill proposing reducing down to 600, that it was actually that reduction that meant that communities ended up getting split up. But actually, when you looked at the proposals that the Boundary Commission put together, very clear when you looked at each individual region where they'd started their work and where they'd finished, because you've got quite neat work at one end of the region. And by the time they got to the last few seats, you had, because of the narrowness of the plus and minus 5%, you had really odd constituency boundaries. And the honourable gentleman from Dartford spoke about the importance of every vote being equal, and he ought to be careful. He sounded like a bit of a proponent for PR the way he was talking. I'm sure it wasn't quite what he meant, but there's a reason why some of us are against that. It is because of that constituency link. But that constituency link, that precious constituency link, that all of us who've been members of Parliament and gone back to try and ask for the votes on a second and subsequent occasions and know how important the work we've done for our constituents has been to that, will recognise how important that link between a voter and the place that they seek to represent. Now, I'm very lucky. I'm the Member of Parliament for Chesterfield. Very clear what is Chesterfield. The vast majority of the people in my constituency are in Chesterfield Borough. There's 2 wards from Chesterfield Borough that are in the North East Derbyshire constituency, but most of the people in my constituency are very clear where they're from. There are many other constituencies where it is much more oblique, and the more narrowly we have this difference between the plus and minus tolerance level, the more difficult it is for the Boundary Commission to put together proposals that take into account those things. And when you remove the parliamentary scrutiny, many of the people who are speaking up for absolutely the right reasons now may be coming back and saying, I still think I was right to vote for that bill. But it's the Boundary Commission. They've come up with these proposals. If only they'd have done it different in my constituency, if only they'd given me this ward, it would have all been okay. But of course, it's that domino effect of all the other different constituencies that make it very difficult to achieve that. So the members of Parliament are really taking their constituencies in their hands and their communities in their hands when they propose and vote tonight for the narrow tolerance level that we've got, alongside removing any element of parliamentary scrutiny. Now, the Honourable Gentleman for Dartford said a few moments ago that there shouldn't be any disagreement about the overall principle that we need a boundary change, and of course there absolutely isn't. I recognise that boundary changes are an integral part of reflecting the fact that our communities change in size and that there's population shift over any period of time, and so I absolutely recognise that this process needs to happen. It's all about how narrow the constituencies are so that we retain the importance of that constituency link and how regular they are, because if you have voters in moving from election to election into different constituencies, we all know that when you have a boundary change, it takes quite a long time to educate people about who their new Member of Parliament is. It takes quite a long time for you to actually build up a relationship with those communities and the issues in those communities. And so the principle of whether we have a boundary change is not at stake here. What is at stake is how we actually operate on this. And I think if many of the things that had been argued for by the Labour Party when we discussed the parliamentary constituencies back in the 2010 Parliament had been supported, actually the government would have got the boundary changes that it wanted, rather than actually finding that 10 years on we never actually had them introduced. And that should disappoint all of us who believe in democracy. I'll make one final point. The likely outcome of the parliamentary constituencies bill will be that a city like London, which we've seen huge growth in terms of the size of its populations, but with a transient population, with a population less likely to register in some other areas, is likely to see a reduction in the number of seats that it has. Now, that cannot be right in a democracy if actually what we're wanting is that constituencies reflect the size, the number of voters they have. So I would really like government to look at that issue as well in the committee stage of this bill.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As one of the new intake of MPs from the 2019 general election, I wasn't able to contribute to the debate when the Boundary Commission published their previous proposals. But what I do know is that the previous proposals impacted heavily on the Jarrow constituency, from gaining more wards from the neighbouring Gateshead area to losing the Clevedon and East Bolden ward to the neighbouring constituency of South Shields. I'm immensely proud to represent the Jarrow constituency, and with this in mind, I will closely monitor the Parliamentary Constituencies Bill as it is presented to the House, and I will see what proposals are brought forward, and if any have a negative impact on the Jarrow constituency, I can assure my constituents that I will dispute them every step of the way. My constituency is proud of its history, but as with large parts of the North East, they will never forgive prior Conservative governments for decimating their proud industries and still to this day always leaving the North East behind. I believe that one of the regions that will be negatively impacted on the most by this boundary review is the North East, and I hope that I am proved to be wrong in that case. Our local councils have been stretched to breaking point throughout this pandemic, and how does the government expect local authorities to provide up-to-date
electoral information necessary for a boundary review when they are working on the front line of this crisis, providing vital support to our communities. And I will be closely scrutinising any future proposals to a boundary review, because all proposals must benefit our democracy and not just the Conservative Party. I'm pleased that the Government has agreed to Labour's calls to scrap plans to reduce the number of MPs from 650 to 600. The previous plans to remove 50 MPs would have weakened the role of Parliament, and with the workload of MPs set to increase after Brexit and with this global health crisis, it would have been wrong to go ahead with these changes. A reduction in the number of MPs is quite simply a threat to the accountability of government. However, what I certainly will not do is support the government's undemocratic proposals to remove any parliamentary scrutiny from the boundary review process. Parliament has always had the final say over this crucial legislation, and removing parliamentary scrutiny is worrying for the future integrity of our democracy. For example, the last boundary review, based on 600 seats, did not go ahead because it did not command a majority in Parliament. Under this new bill, the 600-seat review would have passed with ease. Let me remind you again that this is the same government who prorogued Parliament illegally, so we know all about this government's capabilities. But we cannot assume that the government will not use the lack of parliamentary oversight to push through detrimental changes to the number of MPs in the future. We will and must resist any attempt to gerrymander the electoral map, but if the government does force the changes through, you can be sure that I will fight any negative proposals against my constituency of Jarrow every step of the way. Thank you.
Alex Shalbrook. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, it seems this afternoon some of this debate is dancing on the head of a pin. We all seem to be in favour, and we're down to now whether the variance should be 5% or 7.5%. And I come back to the point I made earlier on. OSCE international standards recommends a variation of 10%. Now, when we look at the debate as come forward, what's clear about is people worried about the communities. They're worried about having communities split, and a lot of that is because of the Boundary Commission taking the approach to build on wards. And I think that actually, and what I probed the Minister on earlier on, very grateful for the analysis she gave, but what I think what needs to change, because as she said, the Boundary Commission are following the rules they had set down, is the idea of following county boundaries, of following local authority boundaries. You know what? Our constituents really don't care whether their MPs happens to have been other parts of his constituency, councillors from another authority or something like that. Especially today when they just tap in their address and it tells them who their MP is, or tap in their address, it tells them who their councillor is. I very much doubt that there are people in my constituency in the south of it who know exactly one of the small villages in the north of it are. In fact, many of my constituents are surprised at the size of my constituency in the City of Leeds. There are 8 constituencies in the City of Leeds. My one seat is a third of the geographical area. So it's difficult to see where the argument lies between the Boundary Commission following these exact lines of we must keep it in a local authority because it confuses people. It does not. They're only interested in who is my Member of Parliament and who empties my bins. They really don't care which other bits of the constituencies might have other bits in it. So on that basis, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think by far and away the most sensible thing the Boundary Commission can do in this electoral review is, as my honourable friend from Romford has said several times in this debate, is to build on polling districts. Now, polling districts are much smaller. And to put that into perspective, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the City of Leeds, my area, my constituency in the City of Leeds, the wards are just simply too big to build at 650 seats, even with plus or minus 7.5%, using just wards. They've got to split wards. In fact, oddly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've actually got a polling district in my constituency which is split. Not just a ward split, I've actually split a polling district between me and the Leeds East constituency. Because the reality is, Mr Deputy Speaker, we all love our constituencies. I absolutely adore my constituency. It's my home. It's my community. I'm into my 3rd decade of living in my constituency, and it is a matter of huge pride and honour every day I come into this place that I represent my home area, the people who I represent. And it's breaking my heart to lose any of my constituency. Who wants to make that approach, saying, well, you know, it's time to lose this bit here. But the reality is my constituency is too big even under 600 seats. It's going to have areas chopped off it. And that breaks my heart because I love every single part of my constituency, from the mining heritage to the farming heritage to all of the areas around it, seeing how it's grown in the years I've lived there, decades now. It's very important to me, and I've represented it on Leeds City Council before I was honoured to become its Member of Parliament. But if we do build on polling districts, a great number of constituencies won't have to have huge changes made to them. We may be able to keep the majority of the seats as they are and taking just some areas out and putting them in. And the vast majority of constituencies may be able to stay to the same. And I think that's important because for me, it's just this matter of huge pride, honour and love of every single one of my constituents. And it's going to be deeply upsetting to lose some of them, which is going to happen. But if we build on polling districts, we can really limit the impact that this boundary review will take place and happen.
John Penrose.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I must confess, when I heard the front bench speaker for the Labour Party begin her remarks, my heart soared because it felt as though, it sounded as though there's an outbreak of agreement and peace right the way across on all sides of the aisle, that we all agree we've got to get on with this. That's wonderful. We all agree now on the number of MPs that we're going to have. Also wonderful. But then, rather like the member for my honourable friend for Dartford, I started to think, well, hang on a second. If we agree on so much, how come there's a reasoned amendment about this? How can that be the case? And what I come back to is the point I made earlier on in an intervention, which is I just worry that people looking into this place from outside will see a bunch of MPs arguing their own book and not being really honest about it. And it's the point made earlier by the father of the House, saying that it is very, very difficult for any parliament, this one or any previous one, to talk about boundaries without seeming to be mired in self-interest. It's extremely difficult to do, and it is very, very noticeable that the times when this process comes unstuck is when either the proposals from the Independent Boundary Commission are so contrary to the government of the day that they start looking for excuses not to pass them, or alternatively, when the government of the day doesn't have enough of a majority, as happened repeatedly over the last couple of years, in order to get it through, and the majority of the self-interest of the House beyond the government operates to stop the bill, the statutory instrument going through. None of that, Mr Deputy Speaker, none of that makes our democracy look good, none of that makes MPs look good, none of that makes Parliament look good. Because there's an old saying about the difference between a hedgehog and a fox. The hedgehog knows one big thing and the fox knows many small things. And I think that we need to remember, and be more like the hedgehog here, we need to remember that there is one big thing that matters above all, which is fairness and equal weight of votes. It's all very well to say, yes, but there are all these other technical problems, and there are. There are definitely technical problems with getting enough people to register on time and to stay registered. There are definitely all sorts of issues around that, and we need to fix those. But it isn't good enough for us to stand here today or on any previous parliament or any parliament in future and say that's an excuse not to have fairness and equal votes at all. To use that as an excuse, as I mentioned before in the prayer of St Augustine, to give me chastity and continence, Lord, but not yet. It is time, it is past time, it is now that we need to do this, and we need to lock it in, and we need to make sure that future parliaments cannot act, no matter who's in government, cannot act out of self-interest to try and scupper this fundamental, basic point about our democracy. If this is not right, then our democracy's credibility, our democracy's fundamental fairness and underpinnings is fatally weakened and undermined, and we have gone on too long without fixing it. It is time and past time we do it, and therefore I shall be supporting this. And I would urge the Labour Party to reconsider its position and to cleave to this idea and to accept it, while at the same time, as the Father of the House said earlier on, it is up to my side as well to say we must accept that there are other less important but still crucial points about trying to make sure that we get our registration process right, that we get better voting rolls as well. Because if we can do both those things, then we will have a democracy which works and which we can be proud of. We don't accept but there's a trade-off between security and accuracy when we do online banking. We shouldn't do it, for example, when we are voting at the polling booth either.
Sean Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd actually like to start my comments by adding to a point that the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Glasgow East, raised about today's proceedings, and actually pay tribute to the House staff and the parliamentary staff ensuring that we were able to do that today. Whatever your views on that, they've done a fantastic job in ensuring that while we're back here, we can participate as we need to. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, equal-sized constituencies with one member, one vote, with all members being equal, has been a core tenet of our democracy for nearly 200 years. And I'm really proud of the fact that the communities I represent were at the heart of that battle 200 years ago to ensure that every individual had their vote heard, no matter where they came from, no matter how much money they had in their wallet, no matter how much property they owned. And indeed, it was the likes of the Chartist Council of Prince's End in my constituency and the Chartist Council in Wednesbury, and the likes of John Wilkes from Tipton Green, Richard Cooper from Prince's End, George Browning from Wednesbury, and later Black Country suffragettes like Hilda Burkitt and Emma Sproson, who led the fight to ensure that a working class lad from a council house who was told that he would amount to nothing can stand here today in this parliament and represent those people and their descendants today. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to ensure that that Chartist legacy and that suffragette legacy is carried on. And I'm actually proud of the fact that in my own constituency, community groups such as the WMA Community Centre in Tipton Green and the Q3 Academy in Tipton are ensuring that our young people can continue to access democracy. Now, I believe this legislation honours that tradition. And if we take a look at what this legislation is trying to resolve, we need to ask ourselves some quite fundamental questions. Is it right that in Town A, half as many people can vote for an MP, an elected MP, than those living in the next door town, Town B? Is it right that the difference between the 20 smallest constituencies in this country and the 20 largest ones is 675,000, which I believe, looking at my honourable friend Norman Rothwell, is about the size of the city of Leeds? And is it right that 27 million people are reportedly being underrepresented because they live in constituencies where they're above the average threshold? Now, I've got to be honest, I am slightly confused by the opposition's position on this, and my honourable friends have touched on the history of the party opposite in trying to block this levelling up of our electoral system. Indeed, my honourable friend, the Minister, referenced the 1969 Labour government's attempt to block the independent boundary review. And indeed, in 1982, the party opposite tried to take it to the courts, and they failed, Mr Deputy Speaker. But I should say that I do share the comments raised, and I know this is not his place, but the honourable member for Cardiff South and Penarth made a really good point that common sense needs to be applied to this at all times, and I totally agree with that. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would just address some of the comments that the party opposite have made. They say, for example, that this is an executive power grab. Well, the basis of this is that it's an independent, judicial-led boundary commission. Yes. The fact of the matter is, it's taken out. Okay, yes, it's taken out of the power of the executive and it's given to an independent body. The fact of the matter is, as well, this is primary legislation. Parliament can, of course, amend it, a budget at any time. It's a basic principle of our parliamentary democracy that we, as members, can do that if we need to. So I've got to disagree with the party opposite on that point. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of time and to allow my colleagues to speak, so I will just say this. The last time that the boundaries in my constituencies were amended, I was 5 years old. Now, a lot of time has changed. A lot has changed during that time, and many of us have changed, more some than others probably. But the fact of the matter is that it is absolutely time that we get this done. And I would say this to honourable and right honourable members across this chamber. If we truly believe that everyone's vote is equal, and we truly believe in ensuring that our democracy continues to grow and continues to thrive, then I would say simply this. We must pass this legislation.
Judith Cummins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to talk briefly about the last boundary review process and the failings I believe occurred regarding the Bradford constituencies. Now, I'm not criticising the Commission, as I think they did an excellent job within the constraints of the rules that were set out in the previous legislation. But I do, however, want to propose some changes that will improve the process. The initial proposals of that review were extremely unsatisfactory for Bradford. They produced constituencies that did not reflect the communities of our area. For example, they split my constituency of Bradford South across 4 different local authorities of Leeds, Calderdale, Kirklees and Bradford. The Commission has noted a strong depth of feeling against our initial proposals and a distinct Bradfordian identity. Their report also said, our assistant commissioners, faced with what was considered an exceptionally challenging task in constructing constituencies in Bradford that would be acceptable to local respondents and that did not cause split wards. Their final recommendations accepted many of the arguments put forward by my constituents, and the Commission moved a considerable way within the constraints that had been set for them. Now, I've learned from that experience the value that people place on their constituencies matching in the closest possible way their established community identities. And that's why I believe this bill must be used to improve the process that draws up our next set of constituency boundaries. There are two major constraints the Commission faced in creating constituencies that voters can readily identify with. The first was the use of whole wards as the building blocks for constituencies. In some large metropolitan authorities, these building blocks are far too big for this purpose. In Leeds, for instance, wards can contain over 17,000 electors, and both Bradford and Kirklees have wards in excess of 13,000 electors. So working with building blocks of this size within the electorate tolerance of 5% actually made it impossible to create constituencies that people felt very strongly attached to. Now, I believe that local authority boundaries and people's sense of place should take precedence over ward boundaries. And to achieve this, the Commission should be allowed to make use of split wards in drawing up new boundaries. The second constraint is having such a small electoral tolerance. As I have said, a 5% tolerance does not give the necessary flexibility to the Commissioners. I would urge the Government to give the Commissioners the wider discretion of using a 10% tolerance where necessary. And finally, I too am concerned about the impact of COVID-19 on the process. Under the legislation, the boundary redrawing will be based on the electoral register from the 1st of December 2020. Now, given the Minister's remarks in opening, I would say to her there's no better time than today's debate to more fully update the House on this point and to get on the record the options that she is considering. To conclude, this bill should give the Electoral Commission the tools they need to produce constituencies of approximately equal size and which crucially keep communities together within coherent boundaries. I believe the measures I have referred to would improve the bill and produce a more democratic process for all. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Well done, Laura Farris.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to my feet to support this bill, knowing that I might well be a turkey voting for Christmas at the end of it. I am a new MP, but I'm reliably informed by my predecessor that when the Boundary Commission previously turned its attention to my seat, of its various proposals, none of them helped. But perhaps that enhances the force of my support for this bill, because I give it without much to gain. In the 6 months I've been a member of this House, I have thought very carefully about what it means to represent and also what it means to be represented. And before consideration of this bill, I actually hadn't been fully aware of the extent of the population disparity between the various seats. And it's striking how closely the comments of my honourable friend, the member for West Bromwich West, resemble my own. I didn't know that the seat of Ashford, with its 90,000 constituents, had more than double the constituents of the seat of Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross. And I take the very sensible remarks that were made by my honourable friend, the member for Brecon, that there are important geographical considerations. But it doesn't avoid the fact that a vote in Caithness has twice the value of a vote in Ashford, and to me that distorts representation. When he wrote of True and False Democracy, John Stuart Mill said, "In a really equal democracy, every community is represented in equal proportion. Without this, there are those whose fair share of influence in representation is withheld from them, contrary to the principle of democracy, which professes equality at its very root." And for that reason, it seems right to me that we move to an equalisation of seats that is based on number and that the margin for variation is deliberately circumscribed. The second point I wanted to make relates to the retention of 650 seats rather than the reduction to 600. And there were three issues that concerned me about that all the way through. The first is that I had grave concerns whether these new super constituencies could offer the kind of quality of representation that people deserve just at the time when we were losing the members of the European Parliament. And I was glad to see that this was reflected in the impact assessment that was prepared on the 4th of May. But second, one of the things that I did know about my own seat is that when the proposals were made to move to 600 seats, it lacerated some of our communities. It cleaved villages from towns that had deep historical links. So I hope, and I will be making submissions as this goes through, that we can use the preservation of 650 seats to put this right. And thirdly, I welcomed the intention of the coalition government to manage the cost of Parliament, but I felt that it was directed at the wrong chamber. We currently have an upper chamber that comprises 783 members, costs the taxpayer less but almost as much as us. And if the members of this House were honest, if you spoke to your constituents and asked them how many members of the upper chamber they could name, they may not be able to name any at all. Now, I know that some members of that chamber are brilliant and bring expertise. I know that some of them serve in the government and in the shadow cabinet, and they are very active in that chamber. And I know the vast majority adhere to the highest standards of professional conduct. But when they fall short, and some do, there is absolutely nothing the public can do. And to me, that conflicts with the whole principle of parliamentary democracy. As Ted Heath once said, those who have been appointed to or inherited seats have done in the main a tremendous task, and we owe them a great deal. But I hope that in this Parliament we will make the move to...
Order. Terribly sorry, we have to move
Sorry.
on. Sir David Evenett.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to be able to have the opportunity to say a few words on this important debate today. I have been privileged to be involved in Bexley Borough since 1983, and as the MP for Erith and Crayford till 97, and then from 2005 to be representing Bexley and Crayford. I've seen many of these boundary changes, and I know how difficult it is for communities, it is for members of Parliament, and it is administratively as well. Our 2019 Conservative Party manifesto pledged to update and equal parliamentary boundaries, making sure that each and every vote counts the same. This surely is a cornerstone of our democracy, and frankly, we need to get on with this. Yeah. I welcome the fact the government is delivering on their promise, and this bill has my strong support. It's necessary, it's sensible, and it's important. I was disappointed with the comments from the Labour Party because there are basic principles that they support. In committee they can discuss and debate some of the minor areas of it, but I was disappointed they couldn't give their support totally to the principle. The last Boundary Commission did reduce, or proposed to reduce, the number of seats to 600. Personally, I believe this was really arbitrary and tokenism rather than a value to democracy. And certainly with the Britain now thankfully coming out of the European Union, we now have more work to do as members of Parliament, and therefore I think that 650 is a good decision by the government to maintain, and I strongly support that. Of course, a reduction in the numbers also meant that communities were split up, as I mentioned in my intervention to my honourable friend, the member for Dartford, which isn't good for representation. My constituency in the borough of Bexley is a collection of small towns: Bexley Heath, Welling, Crayford, Erith, and the community of Slade Green. These communities are valued and supported by residents, local businesses and community activists. Historic and community ties matter. And that's why I think it's important that the Boundary Commission, when it looks at this, must take those as a top priority. Together with the numbers, the community interest is so important. I welcome there's going to be an electoral quota. Whether it's 5% or 7.5% is something we need to discuss and debate. And I'm sure the Leader of the House will take that on board when it goes into committee. I thought 5% was fine, but, you know, we can obviously debate these things. I also believe that we need to have the most up-to-date electorate that we can have to make sure that we're not, as we have been in the past too often, looking on out-of-date registers when we look at size of constituencies. So I think it's sensible. The review process, I think, is good too, that my honourable friend the Minister raised about the initial consultation period. The public hearings will be after the second proposals that they have put forward, and that gives more time for constituents, community groups and other organisations to give feedback to the Commission before the final recommendations. I think it's a good bill. It's a bill that we need to get on with. I think it's a bill that improves democracy. And of course, change is often a difficult thing for all of us. But it's important, I believe, that this bill goes through, that we get down to some business, and we're implementing our manifesto commitment. So to that, I give this bill my wholehearted support and look forward to its passage through this House.
Yeah. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak in this debate, as electoral boundaries have a special place in my heart, and no, not just as a newly elected MP, but as someone whose career prior to being elected to Parliament included a thoroughly enjoyable stint some 20 years ago working for the Local Government Commission for England on periodic electoral reviews of local government boundaries. I'm still friends with many of those other boundary geeks who work there, and indeed it's right that I declare an interest that some of those friends and colleagues also moved on to work more recently for the Boundary Commission for England on parliamentary reviews. It would be remiss of me in this debate to not mention and thank all those hard-working electoral administrators working across our local authorities. Good democracy requires good administration, and it's important to recognise the immense efforts that many of these officers continue to make to ensure that all our constituents are accurately and appropriately registered to vote, and that elections are well run and within the law, all against a backdrop of ever-diminishing council budgets during a decade of austerity. And so I speak in this debate with some experience of the process of making boundaries and an understanding of the public's response to both well-made as well as poor boundaries, as much as I'm a politician with a keen eye on the outcome of any boundary changes to the length of time I may have in this place to serve. However, I just want to focus on the first 2 points in supporting the reasoned amendment put down by my honourable friend. Firstly, the legitimacy of our democracy rests in public confidence in the process as much as the outcome. And as part of that, the process of making boundaries must be as transparent as possible so the public can have as much ownership of these structures of elections as much as the outcome. It's for this reason I believe that the removal of parliamentary approval from the process is a backward step. Parliamentary scrutiny of any proposals ensures transparency of the process within the public domain and avoids any perceptions, rightly or wrongly, of power grabs by the executive. Secondly, I welcome the Minister's comments around the proposed numeration date being set at the 1st of December 2020, but recognising that the annual canvass for the electoral register this year in late summer-autumn is likely to be significantly impacted by coronavirus. If it's to be the electoral register of the 1st of December 2019 that's looked at, I might also add that she may want to look in her options at the ONS figures, which stated that almost 500,000 people joined the register between the 1st of December and the 12th of December. So to get that really accurate data is really, really important. My final point is around the variance from the electoral quota. This can have a detrimental impact on both the representation of communities and effective administration, as has already been said. But if the number of MPs is fixed and the electoral quota is fixed, the only element of flexibility to support community identity and community connections is the percentage variance from the quota. This will help reflect whether it's moved further away to 7.5%, 10%, that is to be debated. But it can reflect the topography in more rural areas, and it can help better reflect the community connections in urban areas. The numbers are quite small when you actually look at it in the round. Finger in the air, if the quota is around 73,000, a 5% variance would give you around 3,500 electors. A 7.5% variance would be around 5,500 electors. That's not much of a difference. In fact, people in this chamber have smaller majorities. Maybe that's why they want to stick with the 5%. So overall, I would say that if some say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I would suggest a greater flexibility in quota helps create better constituencies by providing for better community identity and connections with constituencies and ensure greater public buy-in to any proposals.
Andrew Rosendale.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The imperative to review our boundaries is absolutely essential now. We're talking about an electoral register of 20 years ago, and I know that every member of this House will agree that it's time to get this job done, and I commend the government for moving forward on this as fast as possible. This bill, I believe, will create a new political map for the United Kingdom that will see us through at least the next 2 general elections. But there is one area that needs to change, and I'm going to focus my remarks on this particular area. We have an opportunity not only to create 650 constituencies based on equal numbers, but also ones that are based around actual towns, communities, and places of genuine social, historical, geographical and cultural connections, giving greater recognition to local ties, which unfortunately the current system often prevents. The cause of this is simple. It is the lack of flexibility by rigidly using whole local government wards as the main building blocks, when smaller building blocks, such as polling districts, could actually be used instead. Now, I commend the Boundary Commission for their independence, but apart from a few exceptions, their unwillingness to divert from using entire wards instead of smaller areas such as polling districts leads to changes that are unnecessary, upheavals, mass confusion, and people who are accustomed to being in one constituency suddenly finding themselves being transferred to an area they have much less or no connection with. We often see communities divided as a result, and a loss of local identity, the dismay people feel when they are shunted from their traditional constituency into another one which they feel totally disconnected to, is damaging to our democracy. And the failure to have continuity of elected representation is too. So I say to the Lord President, who is here in his position this evening, I hope that the Boundary Commission will be willing to include parts of wards and make smaller incremental changes that still meet the requirements of the Act, but which make larger changes much less likely and allowing communities to unite within one constituency. It is wrong, Mr Deputy Speaker, to force communities to go through massive upheavals when small changes can satisfy the numbers within the scope of the Act and prevent a radical and unwelcome change for both the constituents and indeed the members of Parliament who may have spent many years looking after a community and who become familiar to local people. I give many examples of this. The Rush Green community in my own constituency, 3,000 people from a polling district could have been moved in. Instead, the Boundary Commission chose to bring in an entire ward, dividing up other communities. This approach has to change. The Boundary Commission need to review the way they do this to make things more sensible, more community orientated, but keeping within the numbers that have been set out by the government in this Act of Parliament. This really does matter, and I hope the government will use their influence to ensure that a more flexible approach is used and mandate the Boundary Commission to alter their criteria, allowing judgments based on local ties using smaller areas, polling districts, or even a road or a house, if it means a smaller area being moved in to meet the criteria to ensure that we avoid communities being broken up and avoid the radical upheavals that have caused so much unnecessary division in previous boundary reviews. And one final request, Mr Deputy Speaker, one more MP for Gibraltar, please. They've asked for it. Let's add one more MP to this list. Give them a chance.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And contrary to what we're hearing from the honourable members on the other side of the House tonight, actually I warmly welcome the bill today and its main provision, as do I think many colleagues on our side of the House, which is the reversion back to 650 members of Parliament. So it is a misrepresentation to suggest that we are opposing the bill tonight. The opposition is absolutely entirely in its right to put down a reasoned amendment that suggests areas where we would like to see improvement. We will not be opposing this bill on second reading tonight, although we do have concerns. And I have to say I'm frustrated as well to hear about honourable members on the other side saying that we need to get on with the process. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, we could have been getting on with the process 2 years ago with the private members' bill, my honourable friend from Manchester Gorton. It was the government, with a lack of a money resolution, that was holding that process up. So we'll have no more of that in the debate. I absolutely support this idea of an independent boundary commission that will work independently, and we do have confidence in the Boundary Commission. What is not independent, however, is the instructions that are given to that Boundary Commission, and that is where the manipulation is able to come in from the governing party, which is why we are in our rights to question the judgment tonight. And the obvious one there is this strict adherence to the numbers and the primacy of the numbers over every other consideration, such as communities of interest or geographical size. The strict adherence gives distorted constituencies, and especially with that tight variance around the national average. We lose community cohesion. We have very large geographical areas that make it extremely difficult for those honourable members to represent. And that's why, and the honourable member from Newbury, I think, touched on this, that is why there has to be some disparity in numbers to take into account other factors as well. We talked about the December 2020 cut-off date being far too late and that people will fall off. Now, at this stage, Mr Deputy Speaker, I was going to talk about other areas where I believe that the governing party of the day, the Conservative Party, has introduced measures of voter suppression to stop people from getting on the register or to stop people from voting. But actually the Minister made a significant concession almost, or recognition in her speech, she's not in her place, about the possibility of having to use the 2019 snapshot, which is the most up-to-date, accurate snapshot that we have, and it's only just been published this week, but that's how long it takes to get them. And I welcome what the Minister said, and I hope that we can work with her on that. I'm suspicious of anything that removes Parliament from these processes, from any process, frankly. Parliamentary scrutiny is absolutely essential. And I do not like the idea of Parliament being sidelined, even when we're discussing matters that are concerning our boundaries, because it is matters that are central to our democracy. If Parliament had been removed from boundaries, then, for example, in my own area, we now have the notorious Merseybanks constituency, which was one of those constituencies where you had to go out of the constituency, through another and back into the constituency, because those proposals would not have been able to be challenged within this House. There's one final issue that I want to raise, and that is the future of the Union. It is imperative that the government does not allow us to get into a situation where Wales and Scotland, because of their geographical sizes and the rurality of some of those areas, take a bigger hit than England in terms of reduction in constituencies. The Union matters to me. I believe it matters to many members in this House, but certainly on this side of the House. And if we have a situation where there are fewer Welsh MPs and fewer Scottish MPs, the strength of the Union will be damaged. That may be an unforeseen, unintended consequence. It's a consequence that ministers must bear in mind.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great opportunity to take part in this debate, and I very much welcome the bill. Following on from the previous speaker from the City of Chester, who related to adherence to numbers, and I agree with him on that, can I also raise the issue of 650 being absolutely set in stone? The jigsaw that we're trying to put together is very complex, and perhaps just to give the Boundaries Commission a little bit of flexibility, perhaps the jigsaw might fit together perfectly with 652 seats or 648, and perhaps to give them a little bit of discretion, perhaps 5 or 6 seats either way might make a big difference. And I think that would also impact on the points that have been made by my friend from Romford and others about community identity. Too often the numbers have taken priority over identity. My own particular seat has within it the seat of Great Grimsby. The Grimsby seat, as I say, is an island in my constituency, so therefore it can only get the extra 10,000 votes that it needs to reach the quota by inroads into my own seat. But that also, of course, means that then my seat of Cleethorpes will have to move further out. And we have a problem, and this is the main point that I want to get over. We have a problem with the regional boundaries, which were supposedly abolished and so on. But in actual fact, the two unitary councils in the north of Lincolnshire are part of Yorkshire and Humberside region. and Greater Lincolnshire, the old Lincolnshire County Council and the districts are in the East Midlands, and great numbers of the suburbs of the Grimsby and Cleethorpes metropolis are actually in a different region. And in the past 2 reviews, that has prevented the Boundaries Commission from looking at some of the villages who clearly identify with the Grimsby Cleethorpes area, but they are not able to be considered because the Boundary Commission, and I understand the reason why they have to have a template to work to, have actually used the regions as a boundary. Now, there are moves within Greater Lincolnshire to more devolution, combined authorities, all sorts of things are being talked of. But basically, the point is that the 2 unitaries and the county council area are coming closer together in terms of policy and economics. And the discretion I spoke of earlier actually would give more ability to follow local identities. I mentioned sort of Grimsby and Cleethorpes, that's obviously my part. There are streets in Grimsby where the footpath is in Grimsby and the road is in Cleethorpes. And woe betide anybody on one side of the road to tell the person that they live in Grimsby or Cleethorpes. They have a distinct identity and they want to relate to the town. Grimsby is an ancient borough. First charter was granted by King John. And it's one of those seats that actually hasn't changed its boundaries since World War II. And now it's going to have to be judged quite reasonably because we've got to balance the numbers. But I do think it's important that we do that. And finally, I would agree with the comments that have been made about finally the final decision not coming back to this House. Too often we are faced with decisions by outside bodies, independent commissions, agencies and so on, where we are told, oh, you as an MP, no, the government or the Parliament has no say, we can't overturn that. This should eventually come back to Parliament, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Alex Davis-Jones.
Diolch, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Cleethorpes on a topic that I know elicits strong feelings on all sides of the House. Now, colleagues will be aware that I've only recently become a member of this place, although it feels like much, much longer. And since the election, the coronavirus pandemic has quite rightly been at the forefront for us all. And as I continue to receive hundreds of emails every day, some relating to coronavirus, some on local issues, many on the movements of a certain special advisor, I'm reminded of just how important it is that voices across the UK are fairly represented in this place. Now, I echo the comments made by my honourable friend, the member for the City of Chester, that I welcome the government's decision to agree on the opposition's cause to scrap the plans to reduce the number of MPs to 600. And I will be voting on the reason amendment tonight tabled in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. But it is clear that the current proposals will see a reduction in representation in Welsh constituencies. The government claims that people of all 4 nations in the UK will have equal representation in Parliament. But I disagree, and the situation in Wales is murky to say the least. In Wales, the proposals are likely to see a reduction to around 31 seats, with many of Wales's losses being added to England's total. The Electoral Reform Society Cymru has been critical of the proposals, and I share their concerns that a cut in the number of Welsh MPs puts additional pressure on the already overstretched Senedd. The Senedd has faced a decade of cuts thanks to this Tory UK government and the coalition that came before. It is also clear that the Barnett consequential funding formula for devolved nations like Wales is hugely outdated and leaves Wales without its fair share. I genuinely struggle to see how members representing seats in Wales on the benches opposite me here can actively support and encourage a bill that will weaken Wales's voice in this chamber.
That's right, Alex.
For a party that places so much focus on defending the Union, I am disappointed and dismayed to see Wales's voice undermined in this bill. On a logistical point, a cut in representation will have a real impact on the work of the MPs and the staff can take on. Tory cuts to social security measures over the past decade, coupled with a cut in representatives for Wales, will only further stretch MPs' ability to assist constituents with pressing casework issues, including welfare support and immigration matters. A cut in the number of representatives will put pressure on many of our caseworkers who are already overstretched. And as an MP, proud to be representing my hometown, I stand in this place today as a proud unionist. The Welsh Labour Government have made some excellent advances on the devolved issues and protecting our close relationship with the whole of the Union across the UK. The coronavirus crisis is a key example of the divergence that our devolved nations can take on a particular issue. I'm sure Welsh colleagues on both sides of the House will agree that a reduction in parliamentary constituencies in the devolved nations and an increase in seats in England will only put further strain on the integrity of the Union. It is crucial, essentially and especially given our recent departure of the EU, that our democracy continues to effectively represent the Union that still exists across the UK. I am clear that Wales's voice should not be left behind here in Westminster.
Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Although I listened carefully to the honourable member for Chester, there does seem to be a common theme that both Labour governments and Labour in opposition seek to build smokescreens for more and more delay, whether that is getting Brexit done or indeed updating our boundaries. They are determined to delay, and one does have to wonder why. Our seats across this nation have changed a lot since the last boundary changes, over 20 years ago, and it will take a Conservative government, yet once again, to bring about fairness and equality for the people who have put their trust in us. We see such a disproportionate size balance across constituencies, and our electors need fair representation. It is simply not fair that some seats have as little as a few tens of thousands of electors, and yet others have well over 100,000 electors, both just having one member representing each group. Dudley has just shy of 62,000 electors, and last saw a marginal change in 2010 following a bigger change back in 1997. I appreciate that my seat, should I, and I do hope, obviously, retain it at the next election, will need to increase in size by approximately 10,000. So too it would make sense for constituencies to align more closely to local government boundaries. For example, at present I have a single lone ward that sits with another MP in Wolverhampton, whilst the ward sits in fact in Dudley, and we should be keeping communities together, and that of course would help and would make sense. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic will have had an impact on our local communities well above and beyond the awful, tragic loss of life. But the proposed review does present an opportunity to take full consideration of every aspect that the virus could have had an impact on. Thank you.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity of speaking on this important bill. However, I believe that basing the review on the number of registered electors as of the 1st of December 2020 will not provide an accurate or up-to-date picture of our current electorate and will have huge implications on cities like mine with universities. The 1st of December 2020 register is the numeration date for the review, meaning that the size of the electorate on the 1st of December will be used throughout the new boundary review as the officially recognised size of the current electorate. And I believe this will cause many issues, as the electoral register is likely to be severely impacted by the current crisis. Coronavirus is likely to have a significant effect on the annual canvass, meaning that the registers will be less accurate and complete than other recent registers. The constituency that I represent, Liverpool Riverside, has an electorate of almost 73,500 and 3 universities with an estimated 70,000 students living in the city. And the data proposed is 2 decades old, but it's estimated that the electorate has increased by at least 2 million since the last boundary changes. There are also widespread concerns that, due to the coronavirus, many students will not return to their universities by December 2020, meaning thousands of students from across the country will not be registered to vote. And this will significantly skew the electoral size of university towns where the student population is dense. As a result, constituency boundaries will not reflect the true size or makeup of the constituency under normal circumstances. So to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would urge the Government to consider using the December 2019 electoral register as the numeration date for the review. This would capture a highly representative snapshot of the electorate in the run-up to the 2019 general election. This date would also prevent any delay to the review, thereby allowing new boundaries to be in place for the next general election.
Craig Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I start by outlining my great support for the government's position in terms of increasing the number to 650? My predecessor and many Welsh MPs have been labouring that point ever since the initial policy came out of reducing to 600, and I think now we are leaving the European Union, and the tier of politicians that once was MEPs in this country is being removed. The fact that we need more members of Parliament covering devolved areas in terms of seats now. I've listened to a lot of people contributing to this debate, and can I, at the outset, agree with my right honourable friend from Romford and the honourable member of the City of Chester on the points they made, particularly about the union and particularly about communities being built up from the bottom. Indeed, most of my wards are a lot smaller than your polling districts, I think, just the nature of local government in Wales, so I can certainly appreciate that. I do have to say at the outset to the honourable member for Pontypridd, I think it was a little unkind to say Wales needs to retain the 40 seats, given some constituencies are under 40,000 electors in Wales. Clearly there needs to be some review, and especially the fact we now have our own Welsh Parliament. Clearly, there is no need for constituencies of 40,000. That needs to be addressed within this. I will say from the outside, I'm in a privileged position, Mr. Deputy Speaker, having represented one of the smallest geographical constituencies with the highest electorate, and now representing one of the largest geographical constituencies with the smallest electorate. I will, at the outset, put a steer into the Boundary Commission about Montgomeryshire, of course, because it was formed in 1542 by the Royal Charter of Henry VIII, which gives Montgomeryshire some certain legs in this chamber. But there is a point there that I wanted to make, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the front bench, which is about the variants and about looking at the geographical challenges as well as population. Montgomeryshire is, for the initiated farmer, 537,000 acres big. For the uninitiated, that is a large constituency that involves a lot of travel. That comes with the challenge as well as large electorates populations. And the 5% variance could do with a little kick. I think that's the norm internationally I've heard is 10%, 7.5% I'd be pushing for, and I hope at the committee stage that we go into that in some detail. The point that I've alluded to from the City of Chester about the Union, I think that our nation, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, some thought has to be given to how this interacts with the constituencies there. It also, in Wales, we have two forms of electing assembly members, as it was, but the next time it will be members of the Senate. There are regional and there are constituencies, and crossing first past the post constituencies with the regions in Wales will cause even more confusion than currently exists, and I would implore the Boundary Commission to look at that. But I will end, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I want to allow other colleagues to come in. I can see you'll be up on your feet shortly, with a plea about Montgomeryshire and other rural constituencies. You could see this contribution as the first submission to the Boundary Commission, as is, that we must look at those huge geographical areas, and with variance and with the freedom to protect those communities and protect constituents that find it hard to relate when you are travelling for close to 2 hours. Colleagues, honourable members, it is easier to attend this chamber in London than get to the south of my county council. From the top of Montgomeryshire to the bottom of Brecon Radna,
On my feet.
several hours.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, the Government's General Election Manifesto made the following commitment to make sure that every vote counts the same, a cornerstone of democracy. And the Government's right. Our votes do not count the same. In December, it took 33 times as many votes to elect a Green MP as to elect an SNP MP. 33 to 1. That is a staggering inequality right at the heart of our electoral system. So I'm very much in favour of making each vote carry the same weight, and it seems that members across this House do agree that democratic equality is a matter of importance. But to properly combat that, the only response is electoral reform, but I'll leave that debate until next week and my time with the Minister then. What the Government really means by making every vote count the same is to tighten the boundaries for constituencies so that there's the same number of potential voters in each one. And in principle, this sounds like it would make sense. But the government's plans do not achieve this. They're proposing to base the boundaries on the number of people on the electoral roll, but that is not the same as the number of potential electors. Indeed, the Electoral Commission estimates up to 9 million potential electors are not currently on the electoral roll. And as we know, this marginalises groups for whom there are structural difficulties in getting onto the electoral roll. I'm hopeful that the Government will consider using the December 2019 electoral roll. We should take advantage of the fact that the upcoming electoral events encourage people to register and to be enfranchised. We should promote this engagement with our process. There's an obvious solution on all this, which is automatic voter registration. I do not see why the Government refuses to pursue it. Perhaps they are following their instincts. Now, the single most important argument for first past the post, and indeed I think this is the reason why many members fail to look at electoral reform in the way that I do, is that members represent identifiable local communities. And I think that members will agree that we cannot achieve a sense of local representation, then the idea of a one-member constituency is undermined. Now, as someone who advocates a proportional voting system, if I was going to design a flaw in first past the post, I think it would be this. Create rules so stringent that MPs represent random chunks of the country and so delicately responsive that a tiny change in one part of the country will lead to a ripple effect spreading from constituency to constituency and meaning completely new boundaries every 8 years. And I agree that basing the building blocks of seats on wards leads to shotgun constituencies. My own constituency boundaries splits the High Street and Leven in North East Fife, but at least it is all in Fife Council. And I've hugely valued during the COVID pandemic engagement with NHS Fife and Fife Council, and my constituents have too. One final issue I wish to comment on is that of overseas electors. One of the Government's manifesto promises is to abolish the 15-year rule on the eligibility of overseas electors, and presumably legislation will be brought forward over the coming session. They will be able to vote in the next general election, but whether the date of the electoral register used for the boundary review is this year or last, they will not be on it. My colleague, Lord Wallace of Saltaire, has tabled written questions asking the Government to estimate what the number of overseas electors is, and there is no estimate. We are walking blind into this. We're putting restrictive percentages in place now and then adding in an unknown number of voters at a later point, completely undermining what the Government is trying to achieve. And as I touched upon earlier, the incredibly sensitive flexibility conditions will create further upheaval. So I return to where I started. The Protect Our Democracy section of the Conservative Manifesto. There are a number of commitments in that section. Today's legislation represents the first brick in that wall, but clearly, as the issue with overseas voters illustrates, there are going to be foreseeable problems in terms of what comes after. This might be the first brick, but the wall will end up being unstable. Thank you.
Maria Miller.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I start by commending the Minister for what was, I thought, a very powerful speech in presenting this bill to the House today. We all come here with equal power vested in us by our communities. But my voice here today represents a constituency of 83,000 people. The lady I'm following represents a constituency of 61,000 people. It is difficult for us to explain to our constituents why that inequity is there. And I would hope that all of us here today would agree that that isn't right, that we should have in our democratic system an inherent equity between members of Parliament in terms of the number of people who are able to vote for them. And I fully support the Government in its move to automaticity, if that's the right word, to bring in those boundary changes without members of Parliament having to get involved. And indeed, the 5% tolerance ensures that that equality is ingrained in the future and moves away from us having to have these debates on a regular basis. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think we should all just come clean. This is a difficult issue for members of Parliament. We have an inherent interest in the outcome of boundary reviews, which it makes it difficult, as my honourable friend, the member for Westham-super-Mem, I think made the point incredibly well in his contribution. We need to put it outside of this place for those decisions to be made. One thing that hasn't been discussed today is that new ONS data estimates there will be a new 6 new constituencies generated in the south-east region of this country. Now, I think this place does need to give some thought to how those new constituencies should be constructed, because constituencies should have a sense of purpose. They should have a sense of history, a sense of community. When my constituency was first part of a boundary review back in the 1940s, there were just 13,000 people living in Basingstoke. There are now 83,000 people living in my constituency, and it sprawls across 4 constituencies. So my challenge to the Boundary Commission is very simple, and I think the Minister needs to help them with this, that we should construct constituencies not just on numerical constructs, but they should be constructed for communities first and foremost, and that we should construct those constituencies for the future, not simply salami slice away what has gone before. This is, I think, the right thing for us to be thinking about now, because this boundary review will be seismic in some areas of the country, and we need to make sure we grasp the opportunity. Now, at the moment, the provisions in the 1986 Act in Schedule 2 are very sparse in terms of the directions they give to the Boundary Commission. They do talk notionally about local ties, and that can often be something that figures large in the consultations that follow. But is there opportunity here to give more direction to the Boundary Commission about the importance of constituencies, importance of mid-sized market towns like Basingstoke, which has been seen actually in 2010 significant boundary changes because we've done the right thing and built new houses, but we've been rewarded by a fragmentation of our constituency, which I think is not necessarily healthy for the future. So why do we have in certain parts of the country towns split east-west, north-south, and others simply salami sliced away? We need to have a better approach to how we construct our constituencies for the future.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I think I win the prize for patience this evening. And many of my points have already been made, but I make no apology for reiterating, because this bill will have important impact on all of us in this House. Now, the onset of COVID-19 pandemic and its continued impacts in Newport West and across the United Kingdom, and indeed our whole world, has shown now more than ever that strong and constructive scrutiny of the government is vital. And that's how we must approach this bill and this debate as it works its way through the House. As such, I am pleased that the government's plans to cut the number of MPs has been scrapped, because this is not the time to engage in less democracy, and as we leave the EU, it is even more vital that the increased workload of MPs is reflected in the makeup of our national parliament and the design of its constituencies. I am concerned about the removal of parliamentary approval and scrutiny from the process, though, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Under the current rules, Parliament has the ultimate authority to accept or deny the boundary changes. The draft boundaries order must be agreed by both Houses of Parliament before being approved by Her Majesty at a meeting of the Privy Council. However, the measures contained in this new bill will remove Parliament from the process, which means Parliament will no longer be required to approve the draft order before being made by Her Majesty at the meeting of the Privy Council. Now, we all remember what happened the last time the government attempted to bypass Parliament as it sought to illegally probe Parliament, and this is not a good way to go. Another key part of the bill is the fact that the review will be based on the number of registered voters as of the 1st of December 2020. This means that the size of the electorate on the 1st of December 2020 will be used throughout the new boundary review as the officially recognised size of the current electorate. We know the pressures that will be triggered by Brexit and COVID-19 and the uncertain housing situations at the moment. This risks the data on which these major changes will be based being flawed and incomplete. We all remember what we were doing in December 2019 and can testify to the obvious fact that the general election acts as a major drive of registering to vote. We see huge spikes, as already been alluded to tonight, in voter registration during national and local elections too. And we now know there will be no election between today and December the 1st, 2020. So we will lose that ability to ensure that the voter roll accurately reflects those entitled to vote. So let's stick to the December 2019 data. My final point is that we must take account of geography, not just numbers of voters. Mountains and valleys, rivers and reservoirs make a difference, and I would urge the Minister to remember this. So whilst I won't be opposing the second reading today, I am pleased the Government has made some concessions, but I caution them to take the politics out of this process and to give the people of England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland the House of Commons they need and deserve.
Wind-ups at 7:44. Lee Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will try my best to fit in what I have in the minute and a half or so that I have. I welcome this bill, and I'm glad to see that it is being brought forward. It's been a long time coming, even for those of us who are relatively new in this place, and it provides clarity on a national level, or will do, and it also provides clarity on a local level for constituencies and seats like mine, which have been moved around in the proposals over the past 10 years or so. It will be good to get a final, clear view about what is going to happen and when. And if I could just make two brief points before wind-ups begin. The first, I support the principle of equalisation. One person, one vote is important, but also the representations of those people being equal in this place. And it cannot be right, as competent, as capable and as excellent as my colleagues are in other parts of Derbyshire, that one member of Parliament in Derbyshire has 10,000 less people than myself, and another member of Parliament has nearly 9,000 people more than myself. That variation does ask questions about how we represent our constituencies in this place. And it is why I'm not convinced by some of the arguments that have been made in this chamber tonight, including, unfortunately, from the honourable member from Pontypridd on this matter. And secondly, it is vitally important that we have up-to-date information and data on this. And whilst the data itself came later, the processes for starting the data in the 5th periodic review, upon which I was elected in December, were done before I even became eligible to vote. And since then, I have voted in 6 general elections, I have stood in 3 of them, and I've had the privilege of being elected in 2. And it cannot be the case that we continue to use data that is that far out of date. It undermines the legitimacy of this place, and I look forward to it being corrected in this bill when it goes through the House.
Wind-ups, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank all the honourable members who have contributed to this important debate this afternoon. My particular thanks go to my honourable friends, the members for Aberavon, Chesterfield, Jarrow, Bradford South, Luton South, the City of Chester, Pontypridd, Liverpool Riverside and Newport West, for their contributions which demonstrated their depth of commitment both to democratic representation and the communities they serve, and raised important issues about the detail of this bill. Several members, including those representing the City of Chester, Pontypridd, Lagan Valley and Montgomeryshire, raised important points about the impact of this legislation on representation in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Strong devolved representation within the nations is critical to the integrity of our United Kingdom. A bill which reduces the number of parliamentary constituencies in the devolved nations while increasing the number of English seats risks putting further strain on the integrity of the Union, and I hope that the Leader of the House, in responding, will address this point directly. Members across this House agree that the periodic review of constituency boundaries is a vital part of our representative democracy, and that this review is long overdue. It is our constituencies that give shape and meaning to our democratic process, and our constituencies ensure that the concerns of each part of our diverse United Kingdom are given voice and representation. For this reason, it is crucial that long-held community ties form the basis of our constituency boundaries, bringing together communities which share common interests and needs. This point was made very well by a number of honourable members who spoke of the risk of villages being split or severed from the towns that they rely on. These things matter to our communities. It is therefore extremely disappointing that the government has once again refused to compromise on the issue of the 5% electoral tolerance. I ask the Leader of the House, what response can he provide to the apolitical academic experts who have highlighted the restrictive and damaging impact that the 5% quota will have on constituency boundaries? Just a slight widening of this electoral quota to 7.5%, supported by the member for Montgomeryshire, will vastly improve the geographic and community coherence of new boundaries and ensure better representation for communities as a result. Mr Deputy Speaker, when the government introduced the Parliamentary Voting System and Constituencies Bill in 2010, a pre-legislative inquiry heard evidence from several witnesses that the proposed number of 600 constituencies chosen by the government was not based on clear evidence. The Hansard Society told the committee that the number had been, and I quote, plucked from thin air, 600 simply being a neat number. The government has now made a U-turn on this arbitrary number, But as my honourable friend, the member for Lancaster and Fleetwood, mentioned, the review in 2013, based on 600 constituencies, cost the taxpayer in the region of £700 million, and the 2018 review is likely to have a cost upwards of £8 million. Does the Leader of the House accept that the government's political indecision has been a waste of taxpayers' money? And will he clarify for the record now how much the 2018 boundary review cost? Mr Deputy Speaker, many members have raised the alarming removal of parliamentary oversight from this process. Parliament has an important role to play as an emergency backstop to prevent power grabs by the executive. But the Tories are attempting to remove this backstop, threatening serious, unforeseen consequences for the future of our democratic process. This move is deeply concerning for the integrity of our parliamentary democracy. In response to these concerns, the government asserts that removing Parliament from this process will ensure that the Boundary Commission's reports will be implemented without interference from either government or Parliament. But this is not strictly true. The government makes the legislation that instructs the boundary review process. And ministers have already taken political advantage of the process by creating a loophole in the bill. Without parliamentary oversight, the handbrake which previously prevented the Tories from removing 50 MPs on an entirely arbitrary basis no longer exists. If passed, this new legislation will allow the Tories to force through reductions to the number of MPs without any backstop being in place to prevent it. We are talking about a government found by the highest court in this land to have unlawfully shut down our Parliament, suspending democratic accountability and attempting to gag democratic opposition. This is not hyperbole or idle speculation. It happened just last year. In such a context, there can be no guarantee that ministers will not take advantage of the silencing of Parliament in favour of strengthening their own executive power. Will the Leader of the House take this opportunity to confirm that the government will not simply use this loophole to force through a reduction in the number of constituencies or any other changes which are not included in this bill further down the line? Mr Speaker, my final point is about the electoral registration data set on which this review will be based. We are currently facing exceptional circumstances. I welcome the Minister's acknowledgement that the 2020 electoral register will be heavily affected by the current coronavirus crisis, but this is still the numeration date set out on the face of the bill. We cannot expect local councils to do the proactive outreach work which is needed to maintain an up-to-date and fully accurate register while providing an emergency response to a global pandemic. The costs of fighting coronavirus have taken an immense financial toll on councils, and they now face a £10 billion funding gap which the government is unwilling to fill. Can the Leader of the House confirm that the government will accept an amendment to the numeration date to December 2019? This pragmatic change, in the context of a review for which we have waited 20 years, taking place in unprecedented circumstances, will avoid the new constituency boundaries being based on an incomplete and potentially unrepresentative register. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Labour Party supports the democratic principle of this boundary review, but the government must consider the implications of the restrictive 5% tolerance along with the 1st of December 2020 numeration date. We remain deeply concerned about the removal of parliamentary oversight from a process which has always had this scrutiny. I encourage members from across the House to support this reasoned amendment and to reject the continued centralisation of power in the hands of the executive at the expense of Parliament.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. May I first of all begin by thanking all those honourable and right honourable members who have contributed to this debate today, including particularly my honourable friend, the Minister of State for the Constitution and Devolution, for opening the debate, and it's a pleasure to wind it up. But may I also apologise to the Honourable Lady, the Member for Lancaster and Fleetwood, that I missed part of her speech because I had to go out for other government business. It is a key bill that will update and equalise parliamentary boundaries and ensure that every vote counts the same on the basis of 650 constituencies. And I'm pleased that there's been very widespread support from across the House for key elements of the bill, including from the opposition. That doesn't mean that they're not opposed to some elements of the bill as well. And there's also support for improvements of the review process, such as changing the times of public hearing and the consultation periods. I'm particularly grateful to the support we've had from my right honourable friend from Worthing West, the father of the House, who said it was very hard for the House to be judged in its own interest, which I think is a fundamental point. To my honourable friend, the member for Murray, who thanked local election staff and agrees with our proposal for 8 yearly reviews. My honourable friend, the member for Dartford, who emphasised the equality of votes and thought that the 5% of leeway was plenty. My right honourable friend, the member for Elmet and Rothwell, who reminded us of all of that enormous personal affection we have for our constituencies. And I think that is something that is always true about boundary changes, that however much we recognise that the general principle is right, when a village or a street is suggested to be excised from our constituency, we always find this disagreeable and is one of the key reasons why the Boundary Commission has to be so independent. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Weston-super-Mare, my neighbour indeed, who told us we should all be hedgehogs. I'm not sure that I'm that prickly, but his fundamental point was that fairness is at the key and at the heart of this is, I think, fundamental. My honourable friend, the member for West Bromwich West, quoted the Chartists, and I thought I saw members opposite blush when they heard him mention that perhaps my spectacles need cleaning, but I thought they must have blushed at this point because the Chartists, of course, were all in favour of equalising electorates. My old friend, the member for Newbury, rather splendidly warned that she might be abolishing herself, which I hope turns out not to be the case, and made a spirited defence of the bill on that basis, as did my right honourable friend, the member for Bexley Heath and Crayford, who I'm glad to say gave his wholehearted support to what is being done. My honourable friend, the member for Cleethorpes, I'm sorry to say rather dangerously made speeches that I made made points that I made when I was a backbencher when this was going through the first time in 2010-11, but are not necessarily government policy nowadays, and I'm afraid I have repented the errors of my ways, but sadly he has not yet repented his, though I hope that will come. My honourable friend, the member for Dudley North, spoke about communities and the importance of those, and I think that is a general point. And my honourable friend, the member for Romford, spoke about smaller units, and of course there being a seat for Gibraltar, which he said in this House once or twice before. But on the point about smaller units, the Electoral Commission does have the power to the Boundary Commission, thank you. The Boundary Commission has the power to look at smaller units, and that is something that people can raise as it goes through its processes, but is an important safeguard, I think. My honourable friend, the member for Montgomeryshire, said his seat had existed since 1542, so I'm very jealous because mine's only existed since 2010, and I always like seats with a long continuity and history. And he made a very fair point about large rural seats, which I am aware of. My right honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, made the point so clearly that I perhaps could say that she summed up the debate in her opening sentence when she said that her seat has 83,000 voters within it, and the speech made by the honourable lady immediately before her, I think for the member for North East Fife, has 61,000. There is an obvious unfairness in that which is being put right. My honourable friend, the member for North East Derbyshire, slightly subject to speaking as if he were on just a minute, managed to make the key point about variations being too big, and that is being addressed by this bill. So I'm very grateful for all these points that have been made in support of the bill. But I am sorry about the reasoned amendment put down by the opposition. And I ought to point out to the honourable gentleman, the member for the City of Chester, that his point that he was going to support the bill by voting for the reasoned amendment is not how reasoned amendments work. That reasoned amendments are only orderly and only selectable if they are fatal to the passage of the bill. So anybody who votes for the amendment is voting against the whole bill and cannot cover the nakedness of what they are doing by saying that they are supporting the bill. I'm not going to give way, partly because I gave way so many times earlier on in the day, but also time is short. The changes should give people confidence. I must confess, the honourable gentleman, the member for Aberavon, and the honourable lady, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, really did get it wrong over the matter of automaticity. In the 1832 Reform Bill, every single constituency that was being changed was listed in an annex to the bill, if I remember rightly, and that was decided by Parliament. It decided what the size of each constituency would be. We have increasingly handed that over to make it more independent because of the fundamental point that nobody should be a judge in his own cause. And we should not be a judge in our own cause. We should allow it to be done by an independent body. And the honourable lady said that the government makes legislation. No, it doesn't. Parliament makes the legislation, which is then implemented, and is implemented in such a way as there is no ability for the government to alter the recommendations of the Boundary Commission, and has a duty to present it to the Privy Council for its approval by the sovereign. Automaticity means what it says. It's automatic without the executive having the ability to stop it, or indeed without the House of Commons having the ability to stop it, or even worse, the House of Lords to stop it, undemocratically, because they don't like the results, because they're worried about what might happen. So automaticity improves impartiality, improves the fairness and independence of this proposal that is before the House. So though Parliament will not play a role in making the order, nor will Her Majesty's government. The key other point that was on the Union, because we heard from a number of honourable members about the impact of the tolerance level and equalisation on parts of the Union, and this bill does not change the tolerance level which was put in place by Parliament in 2011. And bear in mind it's 5% plus or minus, so it is effectively a total of 10%. It's about 7,000 voters if you take the swathe from the central, total swathe from the central point. And that means that the Independent Boundary Commissioners will give a fair review, and it is worth noting that the two specific protected seats that are very small are Scottish seats, and I'm very glad one of them is Nahilling and Anyar, because I think the honourable member for that seat is a national treasure, and it would be a great pity if he didn't maintain his seat. But that is being done to benefit the Union. Too late, I'm sorry to say. That is to the benefit of the Union, and it is fair that every vote across our United Kingdom should have the same weight. That is the fundamental point. That underpins everything that is being done. 8 years is the right amount of time. It means that communities can be reasonably stable. It means that communities can carry on. It means that MPs can build up that association with their communities. So I urge members to support this bill and reject the amendment.
I call Cat Smith to move the reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and others. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Division. I ask all honourable members other than the front benches and tellers to leave the chamber by the doors behind me. And I will not give the instruction to lock the doors earlier than 28 minutes after I call the division. Thank you. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Jeff Smith and Colleen Fletcher. Tellers for the noes, Stuart Andrew and Marcus Jones. I call the first honourable member to move forward and vote.
Cat Smith, aye.
Helen Hayes, aye.
Chloe Smith, no.
David Linden, aye.
Ian Blackford, aye.
Rees-Mogg, no.
Ian Pearsley,
No.
John Penrose, no.
Rob Roberts, no.
Bob Seeley, no.
Darren Jones, aye.
Joe Furness, aye.
Teresa Villas, no.
Suzanne Webb, no.
Oliver Dowden, no.
Schnockley, no.
Kendall, aye.
Joe Gideon, no.
Kevin Brennan, aye.
Jessica Morden, aye.
Mike Kane, aye.
Ian Bairn, aye. Ian Bairn, aye.
Beth Winter, aye.
Andrew Griffith, no.
Saki Batty, no. Derek Trigger, aye.
John Howell, no. Kevin Hollingreck, no.
Richard Holden, no.
Laura Farris, no.
Gavin Williamson, no.
Michael Ellis, no.
Greg Clark, no.
Peter Bone, Wellingborough, no.
Angela Eagle, aye.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald, aye.
Abhinav Pungasari, aye.
Luke Pollard, aye.
Rachel Reeves, aye.
Imran Ahmed Khan, no.
Selene Saxby, no.
Dean Russell, no.
Alex Norris, aye. Also proxy vote for Sarah Owen, also aye.
Kwasi Kwarteng, no.
Tracy Brabian, aye.
Craig Whittaker, no.
Lucy Fraser, no.
Joanna Cherry, aye.
Alan Mack, no.
Gareth Bacon, no.
Simon Clark, no.
Desmond Swain, no.
Thariel Clark, aye.
James Gray, North Wiltshire, no.
William Ragg, Hazel Grove, no.
Gillian Keegan, Chichester, no.
Harriet Baldwin, no.
Henry Smith, no.
Tom Randall, no.
Natalie Elphick, no.
Margaret Greenwood, aye. Just so into the. Could you just momentarily remove the mask to speak into the.
Aye.
And name, please.
Margaret Greenwood.
Sorry.
Alex Sobel, aye.
Jim Cutledge, no.
David Lammy, aye.
Jake Drummond, no.
Fiona Bruce, no.
Alistair Jack, no.
James Heapy, no.
John Cradis, yes.
John Cradis. John Cradis, aye.
Paul Scully, no. James Grundy, no.
Hugh Merriman, no.
Elliot Colburn, no. Mark Jenkinson, no. Mark Eastwood, no. Simon Fell, no.
Graham Brady, no.
Felicity Buchan, no.
Matthew Pennycook, aye.
Edmund Levand, aye.
Anthony Zahawi, no.
Julian Lewis, no.
Afzal Khan, Manchester Gorton, aye.
Stephen Morgan, aye.
Robert Sims, definitely no.
Ian Mearns, aye.
Mr Deputy Speaker, Clifton Brown voting no.
Can you just remove your mask temporarily when
Sure,
you're in front
no
of
problem.
the microphone so everybody can-
Zara Sultana, aye.
Thank you very much.
Doughty Stephen, aye.
James Wild, no.
Jim McMahon, aye.
Paul Blomfield, aye.
Can you just temporarily remove the mask and speak into the microphone?
Paul Blomfield, aye.
Thank you, Paul.
Oliver Heald, no.
Jacob Young, no.
Catherine McKinnell, aye.
Kit Oldhouse votes no. Carl McCartney also votes no.
Jonathan Gullis, no. Mark Fletcher, no.
Bim Afalami, no.
Graham Stringer, aye.
Just temporarily pull it down.
Matt Weston, aye.
And speak into the microphone, please.
Matt Weston, aye.
Jack Lepresti, no.
Daniel Kravchinsky, no.
Shion Wara, aye.
Ruth Edwards, no.
Paul Maynard, no.
Lloyd Russellmore, aye. No gerrymandering for me, please.
Drew Hendry and I vote aye.
Wendy Morton, no.
Andrew Salou, no.
Gordon Henderson, no.
Barry Gardiner, aye.
Nusrat Ghani, no.
Mark Pawsey, no.
Andrew Stevenson, no. Gavin Newlands, aye.
Claire Coutinho, no.
Philip Hollowbone, no.
Edward Timpson, no.
David Johnston, no.
Chris Bryant, aye.
Chris Pincher, no. Mr. Speaker.
Theo Clark, no.
Steve Baker, no.
Laura Trott, no.
Robert Buckland, no.
Belle Rubiardi, aye.
Greg Smith, no.
Robert Larkin, no.
James Daly, no.
John Redwood, no.
Ben Spencer, no.
Paul Bristow, no.
Liz Howell Roberts, aye.
Florence Shalomi, aye.
Alex Shelbrook, no.
Steve Brine, no.
Graham Stewart, no.
Bill Wiggin, no.
Sean Bailey, no.
So Alan Campbell, aye.
Chris Matheson, aye.
Gerald Jones, aye.
Maria Miller, no. Kim Johnson, aye.
Steve Double, no.
Tom Hunt, no.
Judith Cummings, aye.
Rachel Hopkins, aye.
David Jones, no.
Jane Hunt, no.
Valerie Vaz, Walsall South, aye.
James Shannon, no.
Karen Buck, aye.
Andy Florida, aye.
Just temporarily so we can see your face as well, please.
Sorry?
So we can see your face.
Andy Florida, aye.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Robbie Moore, no.
Duncan Baker, no.
Amanda Milling, no.
Simon Jupp, no.
Alex Davis-Jones, aye. Ruth Jones, aye.
Kate Holloway, aye.
Robert Neal, no.
Mike Wood, no.
Holly Lynch, aye.
Wendy Chamberlain, aye.
Chris Green, no.
John Lawrence, no.
Paul Holmes, no.
Anthony Magnall, no. Gareth Davis, no.
Vicky Ford, no.
David Evanick, no. Gareth Johnson, no. Aaron Bell, no.
John Whittingdale, no.
Kate Green, aye.
Mark O'Longy, no.
Lee Rowley, no.
John Glenn, no.
Danny Kruger, no.
Kevin Jones, aye.
Mike Hill, aye.
Luke Hall, no.
Meg Hillier, aye.
Martin Vickers, no.
Andrew Rosendale, no.
George Eustace, no.
Craig Williams, no.
Robin Walker, no.
Peter Bottomley, no.
Cheryl Murray, no. Sherilyn McCrory, no.
Scott Lamb, no.
Chris Graham, no.
Victoria Prentice, no.
A fairly furious Lucy Powell voting aye.
Mark Harper, no.
Ben Everett, no.
Alberto Costa, no. Stuart Anderson, no.
Catherine West, aye.
Stephen Kinnock, aye.
Faye Jones, no.
Nikki Aiken, no.
Rob Butler, no.
Stephen Timms, aye.
Nick Thomas Simmons, aye.
Alison Phillips, aye.
Charlotte Nichols, aye.
Liz Twist, aye.
Jeremy Wright, no.
Grant Shapps, no.
Robert Jenrick, no.
Jess Phillips, aye.
Maria Eagle, aye.
Emma Lowell-Buck, aye.
Douglas Ross, no.
Morgan Tim, no.
Tracy Crouch, no. Julie Marson, no. Sarah Dines, no.
Robert Goodwill, no.
Chris Evans, aye.
Ian Levy, no. Tobias Elwood, no.
Keir Starmer, aye.
Camden Harris, aye. Alison McGovern, aye.
Jonathan Reynolds, aye.
John Hayes, no. Nick Smith, aye.
Peter Gibson, no.
Caroline Noakes, no.
Adam Afriyie, no.
Gag Mahindra, no.
David Mundell, no.
Sally-Anne Hart, no.
Charles Walker, no.
Alistair Carmichael, aye.
Ben Wallace, no.
Anthony Higginbotham, no. Crispin Blunt, no.
Andy Carter, no.
Stephen Hammond, no. James Sunderland, no.
Clive Bedford, aye.
Rachel Maskell, aye.
Kevin Foster, no. Tom Tugendhat, no.
David Simmons, no.
Steve McCabe, aye.
Olivia Blake, aye.
Jack Brereton, no.
Edward Argan, no. Andrew Lua, no.
Damien Green, no.
Jane Stevenson, no.
Dennis Oshner, aye.
Sarah Bradscliffe, no.
Robert Courts, no.
Rupert Huck, aye.
Simon Baines, no.
Rebecca Powell, no. Rishnora Ali, aye.
Jeremy Hunt, no.
Alexander Stafford, no.
Joe Churchill, no.
Jackie Laura Price, no.
Paul Howell, no.
Wayne David, aye.
Nia Griffith, aye.
Ben Lake, aye.
Rebecca Long Bailey, aye.
Alex Burkhart, no.
Percy Andrew, no.
Emma Hardy, aye.
Ian Douglas Smith, no.
Nick Fletcher, no.
Lee Anderson, no.
Brendan Clark Smith, no.
Therese Coffey, no.
Angela Richardson, no.
Jeremy Corbyn, aye.
Rachel McLean, no.
Matt Vickers, no.
Chris Loader, no.
Jesse Norman, no.
Hilary Benn, aye.
Deanna Davison, no.
Andrew Bowie, no.
Andrew Bruggen, no.
Holly Mumby Croft, no.
Tonya Antoniazzi, aye.
Sarah Jones, aye.
Mike Amesbury, aye.
Greg Hands, no.
Jason McCartney, no.
Toby Perkins, aye.
Peter Aldous, no.
Jeremy Quinn,
No.
Matt Woolman, no. Jeffrey Donaldson, no.
Tara Watemi, aye.
Yvette Cooper, aye.
Nicholas Brown, aye.
Damien Moore, no.
Tanmanjit Singh Desi, aye.
Tahir Ali, aye.
Neil Coyle, aye.
Justin Matters, aye.
Neil Parrish, no.
Trudy Harrison, no.
Anne-Marie Morris, no.
Kerry McCarthy, aye.
Fleur Anderson, aye.
Alex Cunningham, aye.
Alex Chalk, no.
Robin Miller, no.
James Davis, no.
Damien Collins, no.
Siobhan McDonough, aye.
Alan Cairns, no.
Virginia Crosby, no.
David Amos, no.
Will Quince, no.
Justin Tomlinson, no.
Richard Fuller, no. Andy MacDonald, aye. I won't be back because this is the same.
Angela Rayner, aye.
Richard Graham, no.
Mims Davis, no. Nicola Richards, no.
Gary Sambrook, no.
Darren Henry, no. Christian Wakeford, no.
Chris Clarkson, no.
Anthony Brown,
No. Jerome Mayhew, no.
Pat McFadden, aye.
Lucy Allen, no.
Kemi Badenoch, no.
John Healy, aye.
Penning, no.
Craig Tracy, no.
Steve Reed, aye.
Giles Watling, no.
John Stevenson, no. Nigel Huddleston, no.
Conor McGinn, aye.
Ian Murray, aye.
Kelly Tolhurst, no.
Lillian Greenwood, aye.
Penny Mordaunt, no.
Claudia Webb, aye.
Andrew Jones, no.
Tulip Sadiq, aye.
Sam Terry, aye.
Ruth Cadbury, aye.
Murison, no.
Ian Bird, aye.
Bambos Charles Lambos, aye. Lynn Brown, aye.
Ian Stewart, no.
James Cleverley, no.
Chris Eaton Harris, no.
Caroline Dinage, no.
Joy Morrissey, no.
Joy. Sorry, to lock the doors.
Joy Morrissey, no.
Nigel Adams, no.
Suella Braverman, no.
John Speller, yes.
Bridget Phillipson, aye.
Liam Fox, no. Wes Streeting, aye.
Peter Kyle, aye. And Stella Creasy, proxy vote, aye.
Damien Hines, no.
Keegan Smith, no.
Bob Stewart,
No.
Chris Philp, no.
Scott Benton, no.
Kate Osborne, aye.
Patrick Grady, aye.
James Morris, no.
David Davis, no.
Tom Perscliffe, no.
Maggie Throop, no. Maria Caulfield, no.
Leah Doherty, no.
David Juggett, no.
David Rutley, no. And proxy vote for Nigel Mills, no.
Michael Tomlinson, no.
Mary Kelly Foy, aye.
Eddie Hughes, no. Proxy vote for Siobhan Bailey, no.
Rebecca Harris, no.
Mike Freer, no.
Chris Elmore, aye. Mark Spencer, no. All out.
amazing shine on that. Thank you very much.
It feels criminal to be disinfecting historic furniture, and I'm sure once the conservation architect sees me, he's going to tell me off.
Well, thank you anyway.
Better that we're safe.
Order. The ayes to the right, 137. The noes to the left, 265.
The ayes to the right, 137. The noes to the left, 265. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as have done it, say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally. Formally. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Bryant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm afraid there are three parts to this. The first is just in relation to the voting that we've already done. I was a teller in one of the earlier divisions this afternoon. It's up to others to judge quite how ludicrous the whole process looks to the outside world. To my mind, it looks preposterous, and I feel that one of the oldest parliaments in the world should be the best and most able to adapt to modern circumstances, not the worst. But that's a battle for another day. There were some specific order issues during those divisions. One was that the Speaker adopted a new version of what we had to wear when voting, and I just wonder whether we could have some clarity on that for the future. Historically, people have been able to vote through the division lobbies when they've been to the gym, including some people who are whips. And secondly, one member tried during one of the divisions to vote in both directions. Now, I know historically that's not been allowed, but the member is certainly under the belief that that was recorded. As I understand it, I was one of the tellers. We weren't including that as one of the votes on either side, so it would be good to have some clarity on that. And then the other point is that the Leader of the House said earlier in today's debate that we were going to have a motion tomorrow on the order paper for us to debate, governing and enabling some members of the House to participate in debates or not in debates, I think, but in urgent questions and statements. Now, obviously, I would welcome that. But as I understand it, so far the government hasn't announced what kind of debate that's going to be, whether there will be any time allocated for it tomorrow, whether it's expected that this should be on nod or nothing, whether we're able to table amendments, whether we have to submit to be able to take part in that debate. And there are many of us who feel deeply concerned that the government has tabled a motion which suggests that the only people who will be able to participate are those who self-certify as having a medical need. Now, I don't think that disabled people or people who are shielding or have shielding responsibilities for others should be treated in that way. I don't think they should have to justify themselves for wanting to participate from a distance. And in particular, parents who have childcare responsibilities should certainly not have to claim that there's some kind of medical reason. So some of us would like to have a full debate. I'm sorry that's a long point of order, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but you're a very, very indulgent man.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bryant. As far as the first part is concerned, you said it was a battle for another day, and clearly it will be. As far as the dress code is concerned during a division, you're absolutely right. In the past, people have come straight from the gym and worn what they were in when the division bell happened. So I will ensure that this gets raised tomorrow in order that clarity is brought to how people should dress when there is a division, as I will on the voting both ways, because we don't have the opportunity to abstain or for whatever reasons, which we can only hazard as to why people do vote both ways. And as far as the motion is tomorrow is concerned, I haven't seen that motion yet, but you have raised several points as to why people would want to at least make known their anger one way or another as to what may or may not happen in that motion. And I hope that members will get an opportunity at least to express their views during however that motion is going to come forward. So I hope that is okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bryant. The thumbs up will do me fine. We now move on to the business of the House, motion number 6 on business of the House. Minister to move. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 7 on sentencing, pre-consolidation amendments, Bill Lords. Minister to move.
Moved.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it feels something like Groundhog Day. This debate has been scheduled, I believe, perhaps as many as 4 times, but events repeatedly knocked it off course. But today we are finally back in the chamber physically with a full day of debate, and I have the chance to finally bring to the floor of the House the long and torturous case of a single parking ticket. Now, my honourable friend, the Minister, need not look panicked that I'm expecting him to do something about a specific parking ticket. The matter is now resolved. But I wish to draw to his attention the fact that my constituent, Mr. Guy Hindle, was bullied by a succession of organisations over a period of some 20+ months over a 6-minute transgression. And as Mr. Hindle happily agrees, this is not about his experience. He is a resilient individual, very much so, and he eventually negotiated a payment of just £15 when at one point £247.62 was being demanded from him. It is about shining a light on what he refers to as the sharp practices of the Wild West of parking services. And it is not just my constituent, Mr. Deputy Speaker, who refers to private parking as the Wild West. He is in absolutely great company, because I tracked down some commentary from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. When he was a minister at MHCLG, he referred to it as the Wild West, private parking that is, not the department. And it is a litany of bad behaviour. My constituent parked for a mere 6 minutes outside Vets for Pets in Southampton and did not see any signage regarding the charge for parking. So he was surprised to receive a penalty charge notice and informed the company, Premier Parking, that he intended to defend himself, preferably in court proceedings, because he regarded the £60 charge for a 6-minute stoppage as unreasonable. And he heard nothing more. The original offence, if one can call it that, happened in March 2018, but it wasn't until the following June 2019, by which time the matter had been passed to Premier Parking's legal representatives. Then followed a succession of increasingly threatening letters, mentioning county court judgments, and each letter and every telephone call my constituent made to Premier Parking or their legal representatives made it clear there would be many more letters. And so it proved. But all along my constituent was responding, "Take me to court. I have amassed a dossier of evidence. I am prepared to defend myself. I believe I have a good case." Finally, in January of this year, he received confirmation that Premier Parking would commence court proceedings unless my constituent was happy to agree to mediation. Well, this was the first time that mediation had been mentioned, remembering that the original offence was in March 2018, and here he was in January 2020, and suddenly the offer of mediation is made. The honourable gentleman from Strangford would like to intervene.
Congratulate the honourable lady in bringing this forward. the Honourable Lady is not the only person who's had run-ins with these private car park firms as well. Indeed, that one rankers greatly in the front of my mind. I fought personally a number of examples on behalf of them, and I have to say, won them all at the end of the day. But does the Honourable Lady not agree that at times that we are facing is a sense of the private company-run car parks have the flexibility that our council car parks have, by removing charges and indeed forestalling following through on any contraventions until we are past this very, very difficult time? Now is not the time for anyone to profiteer, any private car park, and take advantage. Look after our constituents and those individuals who've been held in the wrong for these contraventions.
Well, I think 2 points that I would like to make to the honourable gentleman. The first is I have a most excellent staffer who for the last 10 years has described herself as my office expert on parking charges. And she does cringe somewhat when into the email inbox pops yet another one. But as I say to her, she has a 100% track record so far, and we're very proud of her for that. But the particular point that the right honourable gentleman makes about private parking charges at the moment, I am very conscious that in Test Valley Borough, which I represent half of as the member for Romsey and Southampton North, the Borough Council waived parking charges right at the beginning of the pandemic and has extended the free parking period since. Now, I think there are some challenging questions ahead, because I'm very conscious as we move forward post-pandemic, we want to see our high streets recover. We want to see them given assistance to recover. And I think the Chancellor and indeed the department have come up with some amazing packages, some really important packages. But I have no doubt whatsoever that the income from parking that councils have foregone has been a huge cost to them. They will need to look at ways that they can make that up. But my plea to them is please show a spirit of tolerance and support for the shopkeepers. Allow our high streets to gently recover from this very difficult period, and to see the immediate imposition of parking charges at as lockdown ends, I think would be a very retrograde step indeed. I'm delighted to have seen the Minister nodding during that small intervention. I think it's a really important point. Now, as my constituent said to me, had mediation been offered to him early in the proceedings, he'd have taken it. It would have been the sensible thing to do. But instead, he kept responding to Premier Parking, no, I'll see you in court. They kept responding, well, we'll take you to court, or we'll send you more letters threatening to take you to court. They'll get increasingly aggressive. The charges will go up and up. We'll employ a succession of different legal representatives until at the end of the day, you really don't know which one you're trying to deal with. But 2 years on, the offer of mediation was made, he accepted it, and they settled on a sum of 15 quid, which I don't think is bad going. But what worries my constituent, and it worries me, is the repeated bullying tactics, the threats of legal action which are then not followed up for many, many months, in this case 20 months, and the alarming threat of CCJs, which we know has devastating impact on people's credit rating, and the assertion, the very threatening assertion, of there will be lots more letters like this one. Now, I'm very conscious, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the most excellent piece of legislation introduced by my right honourable friend, the member for East Yorkshire, which came into force in March 2019 and paved the way for a single code of practice for private parking, giving drivers greater protection through a new appeal service. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, when he was at MHCLG and occupying the similar portfolio to my honourable friend is now, he championed this on behalf of the government. And this sort of code could have made my constituents' life much less of a misery. Now, more recently, back in November 2019, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State at MHCLG, appointed the British Standards Institution to work with consumer groups and industry to write the first ever compulsory code of practice for private parking firms, to restore common sense to the way parking fines are handed out, to crack down on dodgy operators, and to introduce a new independent appeals service. I know that's correct because I lifted it from the press release that I found on the gov.uk website. It was also to make sure that a mandatory 10-minute grace period, which already applies to local authority car parks, be extended to all private parking services. I would like to take my honourable friend the Minister back to the precise period my constituent parked for, 6 minutes, which is 4 minutes less than the minimum grace period suggested. Now, I'm prepared to concede that my constituent's supposed 6-minute transgression happened before the excellent Private Members Bill and before the Secretary of State appointed the British Standards Institution to write the new compulsory code. So maybe it is not reasonable to expect a member of the British Parking Association to apply 2019 standards to a 2018 offence, notwithstanding the fact that it was Premier Park themselves who dragged the whole matter out for 20 long months. Except that the British Parking Association voluntary code of practice already referenced the 10-minute grace period. However, back to the crux of the matter. My honourable friend, the Minister, not this Minister, the previous Minister with responsibility, I think the member for Yate and Thornbury, I hope I have that right, in response to a written question, indicated that the British Standards Institution was contracted in December 2019 to develop the new code. They were tasked with convening a group of key stakeholders to write it, and there was to be a full public consultation within 6 months. And the final code would be developed this year. I do not wish to hassle the Minister and try to hurry the process along, and I absolutely acknowledge that COVID has got in the way of many, many things. But this year is ticking by very quickly. My constituent, and indeed those of other honourable and right honourable members who have returned to this chamber time and again to discuss private parking services, need this code. I would argue that the parking industry also needs it, and it is more than a year since the excellent private members' bill of my right honourable friend, the member for East Yorkshire. So please will the Minister this evening, in this much delayed debate, give us an update on progress and an absolute commitment that, exactly as was said in February, this code will be developed this year and introduced. Will he reassure me and my constituent that the 10-minute transaction period, allowing a driver to enter a car park, establish the charges, and then decide whether he wishes to pay them or, in fact, that they're far too high for his taste and could potentially leave and go elsewhere, that 10-minute grace period or transaction period, it is sometimes referred to, will be included. It could have saved my constituent 20 months of harassment and pain, and it should be a crucial part of enabling drivers to make informed choices in future. And that is what this is all about, Mr. Deputy Speaker, allowing drivers to make informed choices, giving them a bit of leeway so they can decide whether that is actually where they wish to park. And I learned from my right honourable friend, the member for East Yorkshire, there might be many good reasons why parking charges are not advertised outside a car park. It could be in a conservation area and there might be restrictions on signage. So we should give people, drivers, the opportunity to go into a car park, have a look, and then potentially leave. So I conclude with just asking the Minister to make that assurance, to give us an update on when this code is coming, when or if the public consultation has already happened, and just to give us a sense of progress and that this matter is in hand and will be dealt with.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking my honourable friend, the lady for Romsey in Southampton North, for raising this issue and congratulate her for securing this much-delayed debate. I also want to thank her and indeed honourable members across the House because this is an issue which I receive a lot of representations about on a daily basis. It's something which I am keenly aware needs resolving, and that members across the House are firm in their view that action is necessary on the regulation of the private parking industry. Too often, our constituents are treated poorly at the hands of parking firms, and I know that many of my own constituents in Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland feel the same. The clear cross-party support for the Parking Code of Practice Act last year was therefore hugely encouraging, and I'm pleased that through this Act, the government is giving motorists greater protection against bogus parking fines and is clamping down on rogue operators. Self-regulation in the private parking sector has led to some undesirable practices, including misleading or confusing signage, aggressive debt collection, spiralling fees, and opaque appeals services. And we heard some of that in the case of her constituent, Mr. Hindle. Members see in our postbags the effect that these poor practices have on people in our communities. The motorist who made a genuine and minor error entering their vehicle registration number into a machine and received a £100 fine in the post. The driver who entered a car park on a busy day and couldn't park due to lack of spaces, yet he got a ticket regardless because the camera assumed they'd parked. The car park with signs that are impossible to read, subject to terms and conditions which are difficult to understand, or which change without proper notice. The letters from motorists and even from MPs gone unanswered from parking companies, although it does sound as though the Honourable Lady has a staffer who will not be defeated by such tactics. These practices are unfair and not good enough. The private parking industry plays a crucial role in our transport infrastructure, from facilitating commutes every morning to making our high streets accessible for shoppers and those accessing vital services. It employs thousands of people and serves millions of customers every day in normal times. We understand its importance, and that's why this government is taking action to crack down on rogue firms, protect motorists, and raise standards across the sector. And with that in mind, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to update members on the progress of our action after the passing of the Parking Code of Practice Act, which was introduced thanks to the hard work of my right honourable friend, the member for East Yorkshire. And we are actively delivering on our manifesto commitment in 2017 to tackle rogue parking operators. This Act legislated for the creation of an independent code of practice for private parking companies and a one-stop shop for parking appeals. And our new code will ensure that enforcement and appeal processes are fair and proportionate. It will bring consistency, creating a level playing field across the industry, and it will benefit motorists, operators, and landowners alike. If a parking company were to repeatedly break this code, then their access to the DVLA data could be blocked, and this data includes information on the vehicle keeper, so a company blocked from accessing it would be effectively unable to pursue parking charges. Blocking rogue operators in this manner will grant motorists greater protection against companies not delivering the standards that the government and I think the public would expect. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've taken steps to ensure this code is not only reflective of the issues we want to address, but also informed by outside experts. On the 3rd of November last year, the government announced that the British Standards Institution, the BSI, would write the code in consultation with consumer and industry groups, and that they would carry out a full consultation once the draft is ready. The BSI are widely regarded as experts in regulatory delivery, with a proven track record of working with government. Developing the code of practice as a British standard is thus a guarantee the new regulation will be robust and of the highest quality. And the government's choice of BSI also delivers on our promise to listen to industry and consumers and involve them in the design of the new regulation. BSI's process for developing new British standards involves reaching a consensus for a range of key stakeholders and seeking a wide array of views through a full public consultation. This will help to ensure the code is entirely comprehensive. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to assure the Honourable Lady that working in conjunction with the BSI, it is a priority to make sure this code addresses the most significant and recurring issues that consumers deal with. I will.
Anyway, Minister, first of all, I welcome what you've outlined, and for the Honourable Lady, I think that's exactly what we want to hear in this House. But I just wonder, when it comes to monitoring, checking, does the enforcement of this changes that are coming through in the pipeline, is it down to local councils, is it down to the police, or is it down to another independent body?
Minister.
It wouldn't be an adjournment debate without an intervention from the Honourable Gentleman. In this case, he raises what is a really significant point. We need to make sure that these regulations have teeth. The deterrent lies in the fact that repeat offenders will find themselves unable to access the DVLA database, and so it will in effect be self-policing. In November, we announced that the government would propose that the code considers a mandatory requirement to give all drivers the 10-minute grace period, which the Honourable Lady referred to, after their tickets expire. And this will be a common-sense measure to ensure drivers are not unfairly penalised for trying to do the right thing. I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he was very specific then about a 10-minute grace period after a ticket had expired. Will it also include a 10-minute grace period in the circumstance that he himself identified, where somebody perhaps drives into a car park and finds there are no spaces, or that it's too expensive?
I confess that given the code is in draft, I don't know the answer to that question, but I will write to her, as she would expect, to clarify. I suspect it will make good sense for it to do so in practice, but I will not presume to prejudge what the independent regulation may eventually come up with. I also want to address issues raised about debt collection, because it cannot be fair that a hard-working family is prevented from obtaining a mortgage because a small breach of a car park's terms and conditions led to a county court judgment that, as the Honourable Lady refers to, can have such serious consequences, especially if that's sent to an old address. And I myself have seen constituency cases of that nature. We're proposing the code considers new protections for consumers, looking at extra measures to crack down on intimidating and aggressive debt collection practices, And we will also look at the appeals system, because this is a particularly significant issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There are 2 appeals services in the private parking sector. Both have their own processes and procedures and different rates at which parking charges are overturned at appeal. And which appeals service a motorist has access to depends not on their choice or the nature of the alleged breach of contract, but simply on which trade association the operator happens to belong to. Now, that cannot be fair and is at odds with natural justice, which is why it is the government's stated position that we intend to appoint a single appeals service for the entire industry, giving motorists the ability to challenge unfair charges. And finally, we are actively exploring ways to combat unfairly issued tickets from automatic number plate recognition technology. There is a widespread sense from motorists that this technology does not function as it should. I've heard of motorists entering and leaving a car park yet still having a ticket issued, and this is obviously a real concern. So we want a private parking sector that works fairly in that regard. Turning to the substantive issue of timing, I'm pleased to update the House that work with the BSI commenced in December, and they have now convened their group of key stakeholders to write the code. This group is comprised of representatives from the parking industry, consumer groups, standards bodies, and recognising the key role that parking plays in supporting our high streets, the retail sector. I can also update the House that we've appointed Steve Gooding, the director of the RAC Foundation, as our technical author, and he has now produced the first draft of the code. The RAC Foundation is a well-respected transport policy and research organisation, and Mr Gooding is a former Director General of the Roads, Traffic and Local Group at the DFT, so he will bring real knowledge, experience and expertise to bear in terms of his work. This is only a first draft, and as I've said, the final draft will be worked up in close consultation with key stakeholders, and there will be plenty of opportunity for everyone to have their voice heard in this process. In the context of this debate, Mr Speaker, I'd like to put on record that the government is doing all it can to utilise our parking infrastructure to best serve our collective response to coronavirus. And the measures we've announced to support frontline workers and volunteers, I'm sure, have been welcomed by both the House and the British public. We're offering free parking for NHS workers, volunteers and social care workers in council-owned on-street spaces and car parks. And in conjunction with NHS England, the parking sector and local government, we've produced a free parking pass to allow those workers to park in council spaces worry-free. We've pledged to cover the costs of providing free car parking to NHS staff working in hospitals during this unprecedented time. Our aim there is to alleviate any unnecessary pressures on those workers, removing any fears they may have about fees or fines, while carrying out what I think by common consent is truly heroic work. And as we take the first steps toward recovery, we want to offer alternatives to public transport, but are wary, of course, of an increase in more people taking end-to-end car journeys. So to ease parking capacity, my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, has announced that the government will seek to repurpose underused parking outside town centres, made possible by close collaboration with local authorities and private operators. Those who live too far from town centres to cycle or to walk can therefore park on the outskirts and finish their journeys on foot, bike, or even, excitingly, an e-scooter. And individual businesses are also playing a hugely positive role. Many private operators have been offering parking spaces to NHS workers during the coronavirus crisis, and I commend these efforts and would reiterate the government appreciates them. Mr Deputy Speaker, I recognise the need to progress this new code at pace, and across government we do recognise the urgency of this issue. It's obviously crucial we get these regulations right, and as the Right Honourable Lady said, there has been an impact from the coronavirus situation. But we have committed to developing the final code this year. Prior to this, a public consultation will take place to give the parking industry, the public and other interested parties the opportunity to have their say. The Act builds on action the government has already taken to tackle rogue private parking firms, including banning wheel clamping and towing and stopping overzealous parking enforcement by councils and parking wardens. And of course, beyond our work on the private car parking sector, the government is taking decisive action to improve car parking across the country, both public and private. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government is taking determined steps to protect motorists across the country. The Act will tackle an issue which our figures show affects literally millions of motorists every year. We will ensure the private parking industry does work to the high standards motorists can reasonably expect, and we will tackle the rogue operators and their unfair practices. This will be an industry that will deliver for everybody. And I would like to thank the Honourable Lady from Romsey in Southampton North once again for raising the issue of Mr Hindle. And I'd like to put on record my own tribute to Mr Hindle for his persistence in showing, I think, a certain British doggedness in refusing to accept a fundamentally unfair situation. And indeed to thank the Honourable Lady for the opportunity to update the House on the work we're doing to improve the sector. I, of course, look forward to returning to this dispatch box to give further updates when the final code is ready.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
House of Commons sound.